Chapter 187. Zhuo Duo nodded vigorously again. He had to admit that Rinpoche was a professional after all. These two designs were much better than what he had imagined. How about this? Wu Taijiang changed 7 or 8 designs in a row and took pictures of all of them. Then he projected them on the wall. Pick any one of these swords that you like the most. Then I'll make a thin one. Zhuo Duo was already dazzled. Fortunately, he did not have difficulty choosing. He closed his eyes and casually pointed. I'll take this one. Okay. Zhuo Duo's treasured sword had been decided. Wu Taijiang asked again, based on your body, footwork, and mannerisms, you should be a strength-type cultivator. You must want to make other weapons, right? Zhuo Duo's eyes flashed. He immediately gave a thumbs up. You have sharp eyes. I'm also planning to make 2 big hammers. As the saying goes, if you have a hammer in your heart, you can smash anything. However, there are a lot of additional requirements. Wu Taijiang smiled conceitedly. Hammers? I'm not bragging. I've made all kinds of hammers in my life. It's hard to count. I've made at least thousands of pairs of hammers. No one who asked for a weapon would be dissatisfied. With a crash, countless hammers appeared on the projection wall. There were many different types of hammers and they were dazzling. There was no similarity. Round, oval, square, wintermelon hammer, cucumber hammer, watermelon hammer, honeydew hammer, square hammer, octagonal hammer, meteor hammer, thousand-faced hammer, mother and son hammer. Zhuo was dazzled. He could not help but say in Sichuan dialect, so many hammers. He could not help but sigh in his heart. When his son was young, he often scolded him, what kind of hammers are you making? In the end, when this guy grew up, he actually made a pair of hammers? Life, Zhuo thought. Zhuo Duo looked at all the hammers on the wall and shook his head. He waved his hand. My ideal hammer is different from these. These are too simple. Wu Taijiang suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He still had lingering fears from the lessons of the past. What kind of hammers do you want to make? So what if you have your own plan? I plan to. Zhuo Duo walked over and picked up a pair of hammers, saying, Uncle Wu, please enlarge this. Wu Taijiang obeyed. Uncle Wu, look at this hammer handle. It's a little longer, about 2.5 feet long. 2.5 feet. Wu Taijiang was a little confused. If you play with hammers, why do you need such a long handle? If he wasn't careful, he might hit himself in the waist. Also, if it's too long, it won't be easy to wield it. It will also take a lot of energy to wield it. Don't worry, I've already calculated it. It must be 2.5 feet long and there must be a groove on both sides. A thin and narrow sword that can be pulled out at any time, but when it's not pulled out, it will only look like the handle of the hammer. No one will be able to tell that there's a sword hidden inside. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Not difficult. Wu Taijiang glanced at Zhuo and murmured, this guy is really cunning. Zhuo rolled his eyes and looked at the ceiling. That's cunning? How is that even possible? Uncle Wu, look at this hammer handle. My plan is that the middle should be hollow and there should be a chain inside. The chain should be about 10 meters long and it should be enough. When you need a long-range attack to catch your opponent off guard, it can fly out directly and then be pulled back. Well, a meteor hammer. Zhuo Duo coughed. The middle of the hammer handle is hollow, and there's a chain inside. There are grooves on both sides and there's a hidden sword. This shouldn't be too difficult, right? It's not very difficult. Zhuo Duo was exultant. This way, when others think that this is a heavy weapon that can only be used in close combat, and they're complacently distancing themselves from me to consume my strength, I'll fly out with a bang. Their expressions must be very interesting. Interesting. That's for sure. Wu Taijiang's facial muscles twitched. He glanced at Zhuo again and murmured, that's really cunning. After thinking for a while, he said, if you plan to design it like this, the materials of the hammer handle and chain must be carefully considered. Ordinary metals definitely won't meet your requirements for hardness. I'll have to think about it seriously, but it's still possible. It's not difficult. It's good that it's not difficult. Zhuo Duo beamed with joy. Then let's talk about the design of the hammer itself. Wu Taijiang's eyes widened. You've been talking for so long and it's still not the design of the hammer itself? I have an ominous feeling. Zhuo Duo was in high spirits. I plan to make a hollow hammer. Well, the middle of the hammer body should be solid, a big piece, and then there should be a gap between this big piece and the hammer face. Gap. Wu Taijiang's eyes widened. A hollow hammer is already ridiculous enough. If there's a gap, is it still a hammer? Yes, there should be a slight gap. Isn't this a 100-faced hammer? There are about 70 faces in the front and the left and right sides. Leave 2 shooting holes on each face. Then set up a mechanism inside. A hammer face has 2 holes. One hole is for the ox hair needle and the other hole is for the all needle. As long as the vital energy is activated, you can choose between single or consecutive shots. There should be 20 to 30 needles in one hole, and 10 all needles in one hole. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed. That shouldn't be difficult, right, Uncle Wu? Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded. He didn't feel good at all. I've been hammering my whole life. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of hammer. This is fucking cunning. I'm a grandmaster of cunning. Wu Taijiang turned to look at Zhuo Changlu. The muscles on his face kept twitching. Finally he asked, Brother Zhua, is this really your son? Your biological son? Zhuo Changlu's face darkened. What else? Do you want to come over for dinner tonight? Wu Chejiang's face stiffened. After a while he smiled and said, No. I have to concentrate on making weapons for the children. I have to prioritize things. Zhou Xiaoduo had a harmless and youthful face as he innocently asked, Uncle Wu, look at this hammer, can it be used? Yes. Wu Chejiang's face began to distort. But it will take more than a month. Your request is too complicated. I have to think about it carefully. It's not that complicated. Zhou Xiaoduo found a piece of paper and started to sketch. Look, Uncle Wu, first make this hammer face, then make the inner hammer. Naturally, there shouldn't be a hollow space between the inner hammer and the hammer face. Use this small column to fix it and weld it. Then one by one the mechanisms here are designed one by one. Actually, you only need to prepare 2 types of mechanisms. As long as you create the first set and model it, the rest will naturally follow suit. It's very easy. As for the mechanism, it doesn't need to be too strong. The ox hair needle can be lethal within 50 meters, and the all needle can have a shooting range of 300 meters. There shouldn't be a big problem, right? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. I can't do it. I can't do it. Wu Taijiang shook his head like a rattledrum. What kind of joke was this? How could the ox hair needle be shot 50 meters away with the power of the mechanism and still be lethal? Do you know what an ox hair needle is? It's not much heavier than a catkin. How could it be shot 50 meters away? Are you kidding me? How far can you make the mechanism? Zhou Xiaoduo looked slightly disappointed. He felt that the so-called superclass blacksmith introduced by his old man didn't seem to have any other characteristics other than shaking his head. It had only been 10 minutes, but he had already said, I can't do it, and find someone better, several times. If you can't even do this, how can you be a blacksmith? How can you be worthy of such a high title as a blacksmith? If Wu Taijiang knew what Zhou Xiaoduo was thinking, he would definitely grab the steel furnace in the room and smash it on this kid's head. Let's talk about it after refining all the water out of this kid's head. What you're talking about, even if the entire continent or the entire universe covered the Milky Way, there might not be anyone who can do it. This was purely making things difficult for him. As far as I know, the ox hair needle can only be lethal if it's more than 10 meters away in the entire continent of astral souls. Moreover, it must land on bare skin. Wu Taijiang said weakly. Then set up a mechanism that can shoot at least 10 meters away. Zhou Xiaoduo said, by the way, with the addition of true qi, it can increase the shooting range by quite a bit, right? The mechanism can't be controlled by true qi. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Oh. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little disappointed. He once again called him a useless person in his heart, then asked, what about the cone needle? It's easier to make the cone needle. It can guarantee that it's lethal within 50 meters. Wu Taijiang calculated. If the hammer face is made with a hole, it won't deform under heavy impact, right? Zhou Xiaoduo asked again. It depends on the material. Although the 1000 fantasy gold is good, it can't be deformed unless it's indestructible gold. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Then we'll use indestructible gold for the hammer face. Wu Taijiang said weakly, 1 kilogram of 1000 fantasy gold can only be refined into half a kilogram of indestructible gold. 25 grams is the limit. As long as you can make it, the material is not a problem. Zhou Xiaoduo said generously, we have a lot of material, it's more than enough. More than enough. Wu Taijiang looked at Zhuo Changlu doubtfully. Zhuo Changlu coughed and had to smooth things over for his son. It's more than enough. Little Nan sent some over a few days ago. Wu Taijiang said sympathetically, Little Nan, it's so hard. Zhuo Zhanglu immediately shot him a stern look of warning. He also received an invitation letter that was about to be handed over to Zhuo Zhanglu. Wu Taijiang felt a chill run down his spine. The material is not a problem. It can definitely be used, right? Zuoxiao Duo asked eagerly. It can be used. Wu Taijiang gritted his teeth and said. He could feel that these two hammers were very likely to be the most expensive and luxurious hammers he had ever made in his life. It's good that it can be used. Zuoxiao Duo was beaming with joy. He felt that this blacksmith had some skills. He could barely be considered a competent blacksmith. How many kilograms do you estimate these two hammers to be? The weight must be accurate. The more Wu Taijiang thought about it, the more he felt that there was a big problem. He couldn't help but ask, if it's too small, it won't be able to hold so many things. But if it's too big, it will be too heavy. Using a weapon like a hammer is not as simple as just lifting it and smashing it. No matter how heavy the hammer is in the hands of the user, it must be as light as a feather. This really requires a lot of strength. Especially with your material, the requirements are even higher. Chapter 188. Wu Taijiang said, the density of the 1,000 illusion gold is extremely high, and the imperishable gold extracted from it is even higher. Even if you are a strength-type cultivator, you may not be able to bear it. Especially with your designs, you still need to train in all aspects such as lifting heavy things as light, lifting light things as heavy, and so on. The difficulty is extremely high. This is indeed a problem. Zuoxiao Duo pondered for a moment and said, if I use all my strength now, I can probably lift a weight of about 10,000 jin. Wu Zhejiang's eyes bulged. Later stage of the innate realm? No. Zuoxiao Duo couldn't help but despise this blacksmith for not being able to see through his cultivation. It seemed like this blacksmith was also a cultivation newbie. Martial arts master pinnacle. Wu Taijiang coughed and looked at Zuochanglu with a shocked expression. Didn't you see that this brat is a strength-type cultivator? He has some natural strength, so it's not worth mentioning. Zuochanglu smiled reservedly. It is indeed very ordinary and not worth mentioning. Wu Zhejiang's mouth twitched and he swallowed the words he was about to say. I plan to start using this weapon when I am in the origin alchemy realm or the higher stages of the embryonic breathing realm. Also, I have to keep using it, so it will probably take a long time. Zuoxiao Duo estimated for a moment and said, do you think it's too light if one hammer weighs 4,000 jin? Wu Taijiang was shocked. It's not too light. Then 8,000 jin? Zuoxiao Duo asked himself and immediately denied it. It's already 8,000 jin, so why would I need another 2,000 jin? Wu Taijiang was shocked and said, 10,000 jin? 2 hammers would be 20,000 jin? Zuoxiao Duo rolled his eyes and said, 9,999 pounds. Wu Taijiang was having a toothache. You are already 9,999 jin, so why would you need that 1 jin? Do I need to control it so precisely for you? It has to be easy to dismantle, easy to assemble, easy to operate, and smooth. That includes the hidden weapons inside. It can't be broken after a few uses. As for the chain, think of a way to use it. It has to be tough and sturdy. Zuoxiao Duo finally made his last request. By the way, give me a kitten accessory at the head of the hammer, the kind that looks cute. Zuoxiaonian was furious. What did you say? This time, Zuoxiao Duo was unyielding, which was a rare sight. Yes. Even if you beat me to death, I still want it. In the future, when my hammer shakes the entire continent, it will be called the 99-cat hammer. Zuoxiaonian fumed and was about to explode on the spot. Zuochanglu stopped her. That's fine too. Nian, stop fooling around. Zuoxiaonian angrily stopped what she was doing and said, Dad, you're just siding with your own son. Zuochanglu defended himself. When you wanted to carve the dog, I didn't say anything either, right? I was clearly trying to smooth things over. Why are you siding with your own son? You're still my daughter. While they were talking, Wu Taijiang felt like he had been struck by lightning, one after another. 99-cat hammer? What kind of lousy name was that? Besides, he could already imagine how powerful the hammer was, but he had to carve a kitten on the handle. A cute kitten? It was like rolling thunder, wasn't it? Zuoxiao's face was full of yearning. His eyes were full of reverie. Think about it. When the time comes, I'll be facing thousands of soldiers and horses. I'll stroke the kitten while swinging the hammer. When I'm excited, I'll grab the kitten's tail and throw it out, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. I'll stroke the kitten here and smash the people there. Zuoxiaonian fumed and stepped on him. Zuoxiao Duo nimbly dodged, his eyes shining. Ayaya, this name can't be better. Wu Zhejiang's head was full of thunder. Stroke the kitten while swinging the hammer? This image was too beautiful. But this kitten. These two hammers plus the hollow design. Even if they were made with the densest metal, everything would be made with the best materials. Wu Taijiang said speechlessly, I'm afraid the diameter would be less than 1 meter. Unless such hammers can't be swung once they're swung on the battlefield. They'll definitely be a peerless weapon. Wu Taijiang imagined the scene and trembled all over. He felt his hair stand on end. Trembling, he said, such a weapon, are you sure you want to carve a kitten on it? Zhou Xiaoduo said firmly, this is a prerequisite. There's no room for discussion. We can't miss out on anything but this. Suddenly reminded of something, he said, oh right, the design of the hammer should have a pattern, right? It'd be best if it's a dark phoenix. That'd be even better. Phoenix? Wu Tiejiang's voice changed. You're a man but you want to carve a phoenix on the hammer? Zhou Xiaoduo looked at him strangely. Why are you making such a fuss? Isn't this normal? I'm making a fuss? Wu Taijiang was completely convinced. Okay, I'll do it for you. Where are the materials? What's wrong with this world? Am I, Wu Taijiang, really outdated and about to be eliminated? What were these young people thinking about? I really don't understand. The materials are here. They're all yours. Zhou Xiaoyan handed over the ring in her hand. Wu Taijiang took it and looked at it. He frowned and said, we have enough 1,000 fantasy gold and heavenly witchcraft copper. But the rest? Zhuo Zhanglu answered from the side, Old Wu. Wu Tiejiang's cheeks trembled. Brother Zhua? We're neighbors. We'll take care of each other in the future. Zhuo Changlu said meaningfully, as an uncle you must take care of the children's weapons. We haven't prepared the materials yet, so you'll have to pay for them first. Zhuo Changlu patted Wu Tiejiang's shoulder and said, when we're done we'll settle the accounts together. I'll give you everything together, including your salary. Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. But I. Zhuo Zhanglu replied with a smile, it's just a pair of hammers, a few swords and some scattered concealed weapons. What's the big deal? I know you want to say, forget it. But I can't do that. After all, you've put in a lot of hard work and tiredness. How can I take your hard work for free? Who said forget it? What did I say? Look at how noble you are. You can't take it for free. Wu Tiejiang's face turned red. No, I mean. I know you have it. I know. Zhuo Changlu interrupted. How can a blacksmith be short of materials, don't you think so? Wu Taijiang struggled. But these. I understand. Zhuo Changlu smiled and said, it's settled then. Wu Tiejiang's face turned red. Why? Zhuo Changlu said, after we're done, I'll ask my sister-in-law to cook a few dishes and treat you to a big drink. We're brothers, haha. Wu Tiejiang's complexion turned pale, and he immediately lost his breath. After being stunned for a while, he said weakly, forget about drinking. I'll do my best. Zhuo Changlu said, then I'll leave everything to you, my good brother. Boss, well, you're too kind. It's my duty. Wu Tiejiang's face twisted. He looked at Zhuo Changlu as if he was about to cry. It's my duty. Good brother. Zhuo Changlu patted Wu Tiejiang's shoulder. Let's keep in touch in the future. Wu Taijiang sat down on the chair and muttered, I'm not rich. I wouldn't dare. Zhuo Changlu laughed and said, let's not talk about this. You're being too polite. How many days will it take for your daughter and son to finish the swords? Wu Taijiang did some calculations and said, it's easy to finish the swords. 3 days. I'll finish it in 3 days. It's just that the hammers are more troublesome. Got it. Zhuo Changlu said straightforwardly, then I'll come and get them in 3 days. I'll bring them home directly. These 2 children still need to cultivate. I won't let them come. Sure. Zhuo Changlu said, you two go back and do whatever you need to do. Zhuo Xiaoduo, aren't you still in school? Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head. I took the afternoon off. He looked at his watch. It was not even 2:30. He said, should I go back to school directly? Zhuo Xiaoyan also said obediently, I'll go and find master. Go. Zhuo Zhanglu drove his son and daughter away. Wu Taijiang watched the 2 people disappear. His face was pale and his eyes were red. He felt like he was about to cry. Brother Zhuo, aren't you cheating me? Zhuo Changlu said apologetically, brother, I'm sorry. Now the burden of the whole family is on my shoulders. Even a landlord's house doesn't have any extra food. You don't know how much Xiao Duo can eat in one meal. Your brother Zhuo is so poor that he's about to sell his blood. If you really feel that it's difficult, you can ask your sister-in-law to cook 2 dishes tonight. My wife and I will thank you in person. Go and take care of the shop. Wu Taijiang pushed Zhuo Changlu out. I wouldn't dare to drink or anything like that even if you beat me to death. You go about your business and I'll work. I'll work, okay? Ah, thank you. Zhuchanglu also left. Wu Taijiang sighed until his throat was smoking. He finally accepted his fate and began to work. This is fate. Clink, clink, clink. Blacksmith Wu started to work and his work efficiency was extremely high. After all, there was only one thought in his mind. I have to finish as fast as I can and leave this place as soon as possible. This place is really not a good place. It's too scary. In this city, there's a feeling of fear and trepidation every moment. That meal is definitely not to be eaten. He was sweating profusely when he suddenly felt a shadow flash in front of him. It was Zhuanglu again. He walked leisurely with his hands behind his back. He clicked his tongue and said, "Old Wu, are you busy?" Wu Taijiang could only straighten his back. "Yes, I am." "Well, Old Wu, I thought about it. These are the weapons of the two children." Zhuchanglu frowned and thought for a long time. Then he said with a heavy heart, "You don't have to sign your name." Wu Taijiang's eyes widened. "What? I can't even leave my name on the two divine weapons that I made with my own hands? There should be a limit to your bullying, right?" Chapter 189. Zhuchanglu coughed. "You can sign their names elsewhere, such as on a piece of paper. I'll ask them to keep it and keep it well." Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. "What do you mean?" "This is what I think." Zhuchanglu said, "Do you think these two weapons are unique in this world?" He looked at Wu Taijiang meaningfully. Wu Taijiang's face suddenly changed. He thought for a while and said, "You're so thoughtful. Well, do you understand? If you insist on leaving your name, it will inevitably involve karma." Zhuchanglu said thoughtfully, "If you insist on leaving your name." "I know. I won't leave my name." Wu Taijiang thought it through very clearly. "Your son and daughter are indeed dragons and phoenixes among men, and are blessed by the heavens. But at the same time, they are also accompanied by the heaven-soaring baleful tribulation. Once they reach the nirvana tribulation stage, the road ahead will inevitably be filled with a reign of terror, and it will always accompany them. So I have to admit that you're right. If I were to leave my name behind, just the karmic ties of your son and daughter would implicate me to death. This should indeed be avoided." "You're right." Zhuchanglu nodded slowly. There was a slight worry in his eyes. "Yes, if they can pass the tribulation they'll have a bloody life. Especially Xiao Duo. He's too murderous. His weapon is a lethal weapon. As the person who made the weapon you're already involved in karma. If you leave your name." "That's right. However, as his biological parents I'm afraid this karma. This is what we should bear." Zhuchanglu looked indifferent. "As parents, how can we not bear the karma of our son? Can they pass the tribulation?" Wu Taijiang asked with concern. "I don't know." Zhuchanglu said softly, "Everything depends on their fate." Wu Taijiang lowered his voice and said, "If you do it yourself, Zhua." Zhuchanglu shook his head worriedly. "If I could, I would want to. Unfortunately, I can't do it." Wu Taijiang's face was full of worry when he heard this. He said, "In that case, wouldn't the future of these two little fellows be very uncertain?" Zhuchanglu said quietly, "Originally, only female children would enter the calamity, but now they have the same fate." Wu Taijiang asked, "How are they?" Zhuchanglu looked more and more worried. He muttered, "He's faster than us. Much faster. He's already decaying." Wu Taijiang said in shock, "Even with the strength of you and your wife, you can't suppress him?" Zhuchanglu sighed with melancholy. "He was much more ruthless than the two of us. He actually completely abandoned his memories and even used the aura observation technique to forcefully extract his lifespan. He used an extreme method to take advantage of the situation. At that time we didn't think of this. What we experienced was only the purest mortal tribulation. Later on, what's done can't be undone. The two of us have already restrained each other. We can no longer interfere. Besides, he was earlier than us in the first place. By the time we discovered it, we were already too late. However, his tricks are not the right way." Wu Taijiang said, "I believe that in the future he will no longer be your opponent." Zhuchanglu was silent for a long time. He said, "Now we can only take one step at a time. Both sides are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. So what? In fact, it will take at least a few decades for an official battle. Under such circumstances, can he make a move? No. Both sides are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. No one can make a move." "But you said that he used an extreme method to take advantage of the situation. Do you mean that he will return earlier than the two of you?" That's right. Then how many years can he be ahead of time? Zhuochanglu thought carefully. Perhaps in the next 1 or 2 years he can be free. As for us, we will still be restrained here and cannot move for at least a few decades. Zhuochanglu said solemnly, "This is also one of the most important reasons why I asked you to come here this time." He sighed softly. "The last time Nan Xiaoxiong came, I didn't dare to tell him. That guy has a bad temper." Wu Taijiang gasped. "If that's the case, won't we be in a state of emptiness for a few decades?" "Not to that extent." Zhuochanglu said, "Let the tiger take over." Wu Taijiang murmured, "I'm afraid the tiger can't take it." "I didn't say to let him take over forever. Can't he maintain a balance for more than a decade?" Zhuochanglu frowned and said, "Besides, even if he returns, he used a trick after all. The luck extracted by the heavenly Tao is not small. It will take at least 10 years to make up for it." "In other words, we don't have to consider the first 10 years?" Wu Taijiang asked. "That's right. Even if he reappears in the first 10 years, he will still be blind," Zhuochanglu said with certainty. Wu Taijiang smiled bitterly. "At his level of strength, how big of a difference does it make whether he's blind or not?" "A small difference is enough for the tiger," Zhuochanglu said indifferently. "By the way, did you bring the life-prolonging pill I asked you to bring?" Wu Taijiang said, "I did. How many do you need?" "I brought all 3 of them." "One is enough. Any more and I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. It might even arouse Sky Shaman's vigilance." Zhuochanglu was a little helpless. He said, "Actually, just 1 is enough for Sky Shaman to react. However, it can still be considered normal. Any more and it will be troublesome." "How much lifespan can a life-prolonging pill extend for the blind man?" Wu Taijiang was a little conflicted and also a little distressed. This kind of heaven-grade elixir was actually used to prolong the enemy's life. It was really too unreconciled. However, if he didn't extend his life, he could end the mortal tribulation and return at any time. That would be the start of the real trouble. Based on the basic effects of this elixir, it can extend a normal person's life for at least 1,000 years. However, for this guy, 11 is already the limit. His origin has already been depleted by himself. "That's too cruel," Zhuochanglu said. "That's still 100 years. Isn't that enough?" Wu Taijiang was relieved. "Not enough, not enough. Have you forgotten how that blind man is courting death?" Zhuochanglu was speechless. He used the true spiritual aura observation technique. Anyone who observes aura will have their lifespan extracted. Even if his lifespan is increased by 100 years, it's definitely not enough for him to torture himself for long. 3 to 5 years should be the limit. Wu Taijiang was also speechless. This is really fucking. Can we think of a way to stop him from observing aura? Imprison him? Don't let him come into contact with the outside world. Wu Taijiang suddenly had a strange idea. "What are you thinking? Under the rules of the heavenly Tao, how can we stop him? If we really do that, wouldn't we be telling him that we already knew?" Zhuochanglu rolled his eyes. "If we could really do that, he wouldn't be blind now. Why would he need to use the life-prolonging elixir? I have many ways to make him live 1,000 years. But the problem is, who can withstand the backlash of the heavenly witchcraft?" "That's true. Here's the life-prolonging elixir. 1 is enough. Take the rest back. We can't waste them here," Zhuochanglu said. "Okay." Wu Taijiang wanted to say something but hesitated. "In this Phoenix game now, you must be careful." Wu Taijiang was a little worried. "Your son and daughter are both peerless geniuses. If because of this..." Zhuochanglu was silent for a long time. Then he said, "The heavenly Tao is balanced. The Dragon Phoenix tribulations rely on their own opportunities to pass through. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. I only asked you to come here one after another because of the destiny of his parents. But I can't do anything more than that. We can't interfere with the destiny of the heavenly Tao." Wu Taijiang sighed. "Is difficult really difficult?" He felt that if he were Zhuochanglu, he would be in so much pain that he wanted to die. The Phoenix tribulations come one after another, with each wave higher than the last. Zhuochanglu said indifferently, "This is determined by one's destiny. Step by step, one pushes toward the path of nirvana. It's too common to die halfway. Rumor has it that in the past 30 million years, no one has successfully reached the end of the Phoenix tribulations. The path of the Phoenix tribulations is full of divergent paths. Most of them die on the road ahead, unable to continue. Not to mention that I'm powerless now. Even if I can protect them forever, they won't be phoenixes when they grow up. Zhuochanglu's eyes flashed with sadness. Don't worry, I have a feeling that it'll work this time. Even if no one has succeeded in the Phoenix Tribulation since ancient times, it'll definitely work this time. Wu Taijiang comforted him. I think that kid in your family is a genius. He's really a powerful helper. With his despicable, shameless, and wretched personality, he's willing to use any means possible. Maybe he can reverse the situation and create a miracle. Are you trying to say something nice? Zhuochanglu rolled his eyes. Thinking about Zhuoxiaoduo's temper, he couldn't help but smile warmly. My kid is indeed a huge variable. At the very least, even the two of us didn't expect him to be born. Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded to the extreme. That kid is really your biological son? Isn't he like a girl? That? Zhuochanglu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Wu Taijiang, that's my, Zhuochanglu's, biological son. By blood. Really by blood. Zhuochanglu emphasized several times. Wu Taijiang's eyes widened to the maximum. He suddenly jumped up. How? How is this possible? Zhuochanglu's breathing became rough. He glared at Wu Taijiang fiercely and breathed through his nostrils. Why can't I have a son? Wu Taijiang said in astonishment, but this is clearly impossible. Don't you understand the whole story? Zhuochanglu took a deep breath and said, but it just so happened that we had a son. Wu Taijiang looked like he was struck by lightning. He said, impossible, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Zhuochanglu couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, you fucking. Go hit your iron. At this moment, do-do-do-do. The sound of a walking stick hitting the ground was heard. In the distance, a blind man tapped the ground with a walking stick and walked slowly in the crowd. Well, today's third watch, please vote. Chapter 190. The moment he saw blind Hong, Wu Taijiang's pupils shrank. He immediately turned around to continue forging. His eyes were fixed on blind Hong and his mind was completely focused. Zhuochanglu turned around and walked out of the blacksmith shop. He laughed heartily and said, Old Hong, why did you come here personally? As soon as he walked out of the blacksmith shop, Wu Taijiang immediately closed the door. He really wanted to smash this blind man to death with his hammer. Actually, he really wanted to smash this guy with the surnames Wu. Blind Hong rolled his eyes and coughed a few times. He looked even more senile and said, Boss Swa, do you have the jade of astral souls that I ordered last time? Yes, yes. Come. Zhuochanglu floated blind Hong into the jade of astral souls shop and helped him to sit down. He said, I told you before. You're already so old. Why are you running around alone? Just give me a call and I'll send it to you. Tell me, why didn't you listen to me? Blind Hong tried to catch his breath. He was out of breath and said, Boss Swa, I've been lying at home all this time. It's not because of that. I really don't want to wait for death. Only by going out for a walk can I feel that I'm still alive. Zhuochanglu laughed and said, You're right. Come, old Hong. I happen to have the best tea here. It can help you replenish your vitality. Look at how weak your body is. Blind Hong said gratefully, All these years it's all thanks to Boss Swa's kindness and support. If it weren't for your benevolence and generosity, helping me many times, I'm afraid my old bones would have been buried in the ground for a long time. Zhuochanglu said unhappily, We've been brothers for many years. Don't treat me like an outsider. Come. This is a 700-year-old piece of ginseng. It said that it can prolong your life. He helped blind Hong into his shop and started to brew the tea. After a while, the rich fragrance of ginseng filled the air. Blind Hong sniffed and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. He said in a deep voice, Boss Swa, this ginseng tea of yours is really extraordinary. It must be more than 700 years old, right? Zhuochanglu picked up the teapot and filled the old blind man's cup. Old Hong, you have to take it easy. It's best if you only soak the first cup. Don't spill it and waste my good intentions. Blind Hong grinned with his toothless mouth and said happily, Of course. She reached out her trembling hand to touch the teacup. He touched the teacup, but he touched the other side of the teacup instead of the handle. Blind Hong's trembling end caused the teacup to tilt naturally. With a splash, about a third of the tea spilled out. Ouch! Blind Hong hurriedly brought the remaining 2/3 of the tea to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. Immediately he felt his entire body relax. It was an indescribable comfort. He couldn't help but smack his lips in pity. What a pity. I actually wasted half a cup of this top-grade tea that can replenish vitality. What a waste. Zhuochanglu looked at the spilled tea and sighed helplessly in his heart. It's okay. Come, there's more in the teapot. Boss Sui, your tea. Blind Hong could feel a gentle heat flowing through his entire body, constantly replenishing his body that had already deteriorated to the extreme. Even his broken meridians were beginning to regain their vitality. Moreover, this feeling of being filled with life continued to strengthen, benefiting him continuously. Slowly there was a strange feeling of returning to youth. Your tea. Blind Hong said in shock. Boss Sui, your tea is obviously a peerless treasure. How can I, an old blind man, accept such great kindness? Old Hong, after so many years there aren't many brothers that I can talk to. Moreover, I've always been a loner. Jianghu sighed. You're the only one who keeps in touch with me. We talk a lot, but your body is in such a state. Old Hong, you must take care of your body in the future. Take it as accompanying me and living for a few more days. 2 lines of tears slowly rolled down from Blind Hong's shriveled eyes. He groped and grabbed Wuchanglu's hand. Old Hong. Brother Zhua, it's worth it to have a brother like you in my life. He was trembling. It was obvious that he was really moved. It's a pity that I, Blind Hong, have nothing to repay you with. He thought for a while and felt his body. He drank another cup of tea and slowly felt it. Then he said softly, Old Zhua, this cup of tea has really replenished a lot of my vitality. How about this? When it's convenient for you, let your son and daughter come over. I'll take a look at their lives. This is the only thing I can do for you. Blind Hong wiped his tears and said sincerely, Old Zhua, you're a good man. Your life has been smooth sailing. There's no disaster to speak of. With my little ability, I'm the most powerless when it comes to people like you. However, I heard your son talking the last time I came. That's your son, right? The one who knows physiognomy? Yes, that's my son. That child's body is overflowing with the aura of a genius. However, his life is full of misfortune and calamities. Last time I wanted to take a look at his face. However, I don't have much lifespan left. If I try my best, I'm afraid I'll die before I can take a look at his face. Blind Hong took a few breaths and said, This time, you've made up so much for me. There's a lot left. I'll take a look at his face. If there's anything that can't be avoided, I'll help to think of a way to avoid it. I've revealed too many secrets in my life. I'm destined to have no children and be alone. However, I also know that in a person's life, the person who thinks about the most is none other than his own child. As long as the child can be well, the parents and elders can be at ease. Blind Hong said, Old Zhua, please don't reject me. Zhuchanglu's face twitched. Old Hong, what are you saying? Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. We're already at this age. It's better for us to take care of ourselves first. Blind Hong was displeased. Old Zhua, are you looking down on me? You can give me such a life-prolonging treasure so easily. I'm only taking a small part of it to take a look at our child. What's the value of that? Do you still treat me as a friend? Zhuchanglu's face was full of helplessness. He could only say, Okay. When he comes next time, I'll let you take a look at him. Blind Hong opened his mouth and laughed. He was full of emotions. It's rare to have a true friend in life. It's even rarer to have a true friend who doesn't ask for anything. Old Zhua, you're worth it. I, Blind Hong, have been used by others for so many years. I've been captured and taken to take a look at feng shui and aura. Those people who would care about my lost lifespan. Blind Hong said with grief and indignation, Their lives are their lives. Is my life not also a life? Both of your eyes are blind, but you still won't let me go. Blind Hong grabbed Wuchanglu's hand and said sincerely, You've replenished me with a lot of vitality. It's your kindness. However, the people who are watching me won't let go of this replenishment. It's destined to be consumed. Since it's going to be consumed anyway, why don't we use it on our child? Let's give our child more protection. Zhuchanglu looked up to the sky and sighed. Old Hong, can't we reject them once? Reject. Blind Hong laughed. Old Zhua, the first time I rejected them I lost my left eye. The second time I rejected them I lost my right eye. If I reject them again I'll only be left with this life. It's either I die immediately or I'm at death's door. How do you want me to choose? Since ancient times the only way is to die. Even though I know that I'm at death's door, I still want to live for 2 more years. Although this world is bitter, who would be willing to die when they're not supposed to? How can I be willing to die in peace? Blind Hong spent the entire afternoon in Zhuanglu's shop. The two of them had a heart-to-heart talk for a long time. Next door, Wu Taijiang, who knew the inside story, was sweating profusely as he continued to forge. What the hell is going on? Wu Taijiang muttered to himself. Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan parted ways. He rushed toward Second High alone. He walked out of the commercial street, crossed the main road and entered the pedestrian street. He only needed to cross the pedestrian street and a few small alleys to reach the vicinity of Second High. Although these small alleys couldn't be used by cars, it wasn't a problem for people to walk on them. At this moment there were quite a lot of people on the pedestrian street. It was bustling with activity. Zhuo Duo seemed to be walking slowly but was actually walking very quickly with the crowd for 100 meters. He could already see the small alley between the two buildings. However, at this moment he suddenly sensed something. In front of him, 4 people were walking towards him together. These 4 people were actually wearing retro robes. Their hair was tied up in buns just like the ancient Taoist priests in TV dramas. They were full of rustic charm. One of them carried a long sword on his back, one held a folding fan in his hand, one held a snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand, and the last one held a long string of prayer beads in his hand. The 4 of them talked and laughed along the way. Their faces were natural and unrestrained. What's more, the 4 of them didn't seem out of place as they walked on the pedestrian street. Instead, they exuded a kind of immortal aura that flowed to the outside world. It made people feel that the 4 of them weren't ordinary people at first glance. They should be the legendary Taoist priest. Zhuo Duo was stunned for a moment. Because at the moment he saw these 4 people, a few words suddenly appeared in his mind. Qi Watchers. They must be the so-called Qi Watchers. According to He Yuanyue, Qin Fangyang and Li Chenglong, all the Qi Watchers were like this. Besides, Zhuo Duo quietly felt the aura of these 4 people and came to a conclusion. These 4 people each had very profound strength. How could there be 4 Qi Watchers in Phoenix City at the same time? What were these 4 Qi-gazing warriors here for? Chapter 191. Zhuo heart was filled with doubts and astonishment. Zhuo Duo glanced at them. Not only did he see the aura of these 4 people, but he also saw from their faces that these 4 people had a thick aura of death lingering on their faces. When Zhuo Duo saw these 4 people, they naturally saw Zhuo Duo as well. One of them suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He took a step forward and blocked Zhuo Duo's path. He smiled from ear to ear and said, "Little brother, I see that your face is different from others." Face. Zhuo Duo was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're just a Qi diviner. What face do you know?" Besides, talking about face in front of Master Zhuo was the same as showing off in front of God's secret. How dare you? When this person came over, the other 3 people also looked over. The moment they saw Zhuo Duo, they were all stunned. This youngster's aura was really extraordinary. That aura was far from what an ordinary person could compare to. Could it be that I had just arrived in Phoenix City and was just strolling around the pedestrian street to buy some daily necessities, and I actually met a genius of Phoenix City? Because of this, the 4 people couldn't help but surround him with interest. When the 4 of them moved, Zhuo Duo immediately noticed that there was a surge of aura around him. It seemed that these 4 people not only had extraordinary abilities, but also had bodyguards secretly protecting them. They were definitely not ordinary people. Zhuo Duo stopped and looked at the person in front of him with the innocent eyes of a young boy. He was very confused and said, "This? Taoist? What can I do for you?" The person who stopped Zhuo Duo laughed and said, "Little brother, you're still a student, right? Where do you study?" "I'm a student." Zhuo Duo's face was filled with surprise and curiosity. He blurted out without thinking, "I'm a student of number 1 middle school." "How did you know? How can you tell?" The man squinted his eyes and laughed. "First high school student. What's your name?" "I'm Ting Hao." Zhuo Duo gradually showed some impatience. "Why are you stopping me? What's the matter?" It's fine. Meeting you is fate. I'll give you a few words of warning. This meeting was not in vain." That person smiled and said, "Little brother, I see that your face doesn't look too good recently. I'm afraid that a bloody disaster will befall you in the next few days. Remember to avoid it." Zhuo Duo almost laughed out loud. "So he's a liar." Zhuo Duo snorted and said disdainfully, "Are you going to say, I'll give you some incense money, and you'll help me find the right path to avoid this bloody disaster? There's no need for that. Just be careful." That person smiled faintly and looked at the top of Zhuo Duo's head. He said, "Young man, your luck is not bad. You have a strong aura. I purposely made it clear that I wanted to form good karma with you." "Good karma?" Zhuo Duo snorted and said, "I'll remember your reminder. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." That person laughed and handed over a business card. he said, if you really encounter a bloody disaster, call me at this number. Okay. Zuo Duo took the name card and looked at the four of them with vigilant eyes as if he had encountered a swindler. He slowly moved his body and rushed past them from the side. He ran away like a nimble rabbit. After drilling into the crowd twice, he disappeared without a trace. What's wrong? The other three people looked at the person who stopped Zuo Duo with interest. Brother Feng, what did you see? Brother Feng laughed and said, Brother Jiang, Brother Wei, Brother Yen, what do you think? This young man is energetic and has a bright future. Brother Jiang smiled and said, his green chi has begun to show. He's in the ascendant. His future is promising. Brother Feng, this good karma is formed at the right time. Brother Wei laughed and said, it's a pity that he doesn't believe it. Besides, Brother Feng's way of striking up a conversation is too old-fashioned. Bloody disaster, ha. Why didn't I see that there was a bloody disaster there just now? Brother Feng said coolly, this sort of thing like a bloodbath has always only existed in legends. How can it really be seen? Besides, we're chi-guessing scholars, not fortune-tellers. Then why did you say it? There's a reason why I said it. Brother Feng said confidently, first, this is a martial arts school student and he's a genius. He's the best choice. Second, such a genius must be practicing with each other and going out to do missions every day. As for the so-called bloody calamity, although it can be a body full of cuts and bruises, it can only be a small injury. As long as he suffers the slightest injury during a spar or a mission, it can be said to be a bloody calamity. Isn't it? Besides, I didn't say when he'll be injured. I just said in the near future. Logically speaking, such a martial arts school student will suffer a little injury and bleed a little. It might not happen every day, but in 8 to 10 days, it should happen once or twice. As long as it happens, it means that I can see it accurately. Brother Feng smiled faintly and said, I believe that when the time comes, that kid will naturally come to me. Fuck. The other three people said in unison, you're purely a charlatan. This operation is very. So what if I'm a charlatan? The so-called fortune-telling and trickery that has been passed down for so many years, aren't they all played like this? Chi-guessing has its own origin, but when it comes to fortune-telling, how many people in the whole continent can do it accurately? Is there really such a saying? Brother Feng spoke eloquently, when I see a worried face I say, Aya brother, something bad has happened at home. Seeing a smiling face, oh, congratulations, there's a happy occasion recently. Isn't this a normal operation? How is it a fancy operation? That's right. Let's wait and see if this kid will come back to you. The other three people couldn't help laughing. This kind of deception was really too funny. Zuo Duo left the four of them. As he walked, he looked at his fortune from a shop window on the side of the road. Bloody disaster, my ass, this bastard is just spouting nonsense. He's just fooling me. But these four people are undoubtedly chi-guessing warriors. Moreover, they stopped me because they wanted to form a good relationship with me. This should be true. I believe that any chi-guessing warrior with a small achievement can see that my momentum is strong. Zuo Duo frowned and pondered, however, it's a very bad thing to be seen through by others. Later I have to find a way to hide it. Zuo Duo's mind raced as he suddenly remembered that night when he was on duty with Zuo Xianyan. The loot he got was the breath-concealing technique in his ring. I don't know if that book is useful. These days, because of Zuo Xianyan's matter, he had been so busy that he had forgotten about the book. If he hadn't met the four frauds today, he probably wouldn't have remembered it. That book should be useful for reference. Zuo Duo thought in his heart, that person has been living in seclusion in Phoenix City for so long and has never been discovered. He should have the ability to hide his momentum and cultivation. As for the specific level and how high it is, I don't know, but it should be effective. I'll try it when I get back from school today. Otherwise, when I meet these frauds in the future, they'll come up to talk to me one by one when they see my momentum. It'll be so annoying. People have so many troubles when they're too handsome. Zuo Duo made a turn and entered the alley. He sped all the way to the second high school. It was almost 3 o'clock now, but he could still cultivate in the gravity room for 2.5 hours. Before entering the gravity room, he had to chat with his classmates in class and improve his relationship with them. He had to ask them if they had enough contribution points. He had to show some concern. He could also talk about his troubles and complain. I have too many contribution points. I can't spend them all. I'm so worried. At this moment, the higher-ups of Second High were having a meeting. It was a small meeting and there were no more than 20 people in attendance. However, every one of them was a core figure in Second High. Among them there were only a few form teachers from the key classes. Yes, there was also Qin Fangyang. The person in charge of the meeting was, of course, the old principal, He Yuanyue. When everyone arrived, they were all very respectful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The old principal had not called a meeting in person in Second High for many years. It must be something important to announce. Today I've called everyone here for a very important meeting. He Yuanyue coughed. The old principal's body seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. She was half lying in the wheelchair, and it seemed that she could only lean on the back of the wheelchair to support her neck. Qin Fangyang sat at the back. He felt his heart aching. She was haggard again. Qin Fangyang looked at her from below the stage. There was only endless pain and sadness in his heart. What I'm going to say is very important. How important is it exactly? He Yuanyue smiled and said, it's probably about my entire life. Everything needs to be entrusted to all of you. When everyone heard this, their bodies stiffened subconsciously. What did she mean? He Yuanyue said calmly, I've worked hard for my whole life in Second High, but I've also persevered for my whole life. Recently, my health has been getting worse and worse. I don't think I can hold on for much longer. There's not much time left for me to be conscious. At most, I have 1 year left. He Yuanyue gently raised her hand and looked around, suppressing all the noisy voices. I hope that everyone will be able to quietly listen to me. He Yuanyue said softly, I'm afraid that when I want to make arrangements in the future, I won't be able to speak and I won't be conscious anymore. So, I'll take advantage of today's opportunity to explain all the things that I haven't done, the things that I'm worried about, the things that I'm regretful about, and the things that I hope to do. I'll make arrangements for all of them. Today was the birthday of Alliance Master Mo Luo Ruishang. Happy birthday to him. Chapter 192. Everyone's face was covered with a layer of gloomy clouds. An inexplicable sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire office. The eyes of Hu Ruoyun and many other female teachers immediately turned red, but they still tried their best to hold back their tears, not letting them fall. Qin Fangyang's heart suddenly tightened. My life's work was all in Second High. When I came to Feng City, Second High was in ruins. Under the previous principal's request, I rebuilt Second High from the ruins. I didn't dare to slack off for decades, and finally Second High became what it is today. My life's work. He Yuanyue looked at Li Changjiang and said, Now Li Changjiang has succeeded as the principal. You are diligent and dedicated to your duties. I am assured that Second High will be supported by you in the future. Changjiang will follow the old principal's example and do his best for Second High. Li Changjiang stood up and said almost as if he was making an oath, I will not let Second High be humiliated because of me. Ruoyun can pass on my mantle. He Yuanyue looked up at Hu Ruoyun and said, If I go, Ruoyun can inherit my position in Second High and take good care of Second High for me. Yes. Old principal. Hu Ruoyun choked with sobs. Vice Principal Lu, you helped me stabilize Second High in the past. Now you are helping Changjiang to manage Second High. You have made great contributions. In the future, I still hope that Vice Principal Lu will not forget your original intention and be the same as before. The white-haired Vice Principal Lu stood up calmly, his eyes slightly red. Yes, old principal. The thing I am most concerned about now is the teaching staff of Second High. In recent years we have been infiltrated by the UMNO Alliance. This is a great humiliation. In the future, everyone has to be responsible for recruitment. If there are similar cases, the dedicated leaders can directly turn themselves into Star Shield. He Yuanyue said, In the future we can consider recruiting some of the students who graduated from Second High. After all, they are the children that we have nurtured and trained. They can be trusted. Yes. I hope that all the students who come to Second High will not lose the opportunity to study because of their poor family background. Everyone stood up in unison. Yes. I hope that in the future, the students of Second High School will be more vigilant when they spar with each other inside the school and train outside the school. Try your best to ensure that the students' hearts and minds reach the standards of a warrior before they graduate. Regardless of whether they enter or drop out of school, their hearts and battle experience must be in place. I've seen a lot of cruelty in school, so I'll be able to handle it more easily when I'm in the martial world. The teaching staff must have the heart of a loving mother to guide the students earnestly, and must also have the heart of a strict father to teach the students strictly. Yes. When He Yuanyue said this, she closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. She drank a mouthful of ginseng tea and opened her eyes tiredly. She said, That's all for Second High's matters. Everyone, I hope you won't let me down. I will do my best. Everyone stood up together. Next, there are some personal matters of mine, some regrets, and some unfinished business. It doesn't matter if any of you have the time, or if you have the opportunity, you can help me fulfill my wish. If not, then forget it. He Yuanyue said softly. However, the people below all pricked up their ears. Everyone realized that this was the old principal's dying wish. They must help her fulfill it. In this life, I once had a wish, and that was to set foot on the Umno Alliance's mainland. In the Umno Alliance's mainland, I'll wield my sword and travel everywhere. I'll kill one person in 10 steps, and I won't leave a single trace for 1,000 miles. It's a pity that this wish is too great. I'm destined to not be able to fulfill it. Can be said that this is the biggest regret of my life. He Yuanyue's eyes were filled with tears. Although the Sun Moon Pass is a pass for men, it's a pass for defense. He Yuanyue cannot break into the Umno Alliance's mainland to kill the enemy. This is the regret of my life. Qin Fangyang clenched his fists. He Yuanyue said solemnly, back then I had 3 enemies who caused me to be unable to cultivate. One of them has already been executed, and the other 2 have escaped without a trace. It's also the regret of my life that I can't kill them with my own hands. Qin Fangyang took in a deep breath. Back then, I had an elder brother who was also a peerless genius. His name was He Yijin. Back then at the Sun Moon Pass, the Umno Alliance's plague was rampant, and there was no cure. My elder brother led 300 brothers and broke out of the Sun Moon Pass. They entered the Umno Alliance's territory in search of an antidote. In the end, only 10 out of the 300 survived. My elder brother was not among them. According to the soldiers who returned, my elder brother went missing in the Umno Alliance's mainland. No one knows where he is. My elder brother was the pride of my family, a hot-blooded man. However, he could not return to his hometown in life, and could not return to his homeland in death. I wanted to find him, but I was powerless. This is the regret of my life. Everyone was in an uproar. He Yijin was actually the old principal's elder brother? Legend had it that he was already a cloud transformation realm cultivator. He wore a spotless white robe and led 300 men to break out of the Sun Moon Pass and kill their way into the Umno Alliance. He was He Yijin. He was actually He Yuanyue's elder brother? Everyone couldn't help but respect him. However, Qin Fangyang's eyes revealed an uncertain expression. Yijin? He Yuanyue's elder brother? Elder brother? Qin Fangyang seemed to understand in an instant. It was elder brother, not big brother or elder brother. And I understand now. He Yuanyue have taught for dozens of years. Second high school students can be said to be all over the world. Countless good men of second high school have achieved great things in the Jianghu continent. My heart is filled with joy, but there are still some imperfections. Until now, no one in second high school has been able to shake the world and reach the ranks of the peerless geniuses in the continent. 200 years ago, young Master Blue Blade appeared in the first high school. Today, in just a short 200 years, young Master Blue Blade has become a hero above the cloud transformation realm. Young Master Blue Blade is the pride of the first high school. Although our second high school has gone through many years of hard work and exhaustion, and many talents have emerged, we have never been able to surpass the first high school. This is because of young Master Blue Blade's reputation. He Yuanyue said softly, everyone please take good care of the students. I hope that in the near future our second high school will also have a famous person who can shake the world. If there is such a seedling, I hope that there will be someone who can protect him and help him soar into the sky. Yuanyue many years of a dream. Li Changjiang said softly, Old Principal, the goddess of spiritual thoughts is also considered to be from second high school. It will not be difficult for her to soar into the sky in the future. We will do our best to help her. He Yuanyue shook her head. Spiritual thoughts spent very little time in second high school. Then she entered the Kunlun Taoist sect. She is a genuine member of the Kunlun Taoist sect. Our second high school will not go so far as to forcefully pull the golden face of others onto our own face. She is not a student of second high school, do you understand? Li Changjiang said repeatedly, yes, yes. He Yuanyue sighed softly, 100 years of white hair and a dream, gradually knowing how desolate the world of mortals is. The young ambition is still regretful, looking back, the vicissitudes of life. This seemed to be a poem, but He Yuanyue only read the first 4 lines and did not continue. She sat in silence for a long time and muttered, meeting adjourned. Qin Fangyang walked out of the meeting room in silence. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window outside and looked at the sunset outside. He did not speak for a long time. Stepping on the continent of the Umno Alliance, wielding a sword to travel the world, slaughtering the enemies who violated the border. This wish is the regret of my life. Back then, the two enemies who caused me to be unable to cultivate. I cannot kill them with my own hands. This is the regret of my life. My elder brother He Jian can't return to his hometown in life. He can't return to his homeland in death. This is the regret of my life. Our second high school can produce a signboard. To protect him, to help him soar into the sky, to reach the clouds. He Yuanyue many years of a dream. At this moment, the lake in Qin Fangyang's heart was rising and falling endlessly. His thoughts were surging and it was difficult to stop. I completely know you said all this with only one real intention, and that is to not let me die. You don't want me to go with you, that's all. I know, but how can I let you live in regret for the rest of your life? How can I let you die in peace? After you die, there will be no one in this world who is worthy for me to stay and be attached to. After you die, my heart will follow you. A person whose heart is dead will die even if he lives. You really put a lot of thought into this. You know what I care about the most, and you know what I look forward to the most. You also know that I can't reject any of your requests. Especially. These are the regrets of my life. Chanshan. You're so ruthless. You made my determination to go with you, but it actually wavered. Qin Fangyang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze. He looked at the sunset, but he did not move a single step. Lan walked out of the office and looked at Qin Fangyang's back from afar. From the bottom of her heart, she felt an indescribable sense of desolation. That afternoon, Qin Fangyang did not wait for his students outside the gravity chamber. Zhou Xiaoduo carried weights and moved around in the gravity chamber. He wanted to familiarize himself with the current situation as soon as possible. In just one afternoon, Zhou Xiaoduo had used up 27 pieces of medium-grade Astral Soul's jade. Such a speed was simply inconceivable to him before this. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly feel that the aura within his body was surging and surging. The power of the Flaming Sun Sutra, mixed with the heat that could burn everything, was colliding and surging within his body. The two forces were constantly looking for a chance to break through. In just one afternoon, there were already 3 times when the qi in his body rushed to the Xiantian stage. It was as if Zhou Xiaoduo could break through with just a thought. It was so indescribably easy. It was unimaginably easy. However, Zhou Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and tried his best to force the qi that had reached the Xiantian stage back. He adjusted the qi back to his dantian and continued to flow through his meridians. This method was slightly easier the first and second time. It was not too difficult. However, on the third time the qi was surging like never before. It was almost unstoppable. It was probably during this period that Zhou Xiaoduo continued to absorb the qi. The true origin in his body became more and more abundant. It was getting thicker and thicker. His dantian gradually felt full. Once he started to move, it was like the floodgates of the Yangtze River had been opened. It was unstoppable. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been suppressing the breakthrough, could clearly feel that his dantian was expanding bit by bit. He practiced his fists and legs with all his might. Galaxy step, dragon gate leg, star plucking palm. He exhausted the surging qi in his body. However, as long as he circulated his qi, the true origin would immediately return and fill his dantian. Chapter 193. The speed of his recovery was becoming faster and faster. Therefore, it was more and more difficult to reverse the flow of vital energy. This operation is very similar to suddenly having the urge to fart in a very serious situation in front of a large number of people. Zhou Xiaoduo tried to find joy in his misery as he summed up this feeling. I know that this is the most serious situation. Once I do it, it'll be too embarrassing. I can't let it go, so I try my best to hold it in. Then the qi will be forced back, go around in my body and rush back again. Then I hold it in again. Then it will come back again. Again and again, wave after wave, higher than the previous one. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he was working too hard. But it doesn't seem to be the same thing. If I hold it in for too long, it'll turn into a hiccup. But the true inner force won't have such a change. Also, if I hold it in for too long, once it goes out of control, it'll bring out other things. The true inner force won't bring out other things. Zhou Xiaoduo worked hard, trying to control the flow of the restless Jin Qi as he continued to cultivate. Generally, he would laugh out loud at his own random thoughts. I'm so talented. I can't believe I've thought of such a serious matter of breaking through as a fart. Zhou Xiaoduo held it in 5 times until he finished cultivating in the gravity room. He felt that his dantian had been blown up like a pig's urine bubble. It was full of qi. Yes, true inner force. This was the only time he had done it since he entered the gravity room. Zuo Duo pushed the door open and walked out, sweating profusely. Once he saw the outside air, more sweat gushed out from his hair. He shook his head and countless drops of water fell in all directions. Teacher Gu was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you holding your legs? Are you hurt anywhere? Zuo Xiaoduo's legs were clamped tightly, and he almost moved them out. Ahem, it's nothing. I'm just about to break through. Holding it in a few more times will increase my potential. Zuo Xiaoduo explained with a hollow laugh. Break through to the innate stage? Yes. So you plan to hold it in? Hold it in a few more times? Teacher Gu was taken aback. Could it be that this brat was really a prodigy? Breaking through so soon? Yes. Even if I control myself and don't break through, what does that have to do with you clamping your legs? Teacher Gu frowned and looked at him. You're holding it in and not breaking through, not holding it in and not farting. What you should be doing now is relaxing your whole body. Ha! Zuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Relax. If you clamp your legs like this, it will only make your body more tense and sensitive. Only when your true energy is in a relaxed state can you better control it. Look at you. You look like you have shit all the way to your anus but can't find the toilet. What are you trying to do? Teacher Gu was furious. Do you need to clamp your legs together to hold your breath? Are you taught by Teacher Qin? Zuo Xiaoduo's face twitched. She obediently relaxed her legs and acted as if nothing had happened. She then pretended to jump a few times before she said with relief, Isn't it because I don't have any experience? Instinctively, I thought of the story of how you can't fart during the school assembly. Even someone as thick-skinned as Zuo Xiaoduo felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Teacher Gu gave him a thumbs up. What a talent. As she spoke, she went to open the other doors and dragged Wan Lixio and the others out. As usual, these guys had trained themselves until they were half useless. They couldn't even walk on their own. The 5 of them lay on the ground, panting heavily. Their faces were pale. Teacher Gu came back and looked at the 5 of them. She said in surprise, Not bad. Each of you is on the verge of breaking through. However, you're still some distance away from Zuo controlling your own breakthrough. Long Yuxing lay on the ground and said with difficulty, We will definitely catch up to him. The others didn't even have the strength to nod. They just snorted a few times. They were so tired that they could fall asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. It's understandable that they're sleeping, but why are you still sleeping? Teacher Gu's mind was full of questions. She kicked Li Zhangming. You've been in deep sleep for 5 hours. Why are you still sleeping? Li Zhangming said with difficulty, Teacher Gu. I'm really resting when I'm sleeping now. Sleeping inside is cultivating. It's different. Hee. Teacher Gu rolled her eyes. You're not allowed to sleep. Stand up. Look at how fat you are. You're so careless. The others have trained themselves to death but you're still sleeping. She kicked Li Zhangming mercilessly. She didn't touch the others. She just kept kicking Li Zhangming. Even though they were exhausted, Li Chenglong, Wan Lixio, and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. However, no one was willing to defend Li Zhangming. Teacher, Li Zhangming is cultivating the Great Dream Divine Technique. It's a family technique. Sleeping is cultivating. No one said this sentence. Yes, they wouldn't say it even if they were beaten to death. They just liked to see the little fatty get beaten up. It was pleasing to the eye. Zuo Xiaoduo was obviously getting used to the current situation. He came out a little earlier than the others, so he had recovered some of his energy. He went to get 2 buckets of cold water, grabbed the 5 people by their hair and pushed them into the buckets. He pressed them up and down and bullied them. Okay. Spare me. The 5 of them were in a sorry state. However, they recovered some of their strength with the help of the cold water. They stood up shakily. They looked at each other. Each of them looked like a drowned rat. They laughed together and were full of energy. Zuo Xiaoduo's eyes narrowed. He glanced at the crowd. The moment he saw Long Yuxing, he suddenly frowned. Long Yuxing's face was full of black smoke. Bad luck was on his head. And it was slowly gathering. It was almost tangible. This was a disaster. And it was a great disaster. This was a real disaster of blood. Zuo Xiaoduo's face suddenly became serious. School is over. Wan Lixio shouted happily. Let's go. Wait a moment. Zuo Xiaoduo led the way in front. All of you follow me. Okay. The few of them followed behind. They walked until they were under a tree not far from the classroom. Zuo Xiaoduo said in a deep voice, Li Changming, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, you guys go home. I have some private matters to discuss with Long Yuxing. Li Chenglong opened his mouth but didn't say anything. After a pause he said, okay. He pulled Li Changming and Yu Moyan away. What's the matter? Long Yuxing's matter is our matter. Why are you pulling us away in such a hurry? Yu Moyan and Li Changming expressed their dissatisfaction. Why don't you guys understand? Zhu's meaning behind his words is that he doesn't need us now. Why are you guys so gossipy? Do you think we'll let you go when we need to do something? Li Chenglong said, just wait patiently. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio looked solemn as they watched the three of them walk away. Zhu, is this what you said a few days ago? Yes. Zhu Xiaoduo's face was heavy. Xiaolong, did you go home and tell them what I told you a few days ago? Long Yuxing frowned. When I got home, the first thing I did was to tell my father, my grandfather, and my uncles. But they didn't believe me. They didn't want to move. So, as early as a few days ago, Zhu Xiaoduo told Long Yuxing to remind his family to move to avoid disaster. Long Yuxing had obviously tried very hard, but it was useless. There were usually two situations. One was that people achieved something through hard work, and the other was that no matter how hard they tried, they still didn't achieve the desired result. Similarly, it was all about people. The former was a blessing, but the latter was most likely a tragedy. The black gas between your eyebrows is getting more and more solid. I'm afraid it will come true in the next few days. Today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Zhu Xiaoduo said softly, something big will happen in these 4 days. Long Yuxing, no matter what method you use, you must make your family leave your old house. Make sure that no one is at home in these 4 days. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. What you're going to face is a regional disaster, not a man-made disaster. As long as you hide, you can avoid it. Why don't you hide? Zhu Xiaoduo frowned, expressing his confusion. Long Yuxing was so depressed that he wanted to die. You don't know how stubborn my grandfather and father are. But then again, they haven't seen your ability with their own eyes, so they don't believe in the saying of disaster falling from the sky. Now that the old principal has endorsed me, they still don't believe me? Zhu Xiaoduo's eyes widened. I also used the old principal's endorsement to persuade them, but they just don't believe me. What can I do? Long Yuxing was extremely uncomfortable. I even thought of using force, but with my current strength, even if I use force, I can't do anything. Each of them can easily beat me up. Everyone could see Long Yuxing's powerlessness. Wan Lixio was also anxious at the side. You can't say anything else. I'll give you an effective way. Long Yuxing was overjoyed when he heard this. He said happily, Boss, you have a way. Tell me quickly. Zhu Xiaoduo looked at Wan Lixio. You'll be the one to do it. Wan Lixio was stunned, and then her face turned red. Me? You're the most effective way. You're their future daughter-in-law. Everyone in the old Long family has to give you some face. Zhu Xiaoduo said, you'll think of a way to get everyone to hide and avoid the most dangerous 4 days. Wan Lixio was shy, embarrassed, and anxious. If you want me to step forward, I can do it. But what can I do? Traveling? Zhu Xiaoduo had a flash of inspiration as he thought of his parents. No. Long Yuxing shook his head. I just came back last month. Dinner? Or a party? As Zhu Xiaoduo was talking, he suddenly felt an aura coming from above and then from below. It became more and more turbulent. He subconsciously clamped his legs together and his face twisted. Wait for me. It's coming again. Chapter 194. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio asked with concern, Zhu, is your stomach uncomfortable? Didn't you bring any tissues? No. Zhu Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. I'm holding my breath. Wan Lixio blushed and rolled her eyes. Long Yuxing was also speechless. Are you going to break through again? Can you not make an expression like you have diarrhea when you're guiding your true spirit qi? Well, how many times have you done this? No. You'll know when it's your turn. Zhu Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and squeezed his legs together. He tilted his head and the muscles on his face twitched. After a while, he finally returned to normal. Okay, let's continue. Wan Lixio and Long Yuxing couldn't look at each other anymore. The crisis was over, and Zhu Xiaoduo's mind became flexible. Xiao, why don't you see if you can persuade your father? What? The two families are gathered together. What kind of social gathering is this? Both of your families are related. It's logical to find a reason to make an appointment. Long Yuxing is too young and the elders in the family don't trust him. But if you come forward and persuade your family, the effect will be different. Zhuo Duo said. But even if my father comes forward, he can only invite Long Yuxing and his family. Other than his parents, who else can he invite? Wan Lixio was melancholy. The other uncles and Grandpa Long won't come. There's no excuse to invite all of them, especially Grandpa Long, he's an elder. Then let your grandpa invite them. Zhuo Duo said, you can find any reason. For example, you found a good holiday villa, and the two families can go out and relax for a few days. Isn't this a normal invitation? Wan Lixio rolled her eyes and said, you make it sound so easy. Who is my father? He's the governor of Phoenix City. Phoenix City is in a perilous situation now. Go out and relax for a few days? It's hard to even spare a day of free time. Zhuo Duo knew that Wan Lixio was telling the truth and couldn't help but secretly worry. What kind of method should he think of to transfer this family out? The timing had to be precise. Zhuo Duo steeled his heart and activated the Deva Eye to look at Long Yuxing's face. Long Yuxing. Tomorrow night at midnight, he would encounter the aftermath of a great battle. His clan would be destroyed overnight. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. Zhuo Duo was shocked by the result. So fast. It was fortunate that he had taken a second look. Otherwise, the Long clan would have been finished. Regardless of whether it was Long Yuxing or Wan Lixio, it was impossible for them to decide and take action today. Long Yuxing, I remember that your family's cultivation method is the Silver Dragon Heart technique, which can only be changed after reaching the innate stage, right? Zhuo Duo asked. Yes. Then, do you know the specific characteristics of this cultivation method? Of course it has its special characteristics. It's even very strong. It's said that when one reaches the peak, a silver dragon will appear with one attack. At the final level, millions of silver dragons can appear at the same time. It's earth-shaking and earth-shattering, covering the sun and sky. Long Yuxing coughed and said, but this is what my grandfather told me. I don't know if it's true or not. My family has kept this cultivation method. Until now, it seems that only a certain great-grandfather from many generations ago has practiced to the third level. My grandfather, my father, my uncles. Actually, they haven't been able to officially enter. Long Yuxing was a little embarrassed. They haven't officially entered. It's a bit of a trap. Zhuo Duo muttered to himself. Long Yuxing was a little embarrassed and said, in the younger generation of my family, I'm the only one who has the chance to reach the innate stage before the age of 18. Then I'll try the Silver Dragon Heart technique to see if it fits. The others have already confirmed that they can't. Alas. Zhuo Duo narrowed his eyes and said, you can definitely do it. There's no doubt about that. Definitely? Long Yuxing said in surprise. He now firmly believed in Zhuo Duo's physiognomy. Well, you can definitely do it. By the way, how many levels are there in your family's Silver Dragon Heart technique? Zhuo Duo asked curiously. 12 levels. Cough cough cough. Long Yuxing was extremely embarrassed. 12 levels? Then the most powerful person in your family has only practiced to the third level? Are you kidding? Zhuo Duo was shocked. How useless was that? Cough cough. My great-grandfather is said to have practiced to the peak of the nascent soul grandmaster level. But then he got stuck. Long Yuxing was also very embarrassed. Nascent soul. Grandmaster. Zhuo Duo's eyes almost rolled out of their sockets. In the past generations, the most powerful person was only at the peak of the nascent soul grandmaster level? It had to be said that Master Zhuo was very arrogant now. He dealt with nascent soul cultivators every day and subconsciously thought that nascent soul cultivators were just cabbages that could be found everywhere. Long Yuxing's face turned red and he said angrily, Boss, who is the most powerful person in your family? What level is he at? Zhuo Duo was stunned and murmured, You asked the right question. You have ancestors to talk about. I don't know who my ancestors are. My dad didn't say. Master Zhuo was embarrassed and angry. I'm talking about your family's big matter. Why are you interrupting? Don't you know that people will die if you talk nonsense? Long Wan and the other two rolled their eyes in unison. They didn't know who was the one who interrupted first. Who was the one who couldn't compare. Let's do this and do this and do this and naturally everything will be fine. Zhuo Duo said, Come with me now. We have to hurry up and find something. In any case, before tomorrow's dinner, your family can't stay at home anymore. No matter what, you have to go back in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Long Yuxing was shocked. The great calamity will happen tomorrow night. Yes, it will happen tomorrow night. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly. The three of them hurried out of the school gate. It was already dusk. The three of them rushed directly to Zhuchanglu's Astral Soul stone shop. Zhuchanglu was about to lock the door. Dad. Zhuxiaoduo took the lead and rushed over. Zhuchanglu turned his head. Why are you here? These two are my classmates. Zhuxiaoduo introduced them. Wan Lixio and Long Yuxing bowed respectfully at the same time. Hello, Uncle Zhua. Wan Lixio looked at Zhuchanglu and thought, Zhuxiaoduo's father is so handsome. No wonder Zhuxiaoduo is not ugly. But this kind of calm temperament, this kind of mature demeanor. Why didn't Zhuxiaoduo learn it? What's the matter? Zhuchanglu greeted Wan Lixio and the others, then asked Zhuxiaoduo, tell me what's the matter. Are you interested in something in my shop again? It's like this. We have an urgent matter and need a piece of dragon skin. Zhuxiaoduo said. Dragon skin? Zhuchanglu's eyes widened. This time he was really surprised. Dragon skin? This thing. Do you think your father has it? No, it's fine as long as it's similar. It doesn't matter even if it's fake. Zhuxiaoduo pulled Zhuchanglu to the side and explained everything to him. Zhuchanglu finally understood. This matter can't be delayed, but I really don't have the thing you want. Oh, why don't you understand? It's just an excuse. Say that you found the true dragon's vein or the true dragon's hidden treasure. It's fine as long as it's similar. As long as you can get the whole family to go out and work for the whole night tomorrow, it'll be fine. Zhuxiaoduo simply revealed the whole truth of the matter. Zhuchanglu fell into deep thought. It's not appropriate. This method doesn't solve the root of the problem. The most important thing is that it may not work. Once it's exposed, the Long family's anger is secondary. It's more important that they can't save the lives of the whole family. Zhuchanglu was worthy of being called Zhuxiaoduo's father. He was a wily old fox. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea for his son. You think of a way. Find a few experts and destroy the Long family tonight. Won't that be enough? The whole family doesn't have a place to stay. They can't stay in the ruins, right? Won't everything be solved then? Zhuxiaoduo slapped his forehead. This really woke him up from his stupor. Not bad, not bad. It's much easier to operate this way. Zhuxiaoduo was infinitely regretful. Why didn't I think of this? Dad, you're so smart. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Zhuchanglu snorted and unhurriedly closed the door. He thought, your father has demolished more houses than you have ever seen. This is absolutely not an exaggeration. I'm afraid that I'll still be rich even if it's tens of thousands of times more. Was there a need to think about this kind of thing? Wasn't it just a matter of a slap? He actually had to deal with the dragon skin treasure map, the true dragon's land, and all kinds of complicated things. Why bother thinking about it? Then let's hurry back to the school and find Mr. Qin. He must be familiar with this work. He hasn't done anything yet. Speaking of this kind of rough work, Zhuxiaoduo immediately thought of Qin Fangyang. Mr. Qin was undoubtedly the best choice for a hired thug. After midnight, he directly covered his face and rushed over. I'll give Mr. Qin a call first in case this old man is lonely and goes out to fool around again. The three little fellows ran off like a wisp of smoke. From afar, Zhuxiaoduo's voice could be heard. Dad, I'll be home late for dinner tonight. Remember to leave some food for me. Leave more, I'm starving to death. Zhuchanglu. He's really raising a pig. He's so old but he doesn't know how to eat vegetables. He only knows how to eat and drink from me. Zhuchanglu sighed, but this kid reminded me of a lot of things when he talked about the dragon skin. Zhuchanglu, who was about to lock the door and go home, suddenly turned around and strolled to the blacksmith's door. The clanking of iron inside suddenly stopped. Wu Zhejiang's bronze face stuck out. What's the matter? Nothing. You look tired, so I wanted to ask if you'd like to go home with me for dinner? Zhuchanglu was now a little enthusiastic about treating people to dinner. Wu Zhejiang's face suddenly changed. Brother, I have diarrhea today. I won't disturb you. Monthly subscription and recommendation tickets. Chapter 195. Zhuchanglu leaned against the door and didn't go in. He just smiled and said, Yesterday I went home and told Yuding about it. She was very happy that you could come. She also said that although the eternal gold refined from the 1,000 fantasy gold is good for hammering, it's too obvious and will attract too much attention. It's not good for the child because it's not hidden enough. As for your hammer, the material is actually enough for little duo to make a hammering surface, but she was too embarrassed to say it, so she wanted to treat you to a meal to thank you in person. No problem. Wu Taijiang patted his chest and said, there's no need for a meal for such a small matter. Saying that I thank you in person is too much. Brother, you're looking down on me too much. I'll just use that material for my nephew. It's not a big deal. But his heart was bleeding. That was eternal iron. Eternal iron that was immune to all damage. Compared to the 1000 phantasm gold or even the indestructible gold, this is a top-grade material that is much rarer. How many experts yearn to have a weapon made of eternal iron? I finally managed to find some stock, and you actually want to use it to hammer. With such a big hammer, my stock would at most be enough to handle it. It's really like going back to square one. Well, actually, there's another thing that your sister-in-law wants to tell you. And the chain. It's a hammer that weighs tens of thousands of pounds. Such a thin chain, even if it's made of eternal iron, I'm afraid it's not strong enough. Zhuo Changlu said. Wu Zhejiang's face turned pale and he said eagerly, Brothers, what? Eternal iron is strong enough. Stupid, I'm just trying to save some eternal iron for you. Zhuo Changlu expected better from him and said, Why are you so ungrateful? Wu Taijiang said. Then tell me. Indeed, he was a little reluctant. It would be better if he changed the material. Well, I remember that you once got the tendon of a one-horned divine dragon. I remember that Pomelo gave it to you back then, right? He wanted to use a whip, but I remember that I stopped him. So it was kept. It's been in your hands all this time, right? Am I right? Zhuo Changlu was deep in thought. Wu Taijiang was already dumbfounded and his entire body stiffened. Zhuo Zhanglu said with a gratified look on his face, Well, I'm a man of foresight. I've already thought of this many years ago. You can use the Flood Dragon's tendon and the eternal iron to make the chain. Look, I've saved you a lot of materials. Wu Taijiang was already dumbstruck. After a long while, he quivered and begged, Brothers, what? That's my trump card. What's your trump card? Zhuo Changlu was surprised. When did Pomelo say he was going to give it to you? At that time I kept it. It was originally mine, okay? His expression immediately turned ugly. You want to embezzle my things? Wu Taijiang had the urge to commit suicide on the spot to atone for his sins. How did it become yours? It's been in my ring for so many years and I've never been willing to use it. How did it suddenly become yours? However, I wouldn't dare. That's right. Zhuo Changlu said, That dragon tendon is dozens of feet long. After you've made 2 hammers there will still be 4 or 5 meters left. Brother Zhuo. Wu Taijiang bowed and said with tears in his eyes, Your nephew said that the chain only needs to be 10 meters long. That dragon tendon is 700 feet long, 210 meters long. If you take away 20 meters there should be 190 meters left. Why do I only have 4 or 5 meters left? Zhuo Changlu said angrily, Wu Taijiang, you really want to embezzle. My son clearly said that dozens of meters were enough. Then he sighed. You can make a mechanism in the middle. You can swing it 10 meters or 20 meters or 30 meters. Isn't that enough? Wu Zhejiang's heart ached. How many meters do I need? 50 meters each. A total of 100 meters. I'll leave you 110 meters. That should be enough, right? Zhuo Changlu said angrily, I knew that craftsmen like you usually like to keep good materials from customers. I didn't expect you, Wu Taijiang, to be such a person. Fine, I'll leave you half. Wu Taijiang hung his head dejectedly. Okay. If your nephew wants to use it in the future, he'll come to you for it. Okay. Wu Taijiang made up his mind. After I finish this job, I'll immediately go far away. I'll make sure your family can't find me for the rest of their lives. You want the rest? Dream on. Is there anything else? Wu Zhejiang's face was ugly. Yes. There's more? Wu Zhejiang's eyes bulged. Zhuo Changlu looked embarrassed. He said, Look at your niece's sword. We're only talking about making a sword, but a sword needs a scabbard. Otherwise it won't be beautiful. Besides, a girl carrying a lightsaber doesn't look good, does she? Your sister-in-law remembers that you seem to have obtained the dark vermilion birds. Dark vermilion bird? That was a mythical beast in the legends. It was only 1 level lower than the legendary phoenix. Because of this, the dark vermilion bird had another name, Ice Phoenix. The scabbard made of ice phoenix feathers was not just a matter of beauty. As long as it was worn, it could absorb the power of the ice attribute between heaven and earth at any time and instill it into the body of the owner. Even if it couldn't hold it, it would wash the meridians over and over again to strengthen the meridians. This was undoubtedly a supreme treasure that all ice attribute warriors dreamed of. Countless people only wanted to get an ice phoenix feather and would wake up laughing in their dreams. But here, they wanted to make a scabbard. Wu Chejiang's face twitched. His heart ached to the extreme and his face changed constantly. Why don't we talk after dinner? Let your sister-in-law talk to you personally? Zhuo Changlu said. No problem. Wu Taijiang immediately patted his chest. It's just a scabbard. It won't be used much. I'll make it for my niece. He had already taken out the flood dragon tendons, so he didn't lack this little bit. Anyway, it was a foregone conclusion that he would bleed profusely, so he might as well be straightforward. Brother, you're too kind. Zhuo Changlu was a little regretful. It's a pity that you're too shy. You said that it wouldn't take much effort to have a meal at home. Wu Taijiang laughed bitterly. He didn't dare to open his mouth for fear that he would spit out his gallbladder if he did. Little Bear Nan went to have a meal, and now he was so scared that he ran to the Umno Alliance to stir up trouble. How would I dare to go? I have a small family, a pauper, and small arms and legs. If I really went to eat this meal, I'm afraid. As he thought about it, he shuddered a few times. I can't stay here for long. I won't sleep or cultivate at night. I'll do my best to work. As long as I finish forging these two little guys' weapons, I'll leave immediately. I won't stay for even a quarter of an hour. Hey, your sister-in-law said. Zhuo Changlu said. My sister-in-law. Wu Chejiang's face had turned pale. He stuttered, Brother, my sister-in-law? What else did she say? Your sister-in-law said that the scabbard shouldn't be made too gorgeous. It's not good to be recognized at a glance, right? It'll be robbed. Your niece's cultivation is too weak. Zhuo Zhanglu sighed and said, Your sister-in-law is really worried about her son and daughter. She spoils them too much. Sometimes I can't stand it. I can't stand it even more. Wu Taijiang was cursing in his heart, but he was relieved on the surface. As long as they didn't take anything out, everything was fine. He patted his chest again and said boldly, Brother, go back and tell sister-in-law to relax. I'll take full responsibility for this matter. I've worked for so many years, how can I not think of this? That's good, that's good. Zhuo Changlu said, Then I'll go back and tell sister-in-law that you've agreed to apply a layer of dark magic silver. Thank you, brother. This will solve a big problem. Dark magic silver? Wu Taijiang had difficulty breathing. When did I agree? What did you say? Alas, I'm getting old and my hearing isn't as good as it used to be. It must be because I'm tired. Perhaps I'll have to ask my sister-in-law to help me look after the store. Let me tell you, my sister-in-law is better at doing business than me. Zhuo Zhanglu smiled helplessly. Don't. Wu Chejiang's voice changed. Brother, you're too modest. You're so energetic. How can you be tired? We men can't shoulder everything just because we're tired. We can't let women do it. Wu Taijiang said seriously, It's just a little bit of dark magic silver. It's not that you didn't hear it clearly, it's that I didn't say it clearly. It's my fault. You must tell sister-in-law not to worry. Don't worry. That's good, that's good. Zhuo Changlu nodded and said embarrassedly, Isn't it a little too troublesome? It's too much to ask for, hee. No, it's not troublesome at all. Of course. Wu Taijiang said honestly, Brother, it's not early anymore. Look. I'll go home now. Zhuo Changlu said helplessly, I wanted to ask you out for a drink but you refused. Sai, it's been hard on you. Look, I brought you a bottle of erguoto. I remember that you like to drink it. It's century-old Niuer. Look at this bottle, it's full of royal style. Zhuo Changlu took out a bottle of wine and handed it over. Brother, don't be shy. Take it and drink to your heart's content. I have more here after you've finished. Aya, such good wine. Wu Chejiang's bronze face was trembling. He forced himself to be surprised. How can I accept this? It's okay. We're brothers. Drink as much as you want. I don't dare to promise you anything else, but I have enough good wine. Zhuo Changlu laughed. He thought for a while and left after confirming that there was nothing left. Before he left, he patted Wu Chejiang's shoulder affectionately. Brother, you've worked hard. Wu Taijiang entered the blacksmith shop. He sighed and put the erguoto on the table. He looked at it carefully, unscrewed it and smelled it. He couldn't help but go crazy. Oh my God. It's really an ordinary erguoto. What a loss. If anyone knew that I personally went out to forge, paid the dark devil silver, flood dragon tendons, ice phoenix wings and eternal iron, in exchange for a bottle of 30 yuan erguoto, I reckon those people would go crazy. Chapter 196. Slap. With a slap, he cut off the mouth of the bottle and muttered, "No matter what, this is still a wine from 1 meter higher sky. Just this point alone is enough to comfort me for the rest of my life. I can't waste it." He looked up and the bottle of wine started to gurgle. "What kind of wine is this? It's so fucking disgusting." Wu Taijiang wiped his mouth and muttered to himself after finishing a bottle of wine in one go. "Forget it, I have to hurry up and work. These two swords are about to take shape." Zuo Duo and the others returned to second high like a whirlwind. Qin Fangyang was already waiting at the school gate. "What's the hurry? It's a big matter. We're at our wits' end. We can only rely on you, Teacher Qin." Zuo Duo pulled Qin Fangyang and told him everything. "I can only ask you to tear down Long Yuxing's old house tonight, the kind that doesn't leave anything behind. Not only do you have to tear down everything on the ground, even the basement can't be spared." Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. "Zuo Duo, am I your teacher or your hired thug? Can't you find someone else to do this dirty and tiring work?" As a form teacher, he was going to tear down a student's house? Qin Fangyang felt that he might be the first form teacher in history. Not only was it unprecedented, but it would also be the end of the line. He didn't know whether to call him a legendary form teacher or a weirdo. "Teacher Qin, you have to understand that you're not tearing down a house. You're saving a life," Zuo Duo advised with a sincere face. With a thud, Long Yuxing knelt down. "Teacher Qin, please help me. Please go and tear down my house." Sigh. Qin Fangyang was speechless. "Child, you're begging me to tear down your house and even kneeling in front of me. This is too strange, isn't it? You really saw through it? You're not joking?" Qin Fangyang frowned and looked serious. "Zuo Duo, you can't joke about this. Teacher Qin, just tell me if you believe in my physiognomy." Zuo Duo looked hurt. "Please believe in your students. In the future. If you really become famous, I reckon that with a student like you, the name Qin Fangyang will definitely go down in history." Qin Fangyang sighed. "I can already imagine what the history books will say about me. What about you? Have students all over the world the best and only one?" Zuo Duo's interest was aroused. Best and only one person? He was indeed the only one. The history books must have recorded it like this. Back then, Zuo Duo, a heretical demon whose name shook the world, was known for cheating, stealing food, drinking, whoring, gambling, smoking, and committing all kinds of crimes. His first teacher was said to be Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang observed a moment of silence for his foreseeable future and shook his head with a sigh. Zuo Duo was dumbfounded. Puhahaha, the soul person, the soul person. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu laughed out loud. After receiving Qin Fangyang's promise, Zuo Duo could finally go home and have dinner in peace. However, Teacher Qin actually looked down on me and slandered my clean and righteous name. This is simply unbearable. Zuo Duo was furious. It was probably because of this grievance that she ate an extra bucket of rice in the evening and was ridiculed by Mother Zuo again. During his cultivation at night, Zuo Duo suppressed his innate qi several times. Well, it had only been one day and he had already suppressed it more than 10 times. How many times did he have to suppress it before it would stop? Zuo Duo was also quite melancholy about this. Teacher Qin only said that the more times he suppressed it, the better. However, he didn't say how many times he had to suppress it. Zuo Duo didn't know that Qin Fangyang didn't expect this at all. For an ordinary person, it was already quite rare to be able to suppress it 3 to 5 times before breaking through to the innate realm. Those who could suppress it 8 to 10 times could be considered as geniuses with a bright future in the whole continent. When these people suppressed their breakthrough, they didn't have to suppress it several times a day. After all, suppressing a breakthrough was equivalent to temporarily cutting off the road ahead. They had to reaccumulate spiritual energy, absorb it, cultivate, and consume it. No matter what, it would only happen once every 10 days or half a month, right? At the very least, in the most ideal situation, it would happen once a week. Who would have thought that a freak like Zuo Duo would be able to suppress the opportunity to break through more than 10 times in a single day? If Qin Fangyang knew about this, he would probably tell Zuo Duo that it was time for him to break through and stop causing trouble. However, Qin Fangyang didn't know at all. How could such a terrifying thing happen? What he could think of. He would ask this kid if he felt like breaking through again after a week. Then he would analyze the specific situation. This was a more normal situation. 10 times a day. Not to mention 10 times a day, even if it was 10 times a week, it would still be shocking. It was that very night. In the Jianghu building. 4 figures appeared here as if they had appeared out of thin air. Each of them was wearing a wide robe with big sleeves and had an immortal aura. 4 middle-aged men flew in through the window without asking. Junior sister. The 2 men in the lead smiled and greeted her. Hello, senior sister. The other 2 saluted respectfully. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, 7th junior brother, 5th junior brother, you are all here. Mu Yanyan was pleasantly surprised when she saw them. She only felt that the burden on her shoulders had been lifted a lot. You all came together? That's really great. Senior sister Mu, you greeted eldest senior brother and second senior brother first. That's fine, but when you greeted us, why is 7th junior brother in front of me, 5th junior brother? 5th junior brother was a thin middle-aged man. At this moment he looked dissatisfied. Do you have a problem with me? 5th monkey. Mu Yanyan laughed and scolded, you really don't have a single moment of honesty. If you continue to speak nonsense, see if I don't beat you up. 7th junior brother chuckled. What kind of relationship do I have with senior sister Mu? 5th senior brother, you are far too lacking. Eldest senior brother had a square face with 3 strands of black beard. Smiling, he said, Old 5th, old 7th, don't cause trouble. If your senior sister didn't have a big matter, how could she have called us all here? Second senior brother looked much more serious. His face was almost devoid of flesh and he even looked a little wooden. Clearly he was normally a very serious person. Junior sister Mu, what exactly is the matter? Mu Yanyan smiled and said, let me first hold a welcoming dinner for senior and junior brothers. Let's go, I have already booked a restaurant. I will let you all have a taste of this world. The 4 disciples looked at each other, their hearts filled with suspicion. Junior sister Mu immediately spoke of welcoming them and did not mention anything important. Clearly she had some misgivings? Could it be that in this place they could not even speak? The door opened. Meng Qinyu bounced in. Master, are you going out? Let me send you out. Seeing that there were so many people in the room, she immediately let out a cry of surprise, saying, This? These? Mu Yanyan smiled, then her face sank and scolded with a smile, Naughty. These are your martial uncles and martial uncles. This is eldest martial uncle, this is second martial uncle, this is 5th martial uncle and this is 7th martial uncle. Quickly greet them. Meng Qinyu was given a fright and quickly saluted them one by one. This is the female disciple you accepted in Phoenix City? Sure enough, she is very clever. This is our first meeting. Eldest senior brother laughed and reached into his pocket. Everyone eat first. If there is anything we can talk after eating. Mu Yanyan smiled and said, Qinyu, you go practice first. I have not seen your martial uncles and martial uncles for a long time, so we need to properly chat. Don't be naughty. There will be a greeting gift for you. When your senior sister Nian arrives tomorrow, you too can ask your martial uncles for it. Otherwise, your martial uncles and martial uncles will be embarrassed tomorrow. I will tell you, little girl, your martial uncles and martial uncles all have plenty of good things. Let's see how much you two can pull out tomorrow. Eldest senior brother helplessly smiled and said, looking at this situation, I fear that a large amount of blood will be shed tomorrow. Meng Qinyu leapt up and said, I will immediately tell my senior sister Nian. Goodbye master, goodbye martial uncles. Goodbye martial uncles. Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed out. Clearly she was going to make a call to Zhuxiaoyan. Second senior brother's thin face revealed a trace of doubt. Intentionally or otherwise, he glanced at Mu Yanyan and said, Junior sister, have you prepared some good wine to entertain us? Just follow me, Yizichen said. Mu Yanyan led the way, her face full of joy. Just as they were walking, a ding-dong sound suddenly rang out. A message from Zhuxiaoyan had arrived. Mu Yanyan took out her handphone and looked. Master, I have prepared a new handphone for you. Do you like it? Seeing such an ordinary message, Mu Yanyan's expression changed. She put away her phone and furrowed her brows. Along the way to the hotel, Mu Yanyan asked her senior and junior brothers to order, and then said, I have to make a call. I will be back soon. Junior sister, you are so busy. Eldest senior brother smiled and said, Go, don't tell me. You are in love? Mu Yanyan blushed and said, Senior brother, you are really shameless. She hurried out. High in the sky. Mu Yanyan dialed a new number on her new handphone. On the other side, Zhuxiaoyan also had a new number on her new handphone, so she picked it up. What's the matter? Mu Yanyan asked. Zhuxiaoyan's voice sounded very hurried. Master, just now Xiao Duo read my fortune. He said that my luck has changed again. There is a white tiger coming to my soul. It should be in the southeast. And you are the first to bear the brunt of this disaster, which is a big variable. He himself doesn't know the reason, so he asked me to remind you to be careful. Mu Yanyan's delicate body shook when she heard this, and she almost fell from the clouds. At this moment she really felt that her mind was blank and it was hard for her to control herself. After a long time she said, "I know, I will be careful." Then she hung up the phone. Chapter 197. Mu Yanyan stayed in the clouds high in the sky for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly he hid his figure in the thicker clouds and mist. He covered his face with his hands and slowly squatted down. At this moment, the great grandmaster who had reached the peak of nascent soul and was half a step into the cloud transformation realm looked like a pitiful and helpless little girl. Because of the arrival of her senior and junior brothers, the joy suddenly turned into infinite fear. The white tiger evil spirit was coming from the southeast. After a long time, Mu Yanyan stood up and turned to look in the southeast direction. In the southeast direction. Kunlun's secret land. Kunlun Taoist mountain. Kunlun Taoist sect. Mu Yanyan's face was as pale as paper. Suddenly she looked up at the sky and slowly exhaled. A sigh resounded through the sky. This night, Mu Yanyan showed unprecedented joy and frequently raised her cup to invite the senior and junior brothers who she had not seen for many years. It seemed that she had endless things to say. However, about Zhuxiaonian, Zhuxiaoduo, Fengshui, Phoenix Vein Soul, she did not mention a single word. Junior sister, didn't you say that one of your disciples is about to break through, and during this period of time, you hoped that we would come here to help protect her? Eldest senior brother's square face flashed a trace of doubt. Tell us about the situation. If it is not a serious situation, why do you need so many of us to protect her? Also, junior sister, you value this disciple very much. Mu Yanyan smiled. This child's aptitude is indeed excellent, and she is the successor I have chosen. She deliberated for a moment in her heart and slowly said, but this time, her breakthrough can't be taken lightly. What? I now suspect that my successor is born with a phoenix body. And in Phoenix City, there have always been rumors about the phoenix vein. What's more coincidental is that the scheduled time of her breakthrough is almost the same as the legendary day of the phoenix vein soul cleansing. Mu Yanyan's face was heavy and her voice was heavy, and as far as I know, the 3 sects of the Umno Alliance have already come to Phoenix City. Well, we have already fought many times. In other words, a lot of Umno Alliance elites have gathered in this small town. I suspect that they are here for the Phoenix Pulse Soul. Mu Yanyan looked worried. If I'm alone, I'm not sure at all. Hearing this, the faces of the 4 senior and junior brothers suddenly became heavy. There's actually such a thing. Yes. Mu Yanyan began to explain the situation here in detail. She was neither too optimistic nor too exaggerated. In short, she told him everything that had happened during this period of time without leaving out any details. However, the only thing she didn't mention was the feng shui situation a few days earlier and Zhuxiaoduo's physiognomy supernatural power. Even He Yuanyue only mentioned a few words and didn't say anything else. The faces of eldest senior brother and the other 3 became more and more solemn, gradually becoming as gloomy as water. There really is such a thing. Then the Umno Alliance will definitely not allow someone like Spiritual Sense to successfully break through, let alone the matter of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. Eldest senior brother sighed softly. I'm afraid. This will be a tough battle. Yes, definitely a tough battle. Spiritual Sense's breakthrough this time is already like a bow on the string. It has to be released, but there's no way to counter it. And we naturally can't act rashly and can only passively defend. Mu Yanyan showed a mentally and physically exhausted expression. If you didn't come to help, I really don't know what to do this time. Junior sister, don't worry. Since we're here, we definitely won't let the Umno Alliance succeed. Eldest senior brother said in a low voice. Moreover, Phoenix City is after all a small border city, a small place. Even if the Umno Alliance comes, there won't be too many people, and their overall strength won't be too strong. As long as the city's strength cooperates, there's still a high chance of protecting a little girl to successfully break through. I hope so. Mu Yanyan raised her cup. Today is to wash the dust of senior brother and junior brother. I toast to senior brother and junior brother. Yanyan thanks you here. Dada was also on this night. Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyue met again in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Meng Group's headquarters. This time, Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's faces were heavy, no longer as calm and elegant as before. And in front of them, someone was unfolding the map of Phoenix City. The map in front of them was a projection of the huge Phoenix City, not missing a single detail. Sometimes it was near and far, and sometimes it was near and far. Meng Qintian stood in front of the projection looking at it in a trance. Behind him there were more than 10 people. Among them, the 4 people who had stopped Zuoxiao Duo the other day were among them. There were more than a dozen people, and each of them had an ancient face and a faint aura of Tao. Most of them were wearing long robes, and a few of them were holding compasses, rulers and other things in their hands. Everyone was carefully watching the projection. "Everyone please take a look," Meng Qintian said slowly. "Probably in one night, the mountains on both sides have been secretly moved by someone. The original Wenshui East, with a ribbon around the waist, has now become the Wenshui West. Everyone please take a look. Is there any explanation behind this?" Meng Qintian's handsome face was still calm and elegant, calm and unhurried. More than 10 Qi watchers, each of them put in a serious attitude. Some of them even began to use their hands to draw in the void and began to calculate. Some of them drew lines in the void, their lips moving as they muttered. Meng Tianyue said, "Everyone, please pay more attention because this Wenshui is related to the Feng Shui Lake of our Ning and Meng families. If the water suddenly flows in the opposite direction, will it break the original intention of the Feng Shui?" More than a dozen Feng Shui masters stared at the projection. After a long time, someone finally shook his head with a puzzled expression and said, "The flow of water is against the trend and changed direction. According to Feng Shui common sense, it is indeed an ominous sign. However, after repeated observation, there is no difference from before. Also, there is no sign of Feng Shui related to this." As soon as this person spoke, the others followed suit. "Indeed, I do not feel any influence. The two sides are originally balanced. Going east and going west, the result is the same. There is no difference." "That's right, I also do not feel any mysterious changes in the inside. It doesn't matter." Everyone spoke in unison and said that it did not matter. Meng Qintian's face finally turned gloomy and said, "Everyone, please take a good look again. Just last night I felt unusually uncomfortable. And the source of this discomfort, I feel that there is a change in the two mountains. It is also because of this that I can quickly detect that the water flow has changed." The group of Qi watchers looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. After a while, Brother Feng smiled and said, "Young Master Meng, do not worry. Young Master Meng, you feel that there is something strange. It is probably difficult for us to see through the projection. After all, the projection is just a projection. There is no luck or momentum to speak of. We still need to do a detailed investigation to make a conclusion." He paused and said, "However, in fact, young Master Meng's discomfort may not necessarily be related to the water flow. No matter who it is inevitable that they will feel uncomfortable when they wake up and find that the environment they are used to has changed." Meng Qintian thought and said, "Is it? Could it be that they put in so much effort just to do something useless?" This question made the dozens of Qi watchers look at each other again. They did not know whether to agree or disagree. Yes, to put in so much effort to form such a big change, at least a few nascent soul powerhouses had to be mobilized to change the mountains and rivers, and change the flow to the reverse. Only then could such a change be made in one night. And such a change was actually useless. It really couldn't be justified. Ning Suifeng said, "Let's go over and do a detailed investigation first." Meng Tianyue frowned and said, "Qinan, go on behalf of me." "Yes, father." Meng Qintian agreed and went out with a few Qi watchers and Ning Suifeng. Before Ning Suifeng went out, he suddenly thought of something and stopped at the door. He turned his head and said, "Brother Meng, don't you want to go and see for yourself?" Meng Tianyue smiled and said, "It is enough to have you go. I'm just taking a break. Besides, ever since I was robbed in the sky last time, I have never gone up to the sky." Ning Suifeng shook his head and laughed. You. He jumped and left. Several invisible and traceless auras followed him like a few gusts of cool breeze. For a moment, more than 20 people stood in the sky and looked down. Meng Qintian felt that this place was too close to the headquarters of the Meng's group, so he retreated a bit and moved up another 100 feet. More than a dozen Qi watchers steadied themselves and started to move at the same time. After a long time, Brother Feng was the first to speak. It was obvious that he had the highest status among these people. "It is really strange, but there is no effect." Brother Feng pointed to the front and said, "Look, the building of the Meng's group is located on the line of the earth veins. It is connected to the heavens above and the earth veins below. Fortune comes from all directions and wind blows from all directions. It can be said to be the best feng shui layout." Whether it is gathering wealth, power, or strength, it is easy and successful. It is also where the ancestral tomb of the Ning family is located, forming a yin and a yang. They complement each other. One high and one low, one yin and one yang. It is precisely the gathering of all the fortune of the local area here. As for the mountains in the distance, whether it changes or not, I feel that it has nothing to do with the feng shui layout here. Brother Feng pointed out with an imposing manner. Look, the surroundings of Phoenix City is actually a huge feng shui formation. It has already formed its own system. Whether it is to the east or the west, there is a lot of flowing water. It is endless. As for the Wuxia River, whether it is to the east or the west, it is still a cycle formed by this feng shui formation. The power of feng shui in the entire Phoenix City area has not decreased at all. The rest of the Qi Watchers said in unison and nodded their heads. Brother Feng is right. That's what we think too. Chapter 198. Meng Qintian's face darkened as he looked at them one by one. Slowly he asked, "Is there really no effect? No change at all?" "Yes." Brother Feng said seriously, "Young Master Meng, I can guarantee it with my career." A few of the more experienced ones looked around and said, "At least on the surface, there really isn't any effect." Brother Feng's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Yes, on the surface there is no harm. On a deeper level, the Meng conglomerates and the Ning family's fortunes could be said to be the two central points of the entire Phoenix City. No matter where the luck comes from, it will be attracted to these two families. As long as there is no change in the earth vein, the feng shui of the two families will be as stable as a rock." Then he nodded and said, "Young Master Meng, the one who looked at the feng shui of your two families back then was a great master." The other Qi diviners did not have any doubts about this. They said, "Yes, the one who set up the feng shui for you is a great master of feng shui. There is no doubt about this. In the entire Central Plains, there are not many people who can set up such an excellent and almost indestructible feng shui." "That's right. With the heaven and earth as the layout, the mountains and rivers as the foundation, and the earth as the foundation, yin and yang as the foundation. It's amazing, really amazing. We have always thought highly of ourselves, but after seeing this layout today, we know that there is always someone better than us. We are far inferior." Meng Qintian's eyes relaxed a little, but for some reason he still felt that his heart was heavy, and his heart was not at ease. Ning Suifeng, on the other hand, was relieved. He stroked his beard and smiled. Meng Qintian said, "If we want to break our feng shui, how do we do it? This feng shui has reached perfection. It is not impossible to break this feng shui, but it is too difficult." A Qi diviner who looked to be in his 50s said, "There is a double problem, one internal and one external. Therefore, in my opinion, the backflow of the Wen River is an attempt to break your feng shui array. It is also the external solution that I mentioned. Unfortunately, it is futile and difficult to do." Meng Qintian hurriedly asked, "Master, please enlighten us. What is the key and how to prevent it?" The Qi diviner thought for a while and said, "The most direct way is to eliminate all the mountains on either side. Then, the natural feng shui Phoenix City will be broken, and all the related luck will flow out. Since your families are in Phoenix City, there is no exception. But no one dares to do this method. This was because it involved the fate of millions of people. No matter who did it, they would definitely suffer the most extreme backlash. Absolutely no one can bear the extreme feng shui of the feng shui of feng shui's feng shui, of the generations. Therefore, the person who broke the situation was at best just playing a borderline ball and changing the flow of the water. It is impossible to completely destroy the situation. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason why the feng shui situation was not affected at all." Meng Qintian nodded slowly. He looked into the distance and finally calmed down. He said, "Master, you mentioned the internal and external solution. Even if the external solution cannot be broken, what if it is broken from the inside? It is also impossible to break from the inside. The way to break from the inside is to demolish the entire Meng's headquarters and the Ning family's ancestral tombs, and do both at the same time. But this method is even more difficult than breaking from the outside. Not only will you not allow it, most of the people in Phoenix City will not allow it. Even if the king of the Central Plains comes to demolish it personally, he will not be able to do it. I believe young Master Meng understands this better than anyone." The Qi diviner smiled bitterly and said, "So, this is a feng shui array that no one can break. No matter if it is from the inside or the outside, no one can break it." Meng Qintian murmured, a feng shui array that no one can break. He finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for your guidance. Everyone, if you are sure there are no other problems, let's go to the headquarters for tea. There will be some gifts for you later. Please, don't mind." "Young Master Meng, you are too polite." Everyone smiled and thanked him. Everyone was beaming. Looking at the guards leading the Qi diviners away, Meng Qintian pulled Ning Suifeng and said, "Uncle Ning?" "Yes. I still feel a little uneasy. Since someone did such a big thing, why did he end up with a useless outcome? If it were you or me, we would not be satisfied either, right? So I suspect that there is something fishy about this. If we can't figure it out, I will not be at ease. You see," Meng Qintian said in a low voice, "should we ask Blind Hong to come out and take a look?" Ning Suifeng frowned and thought for a while. He said softly, "Qintian, aren't you worrying too much?" Meng Qintian took a breath and said, "After all, this concerns the foundation of both our families. It is hard to be at ease." Ning Suifeng smiled and said, "Since the feng shui arrays of both our families are not destroyed, it is a great thing. What else is there to be worried about?" Meng Qintian looked at Ning Suifeng in shock. He was speechless in his heart. He should not have discussed with him. He was not even considering the same thing that he smiled and said, "Since Uncle Ning said so, I am relieved." Ning Suifeng laughed and left. He turned around, still smiling, but his eyes were cold. He thought to himself, "Want to swallow it all in one go? The appetite of the Meng family is too big." Then he thought, Meng Qintian is right. After spending so much effort, it is useless. If it were anyone else, they would not be satisfied. If it were me, I would be even more unwilling. There must be something fishy about this. It seems that I have to secretly find Blind Hong and take a look at the ancestral grave. But who is the one in charge of the Meng family group? Why do I feel that Meng Qintian's power is not inferior to Meng Tianyue's? Ning Suifeng laughed and entered the headquarters of the Meng family group. "Brother Meng, we are overthinking this time. It is not a big deal. The feng shui of both our families is impregnable and safe. It is very good." Meng Tianyue was leisurely drinking by himself. He turned his head and said, "Brother Ning, you have worked hard." Almost at the same time, another group of people rushed into the sky. They looked at the aura around Phoenix City. Those Qi Watchers in Phoenix City have been invited by the Meng family and the Ning family. It seems that these two families are still very concerned about their own fate. "Yes, Elder Gu, come and take a look at the influence of the Wenshui flowing west. Or rather, is there any effect on the Phoenix veins?" Almost all the people who came later had their faces covered by the clouds. Only this Elder Gu showed his face clearly because he wanted to observe the situation. His hair was white, but he was hale and hearty. At this moment he was seriously looking at the situation of the mountains and rivers below. His eyes were serious. The change of east and west and the Wenshui flowing in reverse should have a great impact on the inherent feng shui. But why does it look like there is no effect on the surface? It is really strange. Yes, in the south, there is a sudden fire. The fire is very fierce and it is injecting energy into the phoenix veins. As the saying goes, the phoenix is reborn from the fire. But why is there a fire in the south? That is the tail of the phoenix. Speaking of this, the faces of the people who were hidden in the clouds and mist turned ugly. Speaking of this fire, it was really too unexpected. It unexpectedly reached home. Who would have thought that the death of a few students during the trial would trigger a chain reaction and eventually cause such a big matter? It even made use of the blacklist and put the bounty on the top, causing thousands of people to kill them. Originally, at this stage, it was already very strange. It could not be done without money. But in the end, that Xin Yushu really did not know what was wrong with his brain. He set a big fire without any warning and burned down the Phoenix Tail Mountain. And this was also the root cause of the current drastic change. Ignorance is really terrible. Setting a fire. What use was it for a nascent soul stage expert? And for this accident, the people of the Umno Alliance only felt that they were fucked up. After all, the Umno Alliance experts in Phoenix City confirmed this information. Almost collectively, they exploded. They were about to find trouble with Xin Yushu to vent their anger, but they were stunned to see that Xin Yushu had sent his own family's head to the Meng family. And it was cut off. Immediately after, the whole family was uprooted. The whole family was exterminated. Not even a chicken or dog was spared. Not even an inch of grass was left. The actions of the Meng family and the Ning family were so sharp and fast. They were so ruthless and vicious that it was even more extreme than the actions of the Umno Alliance. This was simply fucking a complete mess. They could not even find a target to vent their anger. This matter, cough cough, is really purely a coincidence. It is a pure natural accident. It is not targeted. In the clouds, a voice said with some speechlessness. Fortunately, our previous arrangements were thorough. As far as the current situation is concerned, the impact on the Phoenix vein is not very big. The established plan for the Phoenix pulse spirit can still be carried out according to the original rhythm. Old Gu said lightly, but because of the impact of this fire, the Phoenix vein has increased to a certain extent. So, originally, it was 100% impossible to fly. Now it has become a slight hope to fly. Everyone must not be the slightest bit careless about this. Everyone was speechless. They did not know how many years of arrangements they had made. If it was destroyed by this bastard's fire and buried in a complete accident, it would be really fucked up. They would be so aggrieved that they would vomit blood and die. However, that little hope of taking off is only a little. The reversal of the two mountains did not cause any major changes in the end. It has nothing to do with the grand plan. However, in the following days, we need to keep a close eye on them and see if they have any other tricks up their sleeves. Tricks? What do you mean? Old Gu looked at the mountains and rivers in front of him and said, in addition to the general trend of heaven and earth, Qi Watchers will also use some props to arrange the feng shui. If we are not careful, the other party may still turn the tables. So, we must not take it lightly. After all, most of these props are very small objects. They are not easy to be discovered. Old Ji's words made everyone fall into deep thought. We must ask for monthly votes. Brothers, at the end of the month, give us some. Chapter 199. Then, Elder Gu, can you find these items? I can't. Elder Gu shook his head honestly. I'm ashamed. I'm not at that level yet. Then who can? Someone asked. If it's just us, the scope is too big. Secondly, we're not experts in this field. We don't even know what the target is. It's very possible that the item is right in front of us, but we'll still miss it. Elder Gu thought for a while and said, as far as I know, there are only 3 people in this world who can find it. The first is General Dong Fong of the Sun Moon Pass. The second is Master Dao Zhen of the capital city. The third is the one from the Umno Alliance. The others all smiled bitterly. It was impossible for these 3 people to come. Elder Gu sighed and said, it's a pity that Blind Hong is blind. If his eyes were still intact, he would be able to find it. But he would definitely lose his life. Blind Hong? Someone repeated softly, deep in thought. That night, around 3 o'clock in the morning, a sword light soared into the sky, drawing a mysterious trajectory in the air as it sped toward the Long Manor. It was the quietest moment of the night, so no one noticed this abnormality. And behind this sword light, there was a person shrouded in black. Only a pair of eyes could be seen outside, shining brightly. It's here. In a split second, the sword light shone brilliantly and fell from the sky like a waterfall. Boom boom. The sword light drilled into the ground and then rose from the other side. A huge amount of true yuan exploded. Many of the houses in the Long family's manor, which was only a few dozen mu in size, were sent flying 7 to 8 meters into the air before crashing down with a loud boom. Instantly, they were torn apart. The originally sturdy buildings were turned into ruins in an instant. Who's there? Bastard! Angry shouts were mixed with a series of screams. Dozens of lights soared into the sky from the ruins of the Long Manor. Everyone's face was filled with anger. The black-clothed man in the air snorted. His long sword did not stop and continued to swing. More than 100 sword lights fell in a fan shape and forcefully embedded into the ruins. The few remaining intact houses were also destroyed. With another loud boom, the only remaining basement collapsed, and the entire Long family's manor collapsed. Exclamations, curses, and screams filled the air. In the air, a dozen or so Long family members had already surrounded the black-clothed man and shouted angrily, "Which scoundrel is this? You dare to make an enemy out of my Long family?" The man in black in the air was startled for a moment. His voice was very strange as he called out, "What? Long family? How could it be the Long family?" A vigilant old man from the Long family was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "What do you mean by that? If not for the fact that the other party was a top-notch expert, even if the entire Long clan were to gather all of their manpower and surround him, they would still not be able to kill him." The black-clothed man in the air was clearly astonished. He asked in astonishment, "Is this really the Long family? If it's not the Long family, then where is it?" The old man was furious. "Who exactly are you? The black-clothed man was stunned for a moment before he suddenly said apologetically, "Then I'm really sorry, I found the wrong place." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. It was obvious that he had been disguised. However, this sentence made all of the Long family members so angry that their lungs were swollen. Damn it. Found the wrong place? Found the wrong place to seek revenge? What kind of statement was this? The black-clothed man said, "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that I actually found the wrong target. Forget it, consider it as me forming good karma with the Long family." After saying that, he cupped his hands and turned into a sword light. He soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds at an extremely fast speed. The Long family's old man was so angry that he covered his chest and coughed. The other dozen or so Long family members all stomped their feet and cursed at the sky. They were really crazy with anger. The whole family was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, an unexpected disaster came out of nowhere. The entire courtyard of the old house was razed to the ground in an instant. The house they lived in was turned into broken bricks. Even the bed, wardrobe, and all the other facilities were crushed into powder by a sword. Even the toilet bowl was broken and many safes were split into two. The secret room collapsed, and the basement was completely destroyed. In the end, the person who came said one sentence. "Misunderstanding. They found the wrong person. I'm really sorry. Sorry your head." The most infuriating thing was, consider it as me forming good karma with the Long family? Who the hell wants to form good karma with you? Who the hell are you? Long Yuxing stood in the ruins in his pajamas. He looked at the sky and was excited in his heart. Wow, awesome. He demolished it just like that. It took less than a minute. He's really an almighty. It's too satisfying. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and treat the injured. Old Master Long roared in the air as soon as he regained consciousness. The whole family immediately got busy. After a round of investigation, they were stunned again. Other than a few unlucky people who were hit by the collapsed house, the rest were not injured at all. After all, they were a martial arts family. Even if they were hit, it was not a big deal. The house. None of them can still be lived in. The people are all fine. Long Yuxing's father felt that this result was inconceivable. This is really fucking dog shit luck. That sword light that seemed to want to destroy the heavens and earth plowed back and forth in his house several times, but not a single person was injured? This is a great fortune in misfortune. The old man immediately instructed, "Eldest, second, third, you guys quickly organize people to move your family. Fourth, hurry up and contact the hotel." Everyone moves to the hotel. The few of you put away the things in the treasury and safes. Everyone from your family is not allowed to touch them. Everyone moved to the hotel. The old man's composure was not bad. He did not panic in the face of danger and commanded in an orderly manner. "Father, then." This black-clothed man, the eldest son of the Long family, Long Yuxing's uncle, asked hesitantly. "There's no black-clothed man." The old man glared. "With his cultivation, if he wants to destroy our family, it's really just a matter of raising his hand. Do you still want to take revenge?" He said that it's a misunderstanding, so it's a misunderstanding. If the strong find trouble with us, then it's our bad luck. If he wants to form a good relationship with us, then it's our luck. You're an adult, don't you understand this? But we don't even know who that person is. How can we form a good relationship? Fool, if you know who he is, do you think that our family will still be alive? Seeing that the others were about to speak, the old man waved his hand. This matter is settled. No more talking. Hurry up and get to work. Fifth, after you're done, contact the construction team and ask them to come over and rebuild the house. Yes. The old man floated to the ground and came to Long Yuxing's side. He sighed. Sigh, everything has its own way. Didn't Yuxing's classmates say that our family will be in trouble during this period of time? He asked us to move out and hide. Now it seems that he was right. It's just that we were blinded by lard and didn't accept his kindness. Sigh. The old man was very regretful. Tonight something like this happened. It's tantamount to reminding us that in this world, there are some things that we can choose not to believe, but there are some things that we have to believe. Yuxing. Your grandson is here. Prepare a generous gift tomorrow and send it to your classmate. You must be sincere and sincere. The old man sighed. By the way, ask him if he's still willing to help our family. If we want to rebuild the house, how to do it better. The disciple of the old principal, He Yuanyue, is indeed extraordinary. The old man sighed. His face was full of admiration, but there was also a hint of disappointment. It seemed that after this incident, the old man had changed from a complete distrust of Master's Wa's ability to the point of being a die-hard fan. Long Yuxing opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say no, he thought that it wasn't right and swallowed his words. So, alright, I'll let that guy take advantage of me this time. Since I'm really in danger, it makes sense to give him a thank you gift. However, the truth of the destruction of the house this time must not be leaked out. If his parents and grandfather knew that the person who destroyed his house was actually someone that he had painstakingly begged. Long Yuxing instantly shuddered. If that was the case, then he would basically bid farewell to this magnificent life. Oh, Buddha said, it must not be said, it must not be said. The night in the old Long's house passed by in a hubbub. Make sure to move everything that can be moved away. The old man of the Long family could be said to be once bitten, twice shy. Choose a hotel. Don't stay in the upper floors. Our family will stay there for a year and a half. We'll come back after the reconstruction is done. The stone in Long Yuxing's heart was finally lifted. After everything is settled, Yuxing, you must make an appointment with your classmate. Our family will treat him to a good meal. Let's get to know each other well and thank him. Long Yuxing repeatedly agreed. The sky was bright. God knows how busy all the high-ranking people in Phoenix City were on this day. This day was destined to be an extraordinary day. Phone calls were made one after another. People from all over the country were looking for the qi-gazing technique. They didn't want the most awesome qi-gazing technique, only the most awesome qi-gazing technique. People from the Umno Alliance were looking. People from the Meng family were also looking. People from the Ning family were still looking. There were also a few families who somehow got wind of the news and followed the crowd to look for the qi-gazing technique. As a result, Governor Wan Pingyuan for the first time told his daughter who was about to go to school, Xiao, wait a moment. What's the matter? Well, your classmate. Wan Pingyuan considered his words carefully. Daughter, you must maintain a good relationship with him. If it's convenient, you can bring him home for a meal. Dad also has something to ask. Chapter 200. Wan Lixio blushed and hurriedly said, Dad, what are you talking about? If you want to find Long Yuxing, just tell him directly. Why do you need to consult him? Is he worthy? Bah, I'm not talking about Long Yuxing. I'm talking about that Zhuoxiaoduo, the one known as God Zhuoxiaoduo. Governor Wan rolled his eyes and said, Long Yuxing is such a bastard. Why would I want to see him? I get annoyed when I see him. Wan Lixio rolled her eyes and said, You want to see Zhuoxiaoduo? Why do you want to see him? I'm telling you, Dad, this Sword is really a bitch. You little girl. Wan Pingyuan shouted seriously, They are your classmates and he is your boss. How can you be so rude? You have to be respectful to Master Zhua in the future, do you understand? Wan Lixio was surprised. Dad, what's wrong with you? Do you know what you are talking about? Governor Wan lowered his voice. Your grandpa Long called. A few days ago, Zhuoxiaoduo told Long Yuxing that the Long family was going to encounter a big disaster and suggested to move as soon as possible. But the Long family didn't believe him and didn't move. Guess what happened last night? Wan Lixio understood at once. She held back her laughter and said, What happened? Last night, the Long family was gone. Governor Wan's eyes showed some fear. He lowered his voice and said, It seems that there was some misunderstanding. Anyway, they were flattened by a master with a sword. Fortunately, there were no casualties. This matter is really strange. Wan Lixio's expression was exaggerated. Wow. There was such a thing. Flattened with a sword, are you kidding? How can this be a joke? Look at your expression. Wan Pingyuan lectured his daughter, Your future husband's family was wiped out and you are so excited? You little girl are really. When you marry him in the future, your temper. I have to ask your mother to teach you a good lesson. What kind of temperament is this? Wan Pingyuan lectured Wan Lixio for a long time before he waved his hand and let her go to school. Remember, you must be on good terms with Master Zhua. It will be beneficial. I know. Wan Lixio's voice came from several hundred meters away. It was too terrifying. Once Dad started to blabber on and on, it was simply even more unbearable than Mom. 8 o'clock in the morning. Director Jiang Zhongbin came out of the office feeling refreshed. He grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Hello, teacher. Good morning. He Yuanyua's voice came from the receiver. Big face Jiang, did something happen on your side? Why are you calling me so early? Jiang Zhongbin giggled and said, Teacher, let me tell you a piece of good news. I've managed to borrow 2 people from the Dragon Blood Squad. They're both cloud transformation experts. On the other side, He Yuanyue's voice suddenly became serious. You want to? Teacher, now that things have come to this, I don't want to drag this on any longer. I want to move. We can't allow such a nail to be stuck here forever. Jiang Zhangbin's voice became heavy. Teacher, I want to ask you for help. He Yuanyue's voice was a little hesitant. After a moment she said, no problem. I can send you 2 peak nascent soul transformation cultivators. Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan. Other people can't be used in a battle of this level. If you force yourself to go, I'm afraid you'll only die. These 2 are more than enough. Jiang Zhangbin said, thank you, teacher. Before starting the operation, Zhangbin wants to. I want a trouble teacher to look at the aura so that we can have more confidence. He Yuanyue was silent for a moment and said, let's Wuxiao Duo see it. I don't need to see it. If I see it, there will be too many people paying attention to me from all sides. Wuxiao Duo? Let him see it. Jiang Zhangbin was about to say, can he do it? But He Yuanyue had already hung up the phone. Wuxiao Duo is Wuxiao Duo. Jiang Zhangbin had an almost blind superstition about He Yuanyue. As long as He Yuanyue said it was okay, it must be okay. He happily dialed the number again. Is this Teacher Mu? Hello, I'm Jiang Zhangbin of the Star Shield. Okay. Do you have time later? I want to discuss something with you. Okay. Then I'll wait for you at Star Shield. Teacher Chiu? Do you have time now? I'm Jiang Zhangbin of the Star Shield. Hello. Okay. I'll wait for you at Star Shield. Then he thought for a while and dialed another number. Monkey Son, there's something that you need to help me with today. On the other side, Chief Son of the Martial Arts Bureau frowned. What's the matter? You dare to call me that when you're asking for my help? You're so awesome, big face Jiang. What can't you do? I'm not free. I won't help. I still have the video of the last conference. You were really impressive then. I was convinced by you. You chased the old principal out and sat there as steadily as a mountain. You were like the sun in the sky, calm and composed. I suddenly feel like posting it on my WeChat moments. What's the matter? Just say it. We're all old classmates. I won't help others, but for you, Jiang Zhangbin, I'll go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Brother Jiang, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to do all those useless things? Straightforward. Jiang Zhangbin snapped his fingers. There's an operation tonight. I need a few absolutely reliable experts who can fight. The lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm. How many can you find for me? I can find you a gay tyrant. On the other side, Bureau Chief Sun was anxious. Are you kidding me, big face Jiang? And the lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm? Why don't you say the lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm? Where can I find such a person for you? Do you think the nascent soul transformation realm is cabbage? After Jiang Zhangbin finished speaking, he took the microphone away from his ear. After the other side finished speaking, he said slowly, don't think that I don't know. Your brother came back to visit his family not long ago. He's now in Phoenix City. Your brother, General Sun, is a standard nascent soul transformation realm cultivator. He just came back from the battlefield. Whether it's strength or reliability, he's suitable. Jiang Zhangbin said, otherwise, do you think I'll call you casually? I'm in charge of Star Shield. If I don't even know this, how can I survive? Bureau Chief Sun said angrily, my brother only has 10 days of vacation this time. On the way back he lost 2 days. He just got home the day before yesterday. It's already been 5 days. You still want to work hard? Are you still a human? Jiang Zhangbin begged, Brother Monkey, I'm really in trouble. If there's any other way, I won't call you. Isn't your brother my brother? I don't want to trouble him. But the problem is that I really don't know what to do. You're my brother. Are you going to help me or not? On the other side, Sun Fengho hesitated and said, well, I'll tell my brother later. But I can't guarantee success. Jiang Zhangbin begged again, Brother Monkey, I may die tonight. Bureau Chief Sun scolded, you only know how to take advantage of my sympathy. It's true. Jiang Zhangbin took a deep breath and said seriously, think about it. I've already put aside my face to ask our brother. What kind of trouble would I encounter? This level of battle. Alas, Monkey, I'm going to die soon. Remember to take good care of my mother for me. She's our mother. Bureau Chief Sun finally became serious. Is it really that serious? It's worse than that. Okay. Then I'll go back to my brother now. Bureau Chief Sun sighed and said, Even if I kneel down and kowtow to him, I promise to invite him to you. Okay. Thank you. Jiang Zhangbin put down the phone with a heavy face and then smiled. Wah. I know this guy is easily persuaded. Sure enough, he can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Damn, there's another nascent soul expert. Well, where can I find more experts? The governor's mansion is definitely not possible. The city guards. Forget it. I'm worried. Jiang Zhangbin thought for a long time and finally put down the phone. Forget it, I can't take any more risks. Even if I can't invite anyone, I can make do with my current overall strength. If I blindly look for people and find a spy, I'll be a complete idiot. Jiang Zhangbin frowned and sat on the office chair. In Star Shield there are still 3 nascent soul experts, but I don't dare to use one of them. 11 Inner Core Realm. But these 11 Inner Core Realm experts don't mean much to this battle. Then only 1 high-level nascent soul expert and 1 mid-level nascent soul expert. Plus the 2 that the old principal sent me, 1 from Monkey Sun, 2 from Star Shield, 2 high-level nascent soul experts from the Dragon Blood team, plus Mu Yanyan and Qiu. That's 9 people. With 9 people working together, can't we take down one? As he was thinking, there was a whoosh sound in front of him. Mu Yanyan in white descended from the sky. Bureau Chief Jiang. It's like this. Jiang Zhangbin spoke and exchanged greetings as he took Mu Yanyan to the secret room. There will be others coming in a while. I'll explain the general situation first. This time we're dealing with a Star Lord. Mu Yanyan was shocked when she heard this. Was it necessary to play so big? Star Lord? Was it possible? Why would a Star Lord come to Phoenix City? When? Tonight. Even our own people have just confirmed this time. The other party can't have known earlier. Only then can we ensure that we catch them off guard and succeed in one fell swoop. As soon as Jiang Zhangbin sat down, he said anxiously, Teacher Mu, this time it's very dangerous. I heard that several of your senior and junior brothers came to Phoenix City yesterday? Mu Yanyan was stunned. This. Jiang Zhangbin said sincerely, Teacher Mu for Phoenix City. Please invite your senior and junior brothers to come with us and participate in this grand undertaking. Mu Yanyan suddenly felt embarrassed. Zhou Xiaoyan's warning yesterday sounded in her heart again. There's a white tiger evil spirit coming from the southeast. And for this tribulation you're the first to bear the brunt. This is a big variable. For a moment Mu Yanyan was full of bitterness. That white tiger evil spirit. Was it referring to them? Chapter 201. Mu Yanyan was lost in thought. Last night, after reuniting with her senior and junior fellow apprentices, she didn't find any problems. Everything was the same as before. They were still kind and relaxed. Teacher Mu? Jiang Zhangbin urged. This. Mu Yanyan had a difficult expression on her face as she said, Chief Jiang, I shouldn't have rejected your request, but now I'm afraid that if something happens to my fellow disciples, the plan will be ruined. Hey, what are you talking about? Jiang Zhangbin said, They are all people who have been cultivating in the Kunlun Taoist sect all their lives. How can there be any mistakes? Mu Yanyan was shocked by this sentence. She thought, yes, they are all people who have been cultivating in the Kunlun Taoist sect all their lives. How can there be any mistakes on them? The white tiger evil spirit. Maybe it doesn't mean my senior and junior fellow apprentices. Thinking of this, she inexplicably felt a lot more relaxed and better. There should be other enemies. In the southeast, there may not only be the Kunlun Taoist sect. The southeast is a big place. Teacher Mu. Jiang Zhangbin said, as we all know, the Kunlun Taoist sect and the Umno Alliance are mortal enemies. This time we are dealing with the Umno Alliance. Teacher Mu, no matter what, you have to help me. Mu Yanyan was still weighing in her heart. After a long time, Mu Yanyan gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, Okay. I will tell my senior fellow apprentices later. At the same time, there was a voice quietly in her heart. I can use this battle to confirm whether it is true or not. Although I am sure it is not true and I don't want them to be true, but I'm still worried. If there is any mistake in this battle when Xiaoyan breaks through, there will always be more precautions and it will be safer. Compared with that, Xiaoyan's breakthrough is more important. Of course they are all right, which is the best result. Jiang Zhangbin was overjoyed and said, Thank you, Teacher Mu. I believe that in this way our action will be more foolproof. He counted with his fingers. The number of people he had gathered today had reached 13 nascent soul masters. With such a lineup, he had great confidence in defeating them no matter what. Okay. Jiang Zhangbin said, Then it's decided. We'll start the operation tonight. Not long after, the others arrived one after another. Jiang Zhangbin gave them a brief introduction of today's mission. After that, Jiang Zhangbin gathered everyone together. In order for the big event to go smoothly, let's not move around. Let's wait here for tonight's activity. All right. Everyone was able to see the big picture, so they all agreed readily without any objections. Then, everyone gathered together and began to deduce the battle situation. He deduced every position, every method, and every battle formation. It's not a big problem. Han Song pondered. As long as the information is true, his current cultivation is at most at the beginning of the cloud transformation stage. Reaching the middle of the cloud transformation stage is already a miracle. It shouldn't be a problem if we take him down. Alright. Dusk. Jiang Zhangbin changed into casual clothes, left Star Shield, and went to the governor's mansion. Is Grandmaster Shang here? Jiang Zhangbin asked the guard of the governor manor. Seems to be here. I'm looking for him. Jiang Zhangbin laughed. We haven't had a drink together for a long time. It's been really tiring. Amidst the laughter, he swaggered in. Shang Qingyun was directing a group of guards to deal with the miscellaneous items in the courtyard. She had a thin figure, white hair, and sunken eyes. She looked very haggard. She stood with her hands behind her back, cold and cheerless. Brother Shang. Teacher Shang. Jiang Zhangbin almost ran all the way there and laughed. Busy? Shang Qingyun turned her head, and a smile appeared on her face that looked like an air-dried orange peel. Chief Jiang? Chief Jiang, why are you so free today? After working for so long, I can finally take a break. Jiang Zhangbin's face was full of melancholy. The moment they met, he started to complain. Teacher Shang, Phoenix City is such a small border town. Why are there so many things happening recently? I've been so busy these few days that my head is about to explode. Shang Qingyun smiled faintly as if the wrinkles on her face were pulled. She still had one hand behind her back and said, Which city doesn't have many things to do? Chief Jiang, this is the world of mortals. As long as a person is alive, there will be endless things to do and endless worries to worry about. Elder Shang is right. It's a famous saying. Jiang Zhangbin laughed and said, That's why I'm finally free today. Didn't I rush over? I specially came to ask if the governor is free? Is he free today? The governor seems to have something to do and went out. Shang Qingyun said faintly, I heard. Something happened at the Long family's manor. That's fine. They already said it was a misunderstanding. The Long family can be considered a big deal in our Phoenix City. How can they attract the attention of a soul transformation cultivator? Jiang Zhangbin was a little disappointed. However, the Long family is still the governor's daughter by marriage. I'm afraid they'll have to eat dinner before coming back. Shang Qingyun smiled, I guessed so too. I finally wanted to drink tonight. Coincidentally, the governor isn't here. It seems like the heavens have given Brother Shang a day off. Let's go, follow me. Shang Qingyun frowned and said, This is my duty. How can I go out so easily? Whether the governor is here or not is not an excuse. I can't not do anything. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhangbin laughed and said, Teacher Shang, Brother Shang's duty to KK, let's not talk about it. Anyway, you have to accompany me for a drink tonight. Otherwise, I won't let you go. I really can't. Shang Qingyun's expression didn't change. She said, I have to guard the governor's manor. I can't go out. Chief Jiang, you should find someone else. Jiang Zhangbin sighed and said, I apologize to Brother Shang. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked the governor the moment I arrived. This is all my fault. I should have directly asked Brother Shang out for a drink. Brother Shang is a magnanimous person. Please don't be angry with me. Shang Qingyun was angry. I really didn't mean that. If you didn't mean that, does that mean you agreed? Jiang Zhangbin pulled Shang Qingyun and walked out. I was afraid that I had offended you just now. I didn't even go out for a drink. I used to be quite straightforward. Shang Qingyun was speechless. You didn't do that before. Sigh, who cares if he was straightforward or not? Anyway, Brother Shang, you have to give me some face today. I finally wanted to drink some wine, but there's no one to accompany me. Don't you think this is infuriating? I have prepared 300 years of drunk plum blossom. As Jiang Zhangbin pulled Shang Qingyun out, he yelled, You people, you're all good at work. Don't slack off. Even if you slack off, don't get caught. I've dragged your head chief out for a drink. You're on your own now. Those who need to sleep, go to sleep. Those who need to skip work and go home to see their wives, go see your wives. I can only help you to this point. I can't do more. Shang Qingyun was speechless as she was dragged away. She shook her head and sighed. Chief Jiang, I really have something to do. 300 years of drunk plum blossom. I have prepared 10 bottles. Jiang Zhangbin stopped and raised 4 fingers. Tonight we will only drink 4 bottles. As for the remaining 6 bottles, I will bring them all back for you. What? Do you want? Don't give me that. Let me ask you, am I a good friend? Am I a good friend? Jiang Zhangbin raised his head proudly. Brother Shang, my face is in your hands. Either you give me face or you give me a slap in return. I will turn around and leave immediately. Shang Qingyun was at a loss. Chief Jiang Yu. It's fine, come on. I will turn around and leave with a slap. I will not look for you to drink in the future. Even if you invite me to drink, I will not come. How about it? Let's cut off all ties and never talk to each other again. Jiang Zhangbin stretched out his face. Brother Shang, come. Do you want to fight? If you don't want to fight, then accompany me for a drink. If you fight, then I will slap you. Shang Qingyun finally relented helplessly and smiled bitterly. I have long heard that Chief Jiang of Star Shield is a rascal. I did not expect this rascal to stick to me today. Forget it, let's go, I will accompany you for a drink. Sigh, this is my good brother. Jiang Zhangbin laughed loudly and puffed out his chest. Everyone in front, move aside. What are you looking at? I am talking about you and you and you and you. All of you move aside. The chief executive is out on patrol, whoever he bumps into will be unlucky. Shang Qingyun frowned and followed behind him. Her face was full of helplessness. Keep your voice down. I am happy today, so I must be loud. I will say this even in front of the governor. Jiang Zhangbin looked up and laughed. This life is too bitter, too tiring, too troublesome. When is the best time? It is when to drink. Wine is a treasure that has existed for thousands of years. Brother Shang, do you know why wine is an ancient treasure? Shang Qingyun smiled. I would like to hear Chief Jiang's wise words. Before I drank wine, I was just a small bureau chief. No matter who I saw, I had to nod and bow my head. But I had to do it for you. After drinking wine. Jiang Zhangbin laughed loudly. Don't talk about Star Shield. Phoenix City, Central Plains. Aha, even Astral Souls is mine. Mine. Shang Qingyun finally could not help but laugh. Chief Jiang, you are really a sentimental person. Of course, otherwise, how can I be friends with Brother Shang? Jiang Zhangbin smiled and suddenly became serious. Brother Shang, we have known each other for a long time. What do you think of me when you first met me? What kind of person do you think I, Jiang Zhangbin, am? When we first met. Shang Qingyun could not help but be brought back to her memories. Her gaze was distant as she said. That should be 19 years ago, right? Yes, it was a spring 19 years ago. It was an unusually cold spring and it was snowing. We met in the snow for the first time. When I saw you, I felt that the big brother of my life was here. What about you? Jiang Zhangbin recalled and asked with a smile. Chapter 202. Shang Qingyun's face was a little twisted as she said, I really don't remember the details. I only remember that 19 years ago, a little fatty stood in front of me. Snowflakes were falling and the cold wind was blowing. Then I realized that the top of the little fatty's head was already empty. At that time my eyesight was not good, so I thought. The snowflakes that fell on the little fatty's head did not melt. When I took a closer look, I realized that he was already bald. The smile on Jiang Zhangbin's face suddenly froze. Brother Shang. You. I'm kidding. Shang Qingyun laughed loudly. She finally made a joke of Jiang Zhangbin. She was in a good mood and spoke more. I booked a small restaurant in front. It's a place that I often go to. The food is not bad. Jiang Zhangbin pointed forward and sighed. Brother Shang, I'm such a high-ranking official. It's uncomfortable to go to those high-end places. I can't even take a photo. Besides, it's even more uncomfortable to eat for free. Am I, Jiang Zhangbin, the kind of person who can't afford to eat cheap food? Shang Qingyun's face was calm. She did not comment. Besides, I'm such a high-ranking official. How can I eat for free? Those people are just looking down on me. Jiang Zhangbin snorted and patted his chest. I'm a model of righteousness, a model of self-restraint, and a model of honesty and integrity. Sigh. Shang Qingyun sighed. She felt that this guy was really talkative. So, I just asked someone to book this roadside farmhouse. Jiang Zhangbin whispered into Shang Qingyun's ear. This restaurant is actually opened by my brother-in-law's brother-in-law. Brother Shang, please take care of me in the future. Shang Qingyun was instantly annoyed. She reached out and poked him a few times. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. After all this time, you were waiting for me here? Don't worry about eating here. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the small restaurant. Jiang Zhangbin pushed open the door and walked in. He said in a hoarse voice, Liuzi, how are the dishes? They're ready. They've been ready for a long time. A young man wearing an apron ran out with a smile. Brother Jiang, I've been preparing this meal for 3 days. Bullshit. 3 days ago, I didn't even know that I was coming here to eat. Besides, how can the ingredients you prepared 3 days ago still be fresh? Jiang Zhangbin mercilessly exposed him. Don't try this on me, you brat. I'm telling you, if the dishes tonight taste bad, I'll revoke your license. Oh my. Since you're here, of course it's delicious. The young man laughed and said, if it doesn't taste good, you don't have to revoke my license. You can just kill me and leave them some food to eat. Brat, you only know how to smooth talk. Jiang Zhangbin laughed and said, let's go to the room. Today your brother Jiang is rich and overbearing. I will directly book this small restaurant of yours. Don't receive any other guests. Let me tell you, both of us are experts. If we get drunk and go crazy, the others won't be able to withstand our punches and kicks. This is the truth, don't take it lightly. All right. The young man quickly agreed. Brother Jiang, since you're here, of course I have to serve you wholeheartedly. As for the others, who are they? I don't know you, haha. Get lost. Hurry up and cook. You only know how to be obedient. Jiang Zhangbin laughed and scolded. Shang Qingyun said indifferently, no wonder no one comes to eat in this restaurant. So, you booked the whole place. I must book the whole place if I want to treat Brother Shang to a drink. Jiang Zhangbin patted his chest and laughed, but I'm also considered a big shot. Hee. Moral. Shang Qingyun finally couldn't help but laugh and scold him. She followed Jiang Zhangbin into the room. In fact, the moment Jiang Zhangbin entered the room, he vaguely felt that he seemed to have forgotten something important. But what exactly did he forget? Before Jiang Zhangbin could think about it, Shang Qingyun had already entered. Jiang Zhangbin didn't have time to think about what he had forgotten. He began to serve her attentively to ensure that he didn't reveal any flaws. But that inexplicable feeling in his heart was still lingering. What exactly did I forget? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Jiang Zhangbin suddenly remembered. He slapped his thigh and said involuntarily, it's bad. Shang Qingyun couldn't help but feel puzzled. She looked up and asked, what's bad? Jiang Zhangbin's face was full of regret. He sighed and said, it's bad. He finally remembered what he had forgotten. Previously, in order to be safe, he had asked the old principal to take a look at his qi, hoping to have a rough estimate of the results of this battle. The old principal recommended Wuxia Duo and was full of praise for him. And he had been so busy gathering the manpower for this battle that he didn't even have time to eat. He had forgotten to ask Wuxia Duo to take a look at his qi and physiognomy, that the old principal had clearly reminded him of this several times. He actually forgot. But now he was facing Shang Qingyun. At this time the arrow was already knocked on the bow. How could he not release it? It was too late. I only thought about drinking and forgot that I still have something to deal with in the station. Jiang Zhangbin forced a smile, but it's already so late. I can only forget about it. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Come, Brother Shang, let's have another round. But he was still sighing in his heart. What should he do about this? Suddenly he felt uneasy. Just as Shang Qingyun and Jiang Zhangbin began to drink, Zhu Xiaoduo's family also started to eat. Sister Nian, did you remind Teacher Mu? Yes, I did. I said it several times. Well, that's good. Although the unexpected disaster is not light, as long as we avoid it in advance, we can turn the misfortune into a blessing. Zhu Xiaoduo grabbed a steamed bun and chewed like a hungry ghost. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yuding had only picked up some food with her chopsticks. She didn't even have time to swallow it. Zhu Changlu was still savoring the taste of the wine in his throat. Zhu Xiaoduo had already eaten 12 steamed buns. Zhu Xiaonian's eyes curved into crescents, and he only had one thought in his mind. Zhu Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other, speechless. They could only sigh softly. In the future, the two of us will be professional pig farmers. Wu Yuding brought over another bowl of steamed buns for her son, shaking her head and sighing. Yuding, you think too highly of pigs. Zhuo squinted. Pigs, how can they eat so much? Haha. Zhuo finally couldn't help laughing out loud. And at this moment Zhuo expression suddenly changed. His legs were tightly clamped together, and his entire body was unnaturally stiff. His eyes were bulging out, and his two hands were pressing down on the table. The steamed bun in his mouth was so big that his cheeks were like a toad. He couldn't even chew. What's wrong? Wu Yuding was shocked when she saw this and blurted out. Zhuo's expression was very strange. His brows were tightly knitted. He seemed to want to say something, but his mouth was full of steamed buns. He couldn't speak for a long time. This isn't sudden diarrhea, is it? Wu Yuding was surprised and then said, Zhuo, I'm telling you, if you really have diarrhea, go to the toilet quickly. Don't disgust people at the dinner table. Zhuo became more and more overjoyed. She was about to laugh. Zhuo maintained this strange posture for a full half a minute. Finally he relaxed a little. He chewed the steamed bun in his mouth and swallowed it with difficulty. Then he said, what a trap. That nuisance came suddenly again without any warning. How can I be on guard? Wu Yuding and Zhuo faces immediately became interesting when they heard this. Zhuo face was red, but it wasn't appropriate to hit him at this moment. She could only roll her eyes and look at them one by one. She said, are you controlling your genuine qi to not break through the bridge of heaven and earth? Are you stimulating your dantian? Yes. That feeling was still coming in waves. Zhuo was already having a hard time holding on, but he was still very hungry. He could only grab the steamed bun and chew it slowly. One steamed bun could be eaten in more than 20 seconds. This eating speed was still very fast for ordinary people, but for Zhuo, it was definitely the slowest eating speed in his history of eating. It was definitely the first time. How many times has it been? Zhuo asked curiously. I don't remember the exact number, but it has been more than 10 times. Zhuo looked at his arm. He could feel that his dantian had turned into a balloon that could explode at any time. All the meridians in his body seemed to be swollen. However, from the outside there was still nothing strange about it. More than 10 times. Zhuo said thoughtfully. Sister, how many times did you hold it in at that time? Zhuo asked as he struggled with the genuine qi in his body and ate. At that time Zhuo rolled her eyes and said, many times. I don't remember the exact number. Who would remember that for no reason? Many times. Zhuo instinctively understood that it was far more than the number of times he was doing now. He couldn't help but work harder. I'm already so far behind Yan Mai. If I can't even surpass her in this, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with her in the future. Teacher Qin had repeatedly said that the more innate meridians unblocking, the better it would be for the body, and the more foundation one would accumulate. As he thought of this, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared and suppressed all the agitated spiritual qi back into his dantian. The moment this torment came to an end, Zhuo suddenly felt relaxed. He grabbed the steamed bun again and ate it crazily. His eating speed was even faster than before. Zhuo's eyes were curved as she held a bowl of porridge. She was eating the porridge one spoonful at a time. A few strands of hair fell down, reflecting on her delicate and almost transparent cheeks. She stared at the porridge and thought to herself, I'm not going to tell him that I only suppressed it 7 or 8 times in total. Let this kid hold it in. Anyway, the longer he holds it in, the better. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Thank you very much. Chapter 203. By the way, Nyan Cat, have you reached the breakthrough point? Zhuo asked. I reached it a long time ago. I reached it a few months ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have planned to break through earlier. Zhuo was a little distressed. In the past few months, every time my vital qi surged to break through, it would mysteriously end without any effect and then return to my dantian. Zhuo looked at Zhuo and smiled. Mine is much easier than yours. Because I don't need to control it at all, it will return to my dantian on its own. Then, the capacity of my dantian will naturally expand due to the counterforce. Waiting for the next breakthrough, I will hone it again and again, endlessly and continuously. Zhuo said enviously, you are at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. Do you still need to accumulate so much to break through to the origin elixir realm? How many times have you broken through now? Not many. Zhou Xiaoyan smiled. In the past few months, I have only broken through about 20 times. When I can really break through, it will probably be about 40 times. 40 times. Hearing this number, Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. For a moment, he was so envious that his eyes turned blue. She didn't need to control it at all and was naturally suppressed by the Phoenix Meridian. Compared to him, it was more than 100,000 times easier. What's more, every time they failed to break through, their true Yuan Qi would return to their Dantian and directly enter the next primitive accumulation. Unlike him, every time he drove his true Yuan Qi back, it was so difficult that it was as if he wanted to poop his pants. If that was the case, when Zhou Xiaoyan really broke through to the origin elixir realm, she would immediately have the combat power to fight against some nascent soul transformation practitioners. This was simply cheating. Not only Zhou Xiaoduo, but even Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu secretly exchanged glances when they heard this. Practitioners before the embryonic breathing realm were only afraid that their progress in breaking through would not be fast enough. Most of them, as long as they had the chance to break through, would break through in one go regardless of anything else. Who would think of accumulating? Even if there were such peerless geniuses, they would only accumulate 3 to 5 times under the care of their masters and elders. They would always worry about delaying their own progress and would continue to work on breaking through. Someone like Zhou Xiaoyan, who had actually accumulated the strength to break through the Dan primordial core in the embryonic breathing realm, had never been seen or heard of before. Is this the effect of the power of heaven and earth? Zhuo Changlu's face was calm as if he didn't understand, but the shock in his heart was like a stormy sea. Wu Yuding's self-control was slightly weaker, but the shock in her eyes could not be concealed. After being glared at by Zhuo Changlu, she came to her senses and hurriedly restrained herself. However, she immediately felt indignant. She grabbed her spoon and pointed it at Zhuo Changlu. "Why did you glare at me just now?" Zhuo Changlu looked up. "You glanced at me just now." Wu Yuding glared at him. "I was wrong." Zhuo Changlu readily admitted his mistake and raised his hands in surrender. "I'll buy you a bag tomorrow." While Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan did not feel anything strange, they were still choked by this sudden display of affection. Zhou Xiaoduo was still afraid that the feeling of breaking through would come again, so he tried his best to increase his eating speed. Naturally, he no longer cared about his manners and stuffed the steamed buns into his mouth one after another. After eating a total of 70 steamed buns, Zhou Xiaoduo reached out his hand to grab more. He realized that he had already eaten a lot of steamed buns, so he still cherished the steamed buns on the steamer and ate them. He picked up the bowl of soup, raised his head, and ate that. It was a pity that he still didn't feel full even after eating for a while. Zhou Xiaoyan sighed and pulled out half a gazelle from the space ring again. "Here." He. Zhou Xiaoduo cheered and took the gazelle. With one bite, half of the gazelle's but was gone. Zhuo Changlu looked melancholy. He said to Wu Yuding, "Buy 2 more stoves tomorrow. I'll also buy 2 big pots and steamers for steaming steamed buns." Wu Yuding nodded silently. "Also buy 30 to 40 bags of flour. It'll be enough to last us for half a month." Zhuo Changlu nodded. He sighed softly. With this appetite, if he keeps eating like this for the rest of his life, I'm afraid that even Meng Tianyue would go bankrupt because of him. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Changlu innocently and said, "Dad, you're exaggerating. I can only eat a little. It's not that bad." Eat as much as you can." Zhuo Changlu patted his son's shoulder and said lovingly, "Son, if you can really eat until I go bankrupt, I think the astral souls will sink." "Dad is mighty. Awesome Kalas." Zhuo Xiaoduo flattered him at the right time. Zhuo Xiaoyan chuckled. After eating half of the gazelle, Zhuo Xiaoduo stroked his stomach comfortably and leaned back in his chair. He said contentedly, "I'm finally full for once. Sister Nian Yin, how can you keep eating your own food? You have so many suitors, haven't you treated them recently?" This guy was obviously thinking about freeloading. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan's face suddenly became serious. She revealed her sharp canine teeth and said, "Damn it. I'm just saying. I don't mean anything else. I really don't." Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately admitted defeat. His cowardice was so logical and natural. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, that very strange feeling rushed over him again like a tsunami. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body immediately stiffened. His eyes bulged and his legs almost instinctively clamped together. His whole body once again straightened in the chair and stopped moving. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Xiaoyan was overjoyed when she saw this. She laughed for a long time. While laughing, she suddenly felt inexplicably flustered. Her right eyelid twitched violently and kept twitching. Zhou Xiaoyan didn't know why this happened. Her face changed greatly. Zhou Changlu couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Yener? What's wrong? Zhou Xiaoyan murmured, I don't know what's going on. I suddenly felt inexplicably flustered. My heart felt uncomfortable. My right eyelid kept twitching. This has never happened before. This is telepathy? Zhou Changlu's eyes suddenly widened. Xiao Duo. Zhou Changlu shouted, hurry up and take a look at your sister Nian. For the entire day, Zhou Xiaoduo had been fighting with the true Yuan Qi in his body almost all the time. It was so hard that he wanted to die. At this critical moment, the spirit Qi in his body surged endlessly. Zhou Xiaoduo pushed back wave after wave with great difficulty. What kind of feeling was that? It was as if a mountain-like tide was rushing towards a dam that was completely made up of loose sand. It couldn't stop the water. As long as it reached the dam would definitely collapse. What Zhou Xiaoduo had to do now was to push back all the tide. He didn't dare to be negligent at all. At this moment, when he heard Zhou Changlu's words, Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head with difficulty and said word by word, Dad. It's okay. I read Sister Nian's face every morning. When he turned his head and saw Zhou Xiaoyan's face, he was shocked by what he saw. Fuck. The black gas on Zhou Xiaoyan's face had condensed into a shape. Her face was so ugly that it had never been seen before. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked and his state of mind suddenly changed. He pushed back the surging true yuan and stood up abruptly. What's going on? Where did this murderous aura come from? Zhou Xiaoyan said blankly, murderous aura? Meh. It's not you. Zhou Xiaoduo said flatly, it should be the people closest to you. But the people closest to you are all here. Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head to look at Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding and found that the two were fine. They were still as peaceful as ever. He rushed to the mirror to look at his face and was shocked to find that his face was exactly the same as Zhou Xiaoyan's. The black gas had almost condensed into a solid form. This was clearly a sign that a disaster was about to befall one's loved ones. But all of his loved ones were here. Then, who else could it be? Zhou Xiaoduo's brain was working to the extreme at this moment. He immediately listed out the candidates, Hu Ruoyun, Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue. One of the three must be in trouble. Something big must happen. And the closest person to Zhou Xiaoyan besides her family could only be Mu Yanyan. But if they were in trouble at the same time, Hu Ruoyun's cultivation was obviously far from the level of being in trouble together with Mu Yanyan. Then there was only one person left, Qin Fangyang. In just 1 second Zhou Xiaoduo figured it out. It's Teacher Qin and Teacher Mu who are in trouble. Zhou Xiaoduo turned to look at Zhou Xiaoyan. Didn't you inform Teacher Mu? The white tiger evil spirit came from the southeast. How could something happen? Zhou Xiaoyan was flustered. You've already informed them. You've really informed them. I could hear the sadness and panic in Master's voice at that time. That kind of helplessness was real. He must have realized something. How could? No. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately called Qin Fangyang. But the number was dialed, but there was no signal. Zhou Xiaoyan also immediately called Mu Yanyan. But no matter the new number or the original number, she couldn't get through. I'll go out and take a look. Stop. You're not allowed to go. Zhou Xiaoduo roared. The situation now is that both of them are in danger. Even they can't deal with the crisis. With your cultivation you'll just die if you go. You won't be of any help. He anxiously paced back and forth in the room like a trapped beast. How could this happen? How could such a crisis suddenly happen? That's completely impossible. There were no signs at all. I just separated from Teacher Qin yesterday. Even if it was an emergency, I should have seen some clues. How could I not see it at all? Could it be that this emergency involves someone who is far beyond the scope of my ability to read faces? But such a person. Where in Phoenix City can there be such a person? Who else? Whose cultivation is much higher than Teacher Mu and Teacher Qin's, and who is in Phoenix City? Then now the only thing I can do is to ask for help. Zhou Xiaoduo was like an ant on a hot pan. He hurriedly called He Yuanyue. The only master he could think of now was Sister Lan, who was by He Yuanyue's side, who could help. Chapter 204. Grandma He, is Grandma Lan here? Zhou Xiaoduo's voice was extremely urgent. She's not here. She went out with Qin Fangyang to do something. He Yuanyue heard Zhou Xiaoduo's tone and immediately responded, giving him more detailed information. It's over. Since Sister Lan was with Qin Fangyang, it was certain that he couldn't get through to her phone. He Yuanyue asked anxiously, "What's the matter?" "The situation is very wrong now." "No, it's extremely dangerous." Zhou Xiaoduo asked, "What are they doing?" Yuanyue straightened up in shock. "What are they doing? You don't know?" "Should I know?" Zhou Xiaoduo was also shocked. "No one came to you today?" He Yuanyue's voice changed. "No." Zhou Xiaoduo asked anxiously, "What's going on? Why did it change so much?" "If you don't know what's going on, why did you call me?" "I saw Sister Nian Yan's face just now. Suddenly a black aura rushed to my head. The people closest to my master are about to die. So." He Yuanyue hung up and fell to the ground silently. "It's over." He Yuanyue struggled to stand up, but fell to the ground with a thud. Tears flowed out of her eyes. "It's over." If Sister Lan, Teacher Qin, Teacher Mu, and the others are working together and their lives are in danger at the same time. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression was extremely serious. "Then in Phoenix City, who else can help?" "There's no one else." Zhou Xiaoyan's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with panic. "Then what should we do?" Zhou Xiaoduo pulled his hair. "But now we don't know anything. The worst thing is we don't have anyone to help us." For the first time, Zhou Xiaoduo felt powerless. Previously, even when they were attacked by the Umno Alliance, Zhou Xiaoyan still came to their rescue. Even in the face of Mu Yunfeng's assassination, he still had Qin Fangyang's help. But now, a powerful enemy had suddenly appeared. He was truly powerless. Manpower. Zhou Changlu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Yes. There is?" The siblings turned to look at Zhou Changlu at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. Zhou Changlu didn't say anything. He walked into the study and wrote a note. "Xiaoyan, hurry up and find your blacksmith Uncle Wu as fast as you can. Give this note to him and ask him to come to the rescue immediately." "Uncle Wu?" "Yes, it's him. Go quickly." "All right." The Zhou Xiaoyan didn't hesitate. She grabbed the note and turned into a cold white light flying out of the window. Although Zhou Xiaoyan did not know what the Uncle Wu that her father mentioned was useful or not, at this moment she could only try her best. "Go home as soon as you deliver the note." Zhou Xiaoduo ran to the window and yelled, "That's not a place you can go." Outside the window the wind was whistling and the rain was drizzling. The world was damp. He didn't know if Zhou Xiaoyan heard him, but she was already far away. In the distance there was already a tremor. It seemed that masters had begun to fight. "That Uncle Wu, can he do it?" Zhou Xiaoduo asked worriedly as he looked at the drizzle outside the window with a focused gaze. "If your Uncle Wu can come in time, he can turn the situation around." Zhou Changlu sighed softly. "I'm just afraid he can't come in time. When masters fight, life and death are decided in an instant. Even if it's just a second. It's enough to decide life and death thousands of times. If he can't help in time, no matter how strong he is, he can't do anything." Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and thought. "I can see the fortune and misfortune of people, but why can't I see it this time? I clearly saw Teacher Qin this morning." Zhou Changlu couldn't answer Zhou Xiaoduo's question, because he didn't know anything about this line of work. This matter is too strange. It's unbelievable and inexplicable. On the other side, in the Jiu restaurant, Jiang Zhangbin was still drinking with Shang Qingyun. At this moment, 4 bottles of drunk plum blossom had been emptied. Jiang Zhangbin's eyes were a little hazy. At this moment, someone's voice came from outside. "Where's the boss? Prepare 2 dishes and drink some wine. Feels good to drink some wine in the drizzle." The person who spoke had a strong voice and was full of vitality. Shang Qingyun's eyes, which had always been indifferent, flickered. The boss's voice sounded. "I'm sorry, boss. The restaurant is closed today." "Closed? Why are you opening the door if you're closed? Aren't there people eating here? Why, are you afraid we don't have money?" "No, it's really not. Today our restaurant has been booked by the boss inside." "Booked? How fucking unlucky. How can there be such a lousy restaurant in such a lousy place?" The people outside started cursing. Where did this poor bastard come from? How dare he learn how to book a restaurant? If he has money, he should go to the city center and book a big hotel. What kind of rich person is he to book a small restaurant? Even if he wants to show off, he shouldn't do it like this. He should be pretending to be an idiot, right? How is this pretending to be an idiot? He's just an idiot. How fucking unlucky. What's wrong with the world now? Strange things happen every time we go out. This idiot came to this place to book a restaurant. We just want to have a meal and we have to encounter such a strange thing. This is fucking doggone. The people outside scolded more and more harshly. The boss's voice was persuading them. Big brother, keep your voice down. The person inside is a big shot. Fuck him. Big shot? He's a big shot just because he booked a restaurant? That voice walked in while cursing. I want to see what kind of big shot he is today. He came to the middle of nowhere to book a restaurant. Who has such a high status to be a big shot in the eyes of the boss of a small restaurant? The footsteps were actually coming towards the room. Jiang Zhangbin's face was full of anger and murderous intent. He muttered, "Where did these two idiots come from? How dare they disturb my mood?" Shang Qingyun's thin face didn't change. She quietly placed her fingers on the table. With a bang, the door was pushed open. "Who is it? How can you be so thick-skinned?" A tall, thin man appeared at the door with a face full of hostility. "Is it fun to book a restaurant here? If you're so rich, why don't you go to the Arctic snow mountain and book a restaurant for fun?" Jiang Zhangbin slammed the table and stood up. He said angrily, "Bastard, can't you see that there's someone in the room? Is this your upbringing? Don't you know basic manners?" He. The thin man sneered. "I've never shown any restraint to people who want to show off when they have no money. Fatty, you're the one who booked the restaurant? Come. I'll teach you what it means to book a restaurant. I'll give you a chance to show what restraint is." Jiang Zhangbin roared angrily, "Bastard." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed over like a whirlwind. He raised his hand and slapped the thin man's face. The thin man raised his hand and grabbed Jiang Zhangbin's hand. He said contemptuously, "Just this strength? You actually dare to book a restaurant? Big shot? Go play somewhere else." With a shake of his hand, he actually threw Jiang Zhangbin's entire body out. He used a lot of strength. Before Jiang Zhangbin could stop cursing, he was already thrown into the rain. He didn't know how far he flew. Shang Qingyun raised her head indifferently and stood up slowly. She looked at the thin man in front of the door and said indifferently, "Sir, you've gone too far." "Fuck you, old bastard. You can't be a good person as a guest." "What? Pretending to be calm in front of me?" The thin man laughed loudly. "You're not fucking qualified." Shang Qingyun smiled faintly and moved her neck. She said indifferently, "It seems that you want to fight? Come, old thing, I'll let you see what it means to fight." The thin man suddenly rushed up like a whirlwind and slapped repeatedly. Yes, it was slapping repeatedly. In an instant there were at least hundreds of slaps. Looking at this posture, he wanted to slap Shang Qingyun until she fainted. Shang Qingyun snorted. Starlight flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand and a bamboo chopstick had already pierced through the thin man's palm. Blood dripped out. She completely ignored the palm shadows in the sky and directly pierced through with the chopstick. The thin man didn't care about this change. He was shocked and somersaulted out. He shouted sternly, "It's hard to deal with." Looking at the bamboo chopstick that pierced through his palm, his eyes were already dignified to the extreme. The current situation had far exceeded his expectations. This thin man, Yang Yu, was at the intermediate level of cloud transformation. His strength was above Qin Fangyang, Mu Yanyan and Sister Lan. His hand had almost been cultivated to the point of being indestructible. Even if an expert of the same level fought with his weapon, his bare hand could still withstand the opponent's weapon. But now it was pierced through by a bamboo chopstick. If he didn't experience it himself, he would only think of this as a big joke. But now there was only a big shock. What was this Shang Qingyun's cultivation? How could it be so sharp? At this moment, in the night sky, there was suddenly a flash of brilliance. A dazzling sword light came in a trance. It was unimaginably fast and indescribably gorgeous. It was like the sun had suddenly appeared, and with unparalleled power, it rushed at an extremely fast speed. Its target was Shang Qingyun. In just a flash, it was already in front of Shang Qingyun. Qin Fangyang masked, attacked. Body and sword as one. Shang Qingyun's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. She opened and closed her skinny palm and slapped out horizontally. With a muffled boom, Shang Qingyun's body swayed. But with a muffled groan, Qin Fangyang's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The sword in his hand directly broke into 17 or 18 pieces. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat and he almost spat it out. Qin Fangyang's heart was already filled with a huge shock. What kind of person was Jiang Zhangbin going to deal with this time? Chapter 205. Qin Fangyang had used all his strength to test the waters, and the other party had only casually slapped out with his palm, causing the sword to be destroyed and the person to be injured. This kind of cultivation was absolutely earth-shattering and shocking. At the right moment, sword and knife light, all kinds of lights flashed. The entire restaurant flew up into the air with a loud boom. More than 10 rays of light that were faster and sharper than lightning came from all directions, from the sky and on the ground, attacking at the same time, aiming at Shang Qingyun. Facing such a lineup, even Shang Qingyun couldn't help but be shocked. So many people? Could it be a premeditated attack? But it didn't seem like it. Shang Qingyun took a deep breath. Just as she was about to make a move to deal with the enemy, her expression suddenly changed. She raised her thin head and looked in the direction where Jiang Zhangbin had flown out in bewilderment. His gaze immediately turned into extreme hatred. At this moment, when he breathed in, he actually felt that the inner yuan qi in his body that was like the waves of the sea had slowed down. The sea was still turbulent, but it was sealed with a layer of ice. He couldn't rush out. An inexplicable force had blocked the energy in his dantian. Poison. The only explanation for such a situation was that it was poisonous. Otherwise it was absolutely impossible. Shang Qingyun's gaze suddenly became extremely furious. So all of this was a trap. Killing trap. And also at this moment, the weapons of the 12 people attacked his body at the same time. Shang Qingyun shouted angrily, his face instantly becoming incomparably malevolent as he shouted, "Jiang Zhangbin." His voice was like thunder, exploding suddenly. The 12 people who attacked felt pain in their ears, but were glad that they had succeeded. The attacks from 12 different directions were already close to him. Even if the other party had the ability to pierce through heaven and earth, there was no way he could avoid it. But they were wrong. Shang Qingyun's entire body, at the moment when their attacks were about to reach him, a large amount of inner yuan qi like clouds appeared all over his body. With a boom, it exploded in all directions. This scene was like a super bomb that had suddenly exploded on the spot. An unprecedented tyrannical force was pushed out in all directions from the center point. The 12 of them simultaneously felt a sharp pain in their eyes due to the shockwave. They couldn't help but close their eyes. Their hair and robes fluttered in the air at the same time. However, the 12 experts did not care. The weapons in their hands stabbed forward with all their might. They had already made contact with Shang Qingyun's body, and the tips of their weapons had already pierced into her skin. However, that was it. No matter how hard the 12 experts tried, they couldn't push the tip of the weapon forward by even a millimeter. Shang Qingyun raised his head and roared furiously. His entire body was suffused with a strange blue luster. His beard and hair stood on end as he roared furiously, "Jiang! Grow! Ben!" The 13 of them fell into a strange stalemate. The 12 of them hovered in the air, maintaining the state of being one with the sword. The person in the center seemed to be glowing from head to toe. He raised his head to the sky and roared. White and blue light constantly burst out from his body, resisting the attacks of the 12 people. The 12 experts joined forces and went all out, but they couldn't pierce the target's body with their weapons. As the stalemate continued, more and more blue light emerged from Shang Qingyun's body. Her aura also became stronger and stronger. This is Zhu Wu's golden body technique. Among the 12, Han Song, who had the highest cultivation, shouted, "Qin Fangyang! Quickly take action. We must break this stalemate as soon as possible. The golden body technique has sealed everything. We can't get away. Once the poison is forced out by Shang Qingyun, we will." Needless to say, the sword light that was sent flying earlier once again shone in the dark and rainy night. Although Qin Fangyang's sword was useless, he used the most extreme form of inner yuan to form a sword. Using the momentum of no return, the distance of 1,000 feet could be said to be non-existent. Swoosh! Shang Qingyun opened her arms and raised her head to the sky. Her feet were in the shape of the Chinese character. Her chest was exposed. At this moment she was using all her strength to force out the poison, and using the golden body technique to restrain the 12 experts. She couldn't move at all. Qin Fangyang's sword, with a resolute attitude, used all his strength and ruthlessly stabbed into Shang Qingyun's chest. With a poof, even the tip of the sword went deep into her chest. Explode! Qin Fangyang roared and was about to flip out. The entire sword of inner yuan exploded in Shang Qingyun's chest. Shang Qingyun let out a loud cry. She no longer cared about the Jinshin de Fa and desperately threw a palm strike down on Qin Fangyang's body like lightning. Qin Fangyang used his injured body to forcefully destroy his lifetime's power and condensed all of his Zhen Yuan Qi into a Zhen Yuan sword. After the success of this sword strike, his body was already exhausted. His body, which was about to flip over, was hit directly by Shang Qingyun's palm strike. There was a loud bang. Qin Fangyang immediately let out a muffled groan, and the bones in his body crackled. It was clear that many of them were broken. His entire body flew out like a tattered rag doll, and disappeared in the night sky in a flash. Only the blood mist spurting out of Qin Fangyang's body was left in the air. His whereabouts were unknown, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. At the same time, at the moment when the sword of inner yuan exploded, the 12 people attacking her all roared together. Kill! All their cultivation surged at the same time, suddenly exploding. The 12 divine weapons, maintaining their initial momentum, pierced into Shang Qingyun's body from different directions. Blood splattered. Shang Qingyun screamed miserably. Her last breath of blue gas was about to be spat out, but in the end it was stuck in her neck, causing her entire neck to turn blue. Damn it! Shang Qingyun's body flashed with a golden light. Her body was as hard as steel. She suddenly locked all the weapons that pierced her body with her own body and spun like a whirlwind. With a whoosh she turned into a huge whirlpool. Han Song once again warned, "Withdraw." Unfortunately it was too late. Other than General Sun Bai, who had rich battle experience and was most sensitive to life and death situations, the Yunhua cultivators Han Song and Yang Yu had the highest cultivation and could pull out their long swords in time. Sister Lan also pulled out her weapon and brought Mu Yanyan out. The other people who participated in the attack all followed Shang Qingyun's body and turned. The weapons in their hands were all neatly broken into pieces in Shang Qingyun's body. A strong suction force came. It was as if Shang Qingyun had turned into a huge black hole at this moment. The rest of the people couldn't help but lean forward. Shang Qingyun's eyes were like smoke black holes. Smoke lingered around her. Her two hands grabbed out like a whirlwind with the power of lightning. Poof! The long swords of the two Phoenix City Star Shield Masters had just been broken. They couldn't help but lean forward. They couldn't stop themselves. The first one to bear the brunt of Shang Qingyun's two hands was caught on the head in despair. He didn't even have time to scream. With two bangs the brain juice burst out. Shang Qingyun's hands didn't stop. She directly grabbed and crushed all the flesh. The primordial spirit had just been condensed. It was completely too late to escape. It was already caught by Shang Qingyun in her hands. As she rubbed her palms together, a strange and inexplicable scream sounded. The primordial spirit turned into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated. His body and spirit were destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. 3 out of the 13 masters on her side were instantly reduced. Qin Fangyang was sent flying. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The 2 nascent soul masters of Star Shield were dead. The cultivation of these 2 people was at the bottom of all the people, but no matter what, they were real nascent soul cultivators. No one thought that they would be killed in an instant when they had a great advantage. Sister Lan and Mu Yanyan suddenly retreated 10 meters. Their faces were as pale as paper. Mu Yanyan's 4 fellow apprentices, however, groaned together. Like the 2 Star Shield Masters, their weapons were broken. With the broken life weapon, at this moment, their chests were as uncomfortable as rivers and seas, and they almost vomited blood. Mr. Chiu and General Sun Bai occupied the other side. General Sun Bai's blade was still dripping with blood, while Mr. Chiu only had a broken sword in his hand. His face was ashen. Han Song and Yang Yu, who were in the opposite position, were gloomy to the extreme. The shock in their hearts had reached an indescribable level. At this moment, there was only one impulse in their hearts: catch Jiang Zhangbin and beat him up. What kind of information was this? The strength of the Umno Alliance master in front of them was beyond their expectations. Not only had he reached the cloud transformation level, but he was also at the advanced stage of the cloud transformation level, close to the peak of the cloud transformation level. If it weren't for the opponent being unprepared and being poisoned before the battle, they wouldn't have been able to fight this battle. Even now, even though the opponent had been poisoned and had more than a dozen holes in his body, the situation was still not optimistic. On the other side, General Sun Bai spat out a mouthful of saliva. His face was distorted and he hated his brother, who was the director of the Martial Arts Bureau. It's been 20 years since I've finally returned home to visit my family, and you fucking gave me a job that I'm going to die for. I rarely encountered such a super master in the Sun and Moon Pass. Even if I did, it wouldn't be my turn to deal with him. You, Sun Fengho, are really my brother. You are my brother. You actually found such a person in the rear and asked me to deal with an advanced stage nascent soul cultivator. Who the fuck would believe you? In the blink of an eye, an advanced stage nascent soul cultivator became an advanced stage cloud transformation cultivator. Do you think our mother gave birth to too many of us? Or are you afraid that I will fight for your inheritance of the 2 bungalows and the courtyard? If I can go back alive this time, if I can't beat the shit out of you, I won't let you off. Under everyone's gaze, Shang Qingyun's face was ferocious. He walked out step by step. His hands were like the claws of an eagle. With every step, he pulled out a section of the broken sword and saber from his body and threw them on the ground. Ding ding dang dang dang. After 7 steps, the 7 pieces of broken weapons that had pierced through his body were all taken out and thrown on the ground. As far as the eye could see, his body was still bleeding. But this time, the bleeding only lasted for a moment. Countless wounds began to shrink and heal automatically. Chapter 206. Even the large hole in his chest caused by Qin Fangyang's Zhenyuan sword also showed signs of healing. Strands of silver-white sword qi, which was the sword qi of Qin Fangyang's lifetime of cultivation, were forced out by him bit by bit. They danced around him for a moment before falling down powerlessly. But his neck still had a strange blue luster. It was a ghastly sight. Jiang Bin. Shang Qingyun's voice was laced with bone-deep hatred. There was only one person Shang Qingyun hated the most at this moment. Jiang Bin. This bastard, his acting is so damn good. He had always prided himself on being a cautious person. Today's sudden invitation had made him somewhat suspicious. But this bastard's acting was natural and smooth. Every joke he made was witty and witty. Every time he spoke to him, his words were from the bottom of his heart. His expression was sincere and he confided in him. His true feelings were revealed. In the end, he really did not suspect this brat at all. But when he arrived, he still could not figure out when he was poisoned. This was simply unforgivable. Jiang Bin's body appeared in the distance, trembling. Are you done yet? Fuck, you're still alive? His eyes widened to the size of goose eggs. How could he still be alive? Shang Qingyun looked at him coldly. Speak, when did you poison me? When did I poison you? Jiang Bin laughed. Brother Shang, you can't accuse me wrongly. This little brother is completely sincere to you. Fuck your mother. Shang Qingyun let out a long cry. He gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Bin, do you think you can get away with it? Let me tell you, none of the people who came tonight should think of leaving alive. Jiang Bin rolled his eyes. What are you so arrogant for? You've been poisoned with vanishing cloud. How long can you last? Look at your blue neck. Blue eyes. Are you a blue-necked cobra? When they heard that it was vanishing cloud, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. This dispersing cloud powder was a famous poison. As the name implied, this thing was a poison specifically targeted at cloud transformation experts. After the target consumed it, their entire body would turn blue and their meridians would show signs of intermittent blockages. What's more, this kind of poison would slowly eat away at a cloud transformation realm expert's true yuan qi. Once struck, it would be extremely hard to get rid of. It was no wonder that Shang Qingyun did not dodge at the beginning, but instead used Zhu Wu's golden body. Because at that time he couldn't move. He immediately sensed the threat of this poison and chose to expel it with all his strength. Cloud vanishing powder combined with plum blossom intoxication. All you need to do is add a drop of orchid fragrance liquid and it will be colorless, odorless, and formless. Jiang Bin laughed maniacally. Brother Shang, my brother Shang, how do you feel now? Despicable scum. Shang Qingyun's snake-like eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Bin. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly lunged forward. Die. Shang Qingyun's voice was hoarse. Han Song and Yang Yu, who were directly opposite her, flew up to meet her. At about the same time, Teacher Qiu, Sun Baijiang, Sister Lan, Mu Yanyan, and Mu Yanyan's 4 fellow apprentices all surrounded her and attacked again. 10 people, each using their full strength, firmly entangled Shang Qingyun. For a moment, sword light flashed, flowing with brilliant colors. In the night sky, in the curtain of rain, Shang Qingyun, who was surrounded in the center, was like a large ball. Her whole body flashed with brilliant colors, constantly moving. East, west, north, south. However, the battle situation was as Han Song and Yang Yu had predicted. It was still not optimistic. The 10 experts were almost led by the nose by Shang Qingyun alone. Her body flashed continuously, and at one moment, there were several shadows of Shang Qingyun twisting and turning in the battle. Wherever she went, she was swept away by the wind. With a bang, Shang Qingyun fiercely punched the blade of Sun Baijiang's sword. The long sword buzzed and she almost hurt herself. Sun Baijiang retreated 7 steps. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But the moment he spat out the blood, he immediately rushed up. Sun Baijiang was a person who came from the military. He had rich combat experience and he was the leader of the people present. He was very clear that Shang Qingyun at this moment completely disregarded the consumption of her strength and used the greatest strength she could muster to repel him. Then she must have a big plan. Once there was a flaw on his side, it would only put the others in danger. Therefore, he couldn't care less about the unbearable feeling in his chest as he fearlessly rushed forward. There was no way he could give them this opportunity. Shang Qingyun's palm continuously collided with the swords of Mu Yanyan, Sun Baijiang, Sister Lan and Yang Song. She tried her best to fight for a little shao space. Then, a hand suddenly stretched out and suddenly became a dozen meters long, grabbing at Teacher Chiu like lightning. Teacher Chiu saw the ferocious attack, and hurriedly turned sideways, finally avoiding the vital part of his head. But the hand did not change its direction and continued to fall. With a crack, Teacher Chiu cried out miserably. Half of his shoulder and arm had been grabbed by that hand, and fell off from his body as if he had been chopped by a knife. The others quickly came to help, but it was a pity that they did not have time to do anything to this hand. They saw the hand suddenly retract. This small gap caused Teacher Chiu to be seriously injured on the spot. The side of his shoulder that was hit was completely gone, and there was a strange white light surging on the wound, preventing it from healing. From the broken part, one could even see the internal organs constantly moving. Teacher Chiu took a dozen steps back and leaned against a big tree beside him. His face was pale, and he kept taking out pills and putting them into his mouth. On the other side, there were continuous banging sounds, and the tyrannical strength kept sweeping in all directions. The rumbling sounds were endless, and the few remaining houses around the Geo shop also collapsed. But the two sides seemed to have teleported, and the moment the houses collapsed, they had collectively moved out. Bang! The 2 big persimmon trees at the entrance of the shop were directly broken at the waist, and the 2 huge treetops flew straight into the air. Jianghu. Han Song felt that the situation was getting worse and worse and shouted, "Go! Go as far as you can." Jianghu, who was 1,000 feet away, heard the shout and ran away without saying anything. "I've always been obedient in this matter. Where do you think you're going?" Shang Qingyun hated him to the bone and would not let him escape. She took a palm from Mu Yanyan and a sword from Sister Lan, and flew up, chasing after Jianghu. For a moment, her whole body was like a rainbow, and with blood dripping she cut a fog-like path in the rain, chasing after Jianghu. Han Song and Yang Yu simultaneously used the body and sword as one technique, and flew up to intercept her. As an Origin Core master, Jianghu's speed was naturally not slow when he used his full strength. In a moment he was already 1,000 feet away, but Shang Qingyun's speed was even faster, and was getting faster and faster. Behind her, Mu Yanyan shouted, and threw out her long sword, which turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Shang Qingyun's back. Shang Qingyun's left foot suddenly bent and blocked. With a clang, Mu Yanyan's long sword flew back like a windmill. But because of this, Shang Qingyun's speed slowed down a little. It was also because of this slight difference that Han Song and Yang Yu used the body and sword as one technique to catch up, and made Shang Qingyun's speed slower and slower. At the same time, Jianghu, who had escaped, had completely blended into the night, and his shadow was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the person she hated the most escape, Shang Qingyun roared and punched and kicked, and her attacks were even more powerful than before. With a bang, Shang Qingyun's fist hit the blade of Yang Yu's sword, and the long sword involuntarily moved to the side. Yang Yu hurriedly tried to control it, but found that the long sword suddenly became extremely hot, and it was difficult for him to control it. "This is Zhu Wu's Burning Sky technique?" Yang Yu shouted, "Be careful, this guy knows the Burning Sky technique." Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Zhu Wu's Golden Body technique. What was Shang Qingyun's identity in the Umno Alliance? How could she know so many secret techniques? Bang! 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 Shang Qingyun threw another 3 punches and forced the 3 of them back. Rolling heat waves filled the air, and their mouths and noses froze. In this short period of time, Shang Qingyun flew up again with a soaring heat wave. This time she was even faster and flew in the direction Jiang Zhangbin had left. In the sky, I'll chase you to the numinous sky hall. In the sea, I'll chase you to the crystal palace. Shang Qingyun roared at the sky, his hair and beard fluttering. In the ground, I'll chase you to the 18th level of Sun Luo. Even if I become a wizard, I'll chase you to Sir Zhu Wu and kill you. Jiang Zhangbin. You must die. The hatred in his heart had reached its peak. He had concealed his identity for so many years, just to wait here for his grand plan. In order to achieve his goal, he had even sacrificed 400,000 wolf bandits. Such a huge price, and for so many years without any action at all, had been destroyed by this fatty all of a sudden. The destruction came without any warning. It was so sudden that even now Shang Qingyun could not figure out how she had been exposed. How did Jiang Zhangbin find out? This did not make any sense at all. Jiang Zhangbin's escape route could be said to be in a panic. He knew that under the guidance of the aura, he could only be safe if he ran out of the range of the aura's guidance. Just now, when he had narrowly escaped, he had exploded with extreme speed and fled for his life. Unfortunately, the sharp aura behind him was still like a maggot attached to a bone, chasing after him relentlessly. He could not stop at all. Why is it so difficult to deal with? Jiang Zhangbin fled forward with all his might. Suddenly he felt that something was not right. Below. These ruins, shouldn't it be a manor? But at this moment Han Song's roar came from afar. Dodge quickly. Jiang Zhangbin did not have time to think. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body rolled continuously. He forcefully changed his direction, and abruptly moved 2,000 meters to the side. This move could be considered as a floating version of rolling on the ground 18 times, but it had a miraculous effect. Almost at the instant he left, an extremely tyrannical ball of true essence white light with a tinge of greenish-black exploded behind him with a rumble. With a loud boom, everything in front of him was changed beyond recognition under this blow. Although Jiang Zhangbin avoided the direct attack, he was still affected by the aftershocks. He only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood rushed up. His body was sent flying by the air wave and he was no longer conscious. And the ruins below were the former Long family manor. The old site of the Long manor was completely turned into dust under this blow from Shang Qingyun. The ruins that covered dozens of acres instantly turned into a deep pit close to 100 acres. This blow from Shang Qingyun had obviously used a great deal of energy. His deep hatred for Jiang Zhangbin was obvious. It was also because of this that after being caught by Han Song and the others, he was actually at a disadvantage for a time. He dodged left and right but could not charge out. But after a short while, following another long roar, the battle situation changed again. Among the stars of the Milky Way there is one, the stars of eternity, lend me your light. Shang Qingyun's entire body was radiant with starlight. He soared into the sky and roared at the sky 1,000 feet high. His body suddenly bloomed with dazzling starlight, extremely magnificent. At the right time, a dazzling starlight left his body, and directly reflected into the sky. Immediately in the distant night sky, there was also a starlight that pierced through the rain and clouds, and directly shone on Shang Qingyun's body. In an instant, Shang Qingyun's entire person, as if he was glowing, spun rapidly in the air. The starlight that suddenly arrived also spun with him, spinning with him. An enormous and indescribable life force abruptly spread out. The whole sky was filled with intoxicating vitality, full of intoxicating starlight. And into Shang Qingyun's body. Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. I can't finish it tonight, let's do it tomorrow. My stiff neck is so uncomfortable. Chapter 207. The moment the starlight shone on Shang Qingyun's body, the many wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the blue light on his neck was fading rapidly. Even the vanishing cloud's poison was removed at the same time. The starlight was so powerful. It really is the Star Master? Han Song was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. How can there be a Star Master here? This is clearly the Star Master's borrowing constellation technique that can only be used once in a lifetime. Han Song didn't believe Jiang Zhangbin's words about the possibility of it being the Star Master. How important was the Star Master's position? Why would he come to a small place like Phoenix City? But now the truth was right in front of his eyes. The starlight was dazzling, and Shang Qingyun's body was still wrapped in starlight. He rushed down with unprecedented ferocity, his face ferocious, his long hair flying. As he pounced down, the surrounding trees on the ground all bent down neatly in all directions. He suddenly pointed his finger at Yang Yu and shouted, "Kill!" Yang Yu was stunned. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It turned out that the tip of a sword had pierced through his heart. Then, an extremely powerful sword chi burst out from his heart. With a boom, a fist-sized, transparent hole exploded in his heart. Who? Yang Yu roared to the sky and turned into a white mist, just like Shang Qingyun before. The white mist formed a human figure again, but Yang Yu's face was as white as paper. His body was on the verge of collapse, and there was a completely transparent hole in his chest. Inside there was no longer a heart. This sudden and extremely sinister sword strike instantly severed all of Yang Yu's life force, a cloud transformation realm expert. He was completely unprepared for his comrade, who had been fighting side by side with him, to give him a fatal blow at this critical moment. Behind him, the person who delivered the fatal blow had a cold expression. "Second senior brother?" Mu Yanyan screamed miserably. "Why is it you?" The other senior brothers were also in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. The person who launched the sneak attack behind Yang Yu was Mu Yanyan's second senior brother. "Duan Tianyu?" Duan Tianyu asked indifferently, "Why not me?" Yang Yu staggered and clutched his chest, his face pale. "Why?" "No reason." Duan Tianyu said indifferently, "The one before you is my master. You wanted to kill my master, so why wouldn't I kill all of you?" Shang Qingyun, who was in the air, laughed loudly. "Tonight, none of you will leave." Han Song roared, "Brother Yang, leave immediately." If he could find a place to escape with his primordial spirit and start all over again, he would have a chance. There is still a chance. Yang Yu sneered. "I've been a tyrant all my life, but I was set up by a little bastard tonight. If I don't take revenge, what's the point even if my soul survives?" Mu Yanyan's eldest senior brother had a serious look in his eyes as he shouted, "Duan Tianyu, why are you doing this? How has the Dao sect wronged you?" Duan Tianyu chuckled coldly. "You're just a Bai Yin who climbed up the ranks based on your looks. What right do you have to ask me why?" "Die, you scoundrel." An afterimage flashed by, and Yang Yu had already charged toward Duan Tianyu. He was so fast that even Han Song couldn't react in time. Yang Yu didn't give the Dao sect people a chance to speak. They were already mortal enemies, so why ask why? It was completely meaningless. Duan Tianyu only felt his vision darken. Yang Yu, who was clearly on the brink of death, was already in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Star Lord." He flew up with all his might toward Shang Qingyun in the air. Shang Qingyun only sneered in the air but didn't move at all. Duan Tianyu rushed up, but he was only at the mid-stage of nascent soul, while Yang Yu was a true cloud transformation cultivator. The two of them had no chance of fighting one-on-one. Duan Tianyu only felt a chill in his chest. While he was in the air, Yang Yu's hand had already grabbed his heart out. Following that, his dantian was also crushed and destroyed. A wisp of his primordial spirit had just rushed out, but before it could form in the air, it was already caught by Yang Yu and stuffed into his mouth. He laughed sinisterly. "Little bastard, do you think you can still live?" Duan Tianyu's primordial spirit was destroyed. Yang Yu roared at the sky, his voice filled with determination. He turned to look at Shang Qingyun. "Why didn't you save your subordinate?" Throughout the entire process, Shang Qingyun only sneered in the air and didn't do anything at all, allowing this subordinate who had just helped him a great deal to be killed just like that. Colluding with others to attack the Star Lord is an unforgivable crime. "Even if you didn't kill him, I would have killed him," Yang Yu said indifferently. "But before you used the constellation life borrowing technique, he didn't know you were the Star Lord. It's only right that he attacked you together. He's already dead. Do you expect me to reason with him?" Shang Qingyun said indifferently. "Your physical body is already decaying, but you're talking to me and using this time to lock onto me? Yang Yu, I know very well what you're trying to do. Let's see if you can succeed. With the constellation life borrowing technique, I'm immortal." Shang Qingyun laughed. "Brother Yang, leave immediately. There's still a chance." Han Song looked up at Yang Yu in the air and said tearfully, Brother, you've already taken your revenge. Hurry and leave." Yang Yu turned around in the air, a reluctant smile on his face. "If I leave all of you, we'll really be dead. Brother, take care." He took one last look at his brother, then suddenly turned and roared at the sky. Star-Lord, come, come. Let's go to the underworld hand in hand. Han Song suddenly burst into tears. The others also understood in their hearts. Shang Qingyun was now in perfect condition with the help of the constellation life-borrowing technique. Their strength was really no match for him. Yang Yu wanted to use his last hope to fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Yang Yu roared, and his entire body suddenly swelled like a balloon. He shot up into the sky like lightning and tangled with Shang Qingyun. Yang Yu, on the other hand, burned his own life essence spirit origin, turning everything he had into power. Even with Shang Qingyun's current speed and power, he still couldn't avoid him. With a loud roar, Shang Qingyun was actually hugged by Yang Yu. In the sky, Shang Qingyun cursed and hit Yang Yu hundreds of times consecutively. Yang Yu didn't dodge, only laughing loudly. Let's go. With a loud boom, Yang Yu's body suddenly exploded in the air. The unprecedentedly violent explosion instantly blew away the dark clouds in the sky. The clear sky for more than 100 miles revealed the clear night sky. In the air, Shang Qingyun's body was like a broken sack. He kept rolling in the air, roaring and yelling, but blood was flowing freely from all parts of his body. Even half of his neck was blown off. His chest, abdomen, limbs, shoulders, and even his head were all bleeding. But that beam of starlight that descended from the starry sky was still circling above his head, and a steady stream of power was still flowing into his body. All the injuries were rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of the constellation life-borrowing technique was actually so shocking. You self-destructed. Can you do anything to me? Shang Qingyun shouted crazily. As an expert, I'll fulfill your last heroic sacrifice on your last journey. So what? Bullshit. At such a close distance, under the lock of the self-destruction of the origin of life, do you think you can escape? Stop pretending to be a hero. Go. Han Song's face was full of tears and his eyes were bloodshot. We can't let him recover. We can't let him recover. If he recovers, Yang Yu's sacrifice will be in vain. Before he finished speaking, he roared and flew up with his sword. Mu Yanyan and the others also rushed up with red eyes. In the distance, sword light flashed. Qin Fangyang dragged his broken body over. Not only Qin Fangyang, but even Teacher Chiu also dragged his body that was missing half and joined the battle. Everyone knew that if they didn't kill the Star Lord, everyone present would die. Yang Yu's self-detonation was the last chance, and the only chance. Qin Fangyang, Mr. Chiu, Sun Baijiang, Han Song, Sister Lan, Mu Yanyan and Mu Yanyan's 3 senior brothers all rushed into the sky. Swords and sabers, fists and feet all at the same time. At this moment, the 9 experts were all risking their lives and doing their best. In the sky, Shang Qingyun let out a long howl. His cultivation was undoubtedly much higher than anyone present here. But just now, Yang Yu's self-detonation had directly taken away half of his life. Even if he had the support of the constellation life-borrowing technique to save his life, his combat strength was inevitably greatly reduced. Therefore, at this moment, under the siege of the 9 experts, he could only be beaten up and had no strength to fight back at all. But his vitality was really strong, and he was constantly injected with vitality by the starlight in the sky that as the battle continued, the more the 9 experts fought, the colder their hearts became. This was because Shang Qingyun was clearly constantly injured, but his body instead showed a kind of situation where it was slowly recovering. The sky was full of blood, almost all of which was Shang Qingyun's blood, but his body, under the illumination of the starlight, was becoming more and more complete. Gradually he could even fight back. Then, his counterattacks became more and more powerful. Every punch and palm strike was as if it could split open a mountain. Bang bang bang. Qin Fangyang and Mr. Chiu were hit in the chest, and immediately fell from the sky with blood spurting out. The 2 of them were already seriously injured, and their physical strength was almost exhausted under the continuous fierce attacks. They were holding on with their last breath, and after being hit by the sudden counterattack, they were powerless and directly fell to the ground. The 2 of them leaned on each other on the ground, gasping for breath and trying their best to recover their physical strength. The 2 of them could not even fly, let alone fight. As long as Shang Qingyun found a gap, he would kill them with a raise of his hand, and there was no chance of luck. In the sky, the 7 people led by Han Song were circling around Shang Qingyun in a great battle. Everyone's hair was disheveled, and they were all in a sorry state. Even Sister Lan, who was always calm, was in a sorry state at this moment. Her face was pale. After a night of fighting, Sister Lan was also seriously injured, and was close to the point where she could not continue. However, under the illumination of the starlight, Shang Qingyun was fighting more and more bravely. Chapter 208. Bang. Mu Yanyan's senior brother groaned miserably. Shang Qingyun's palm hit him in the chest. At least 7 or 8 of his bones were broken, and he fell down with blood spurting out of his mouth. Han Song's face was mournful. He blocked at least 70% of Shang Qingyun's attack by himself, but his eyes were filled with despair. It's over. This battle they lost to the point where they couldn't lose again. The others were also spurting out blood. Shang Qingyun was still recovering bit by bit under the starlight. On the other hand, the people on his side could only continue to be weakened. Under this situation, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Below, Qin Fangyang and Teacher Chio's faces were heroic. They supported each other and stood up with difficulty, looking up at the battle in the sky. They could clearly feel it and see the situation. Tonight, if there were no accidents, they would definitely die. Shang Qingyun would definitely not let go of anyone here. But even if they died, they would die standing. The two looked at each other and smiled. Qin Fangyang said, "Teacher Chio, it's nice to meet you. Unfortunately, it's a bit late." Teacher Chio smiled faintly. "Qin Fangyang, my name is Chio Yunshang. Don't forget it on the road to hell. People who don't remember their names will not be friends in the next life." Qin Fangyang laughed. As he laughed, blood spurted out of his mouth. "Chio Yunshang, not bad, I'll remember it." Chio Yunshang smiled faintly. "It's fine if I die. I only hate that I can't kill this demon. After you and I die, he will definitely stir up trouble in Phoenix City. I'm not satisfied." Qin Fangyang smiled and said absent-mindedly, "But in the future, his identity has been exposed and he can't be as calm as before." That's true. The starlight was still circling and supporting Shang Qingyun. Shang Qingyun's face had even begun to regain its rosy color. The poison had already been removed by the starlight. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. Seeing that victory was in sight, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. "You think you can take my life with just the likes of you?" Suddenly he roared. The starlight on his body was unprecedentedly bright, shining in all directions. Under the illumination of the starlight, his entire body soared into the sky. "Watch my star transformation technique." Star transformation technique. Another Umno Alliance technique. Han Song's face changed dramatically as he muttered, "Brother Yang, it turns out that we came together and left together. I'm sorry. I can't take care of your family for you." Countless rays of starlight rapidly condensed in Shang Qingyun's hands. He raised his head and roared, waving his hands. The vast starlight in his hands transformed into a brilliant dragon. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, their ferocity soaring to the sky. Even if everyone joined forces, they would not be able to resist such power. This devil had already recovered his full cultivation. Sister Lan, Mu Yanyan, Sun Baijiang and the others saw that the situation had come to this, but they regained their composure instead. They all smiled and looked at each other. There was only calmness in their eyes. "We have known each other in this life, and we have no regrets in this life. Today we will return together and we will meet again in the next life. See you in the next life." Everyone burst into laughter. Everyone knew that under this move, no one would be able to escape by luck. Down below, Qin Fangyang, who was barely holding on, laughed loudly. Good. I didn't expect that I, Qin Fangyang, would actually be able to leave first. It really makes me pleasantly surprised." Other than Sister Lan, no one knew what she meant. However, no one was in the mood to pursue this matter. There was a sharp sound of wind in the air. Shang Qingyun was like an overwhelming devil, descending from the sky with unprecedented power. "Go to hell." The starlight dragon whizzed down. At this moment, a very impatient voice said, "You called me here in such a hurry just for this thing?" The voice was actually a little unhappy, as if it felt that it was a waste of talent. When everyone heard this voice in their despair, they were all stunned. What was this saying? The Umno Alliance's Star Lord Shang Qingyun's strength was tyrannical, and with the support of the Constellation Life-Borrowing technique, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was not any weaker than the peak of the Huayan realm. Looking at the entire Phoenix City, he was absolutely unparalleled. How did this person become a thing? However, at the same time that this sentence was spoken, the starlight dragon that was raging in the sky and rushing down suddenly froze in the air. Could not move at all. Then they saw a big hammer break through the air and appear. Whoosh. The moment this big hammer appeared, it had already smashed down on Shang Qingyun's head like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky. This strike did not seem to be fast and its power did not seem to be strong. Everyone could clearly see that this big hammer appeared in the air and then drew a semicircle arc in the air before smashing down on Shang Qingyun's head. Step by step it was extremely clear. It looked as if even a child could easily dodge it. However, this hammer smashed down on Shang Qingyun's head solidly. Instantly. Poof. Shang Qingyun still had a savage smile on his face, and it did not disappear at all. However, his head was immediately smashed, and his brain juice burst out like a big watermelon smashed in the air. Countless amounts of blood bloomed in the surroundings like a flourishing flower. Thousands of peach blossoms bloomed in the sky. However, the hammer did not stop there. It crushed down all the way and Shang Qingyun's smiling face instantly turned into nothingness. His chest was smashed, his shoulders collapsed, and his spine was clearly broken down. His lower abdomen, dantian, thighs that the sledgehammer smashed all the way to the bottom of Shang Qingyun's feet like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. All in all, this hammer smashed the complacent Shang Qingyun from his head all the way to his feet. Not to mention his life, even his primordial spirit was smashed by the hammer. Shang Qingyun, who was still acting high and mighty just a moment ago, didn't even have time to react before he was smashed into smithereens by this sudden and miraculous hammer strike. When his corpse fell to the ground, there was only a thin layer of round meat pancake the size of a teacup cushion left behind. Patter. The meat pancake fell to the ground. At this moment Han Song, Mu Yanyan, Qin Fangyang, Sun Baijiang and the rest all opened their eyes wide and were collectively stunned. On the ground, Qin Fangyang and Teacher Chiu looked at the meat pancake that fell in front of them, and their 4 eyeballs almost flew out. This was Shang Qingyun? Damn. What was this situation? Why was it so mythical? And the big hammer that suddenly appeared as if no one cared about it, also fell from the sky and fell into the soil. Han Song was shocked and hurriedly cupped his hands towards the sky. Thank you for your help, senior. Before he could finish his words he heard the voice, go quickly, get out of here quickly. The heavenly law's counterattack is coming. Before he finished speaking, the sky seemed to have paused for a moment. It was as if a person had suddenly been shocked, astonished and stunned. Then like a violent rage. With a whoosh, extremely thick dark clouds gathered rapidly from the distant horizon. With a whoosh, the entire process only took about a second, and the entire sky was filled with dark clouds that were as thick as a mountain. Han Song was shocked when he saw this. Go quickly. He called everyone, pulled the injured, and fled outside as if their lives depended on it. It was also at this time that the dark clouds in the sky changed again, spinning rapidly, and immediately, a huge eyeball appeared. The eyeball was dozens of miles in size. The big eyeball hung in the sky looking down and back. After a while, all of its attention was focused on the big hammer on the ground. Then, a bolt of lightning suddenly lit up, from the east to the west, connecting to the horizon, and concentrated in the dark clouds with a swoosh. In an instant, the entire dark cloud turned into a crystal ball that was filled with electricity. It was extremely resplendent. Boom. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down in unison. Every bolt of lightning was at least as thick as a water tank. It was really a real thunderbolt, real and not fake. Boom boom boom. Han Song, Mu Yanyan, Sister Lan and the others had already flown thousands of feet away. Obviously they were so far away but they still felt dizzy and then fainted from the shock. Even Han Song, who had the highest cultivation among them, only lasted for 2 breaths before following in the footsteps of his companions. His eyes rolled back as he fainted on the ground. The earth rumbled and trembled. Everyone's unconscious bodies were bounced up and down from the ground from time to time. Fortunately, the target of all the lightning was only one, and that was the big hammer that killed Shang Qingyun. They focused on one point and in the center of the lightning, there was a dazzling and blazing light. The big hammer was shining brightly, but under such bombardment, the head of the hammer did not move at all, and was not damaged at all. The sky was full of oppressive sounds and purple thunderbolts came down like the Milky Way, endlessly. Looking from afar, the lightning connected the sky and the earth together. He couldn't even tell if the lightning was falling from the sky or surging from the ground. The senior that Han Song had mentioned, Wu Taijiang, was lying in a pit with a pale complexion. He didn't dare to move an inch. However, he was cursing Zhuanglu's entire family in his heart. Fuck, how could there be such a huge entanglement of karma? Fuck. How could a star master of the Shao-Amno alliance involve such a huge karma? The tribulation I appeared. Now the heavenly Tao was directly attacking. Fortunately, before I attacked, I had already cut off the divine soul connection with the natal hammer. Now the hammer was equivalent to an ownerless object. Otherwise, looking at the intensity of the lightning and its relentless strength, I would definitely die today. Fucking Zhuchanglu. Wu Taijiang cursed in his heart, this is fucking cheating me. If I were to die here because of a Star Lord, that would be such a shame. Wu Taijiang stuck close to the ground. His expression changed again and again just like a Sichuan opera. Fuck. Feeling the ground trembling violently beneath him, Wu Taijiang cursed. Cold sweat began to drip down from his forehead. Late at night, I was sleeping after working all day. Suddenly, Zhuchanglu sent his daughter to knock on my door, begging me to save him. They said that one of their own is in grave danger. Originally, when I heard the sounds of battle over there, it was quite lively. Although it's beneath my dignity to get involved in the battle of the younger generation, for Olds's sake, I didn't mind coming. But fucking. How did I offend the heavenly Tao? Chapter 209. The lightning continued to strike down, and the ground within a radius of a few thousand miles shook violently. Gradually, the entire Phoenix City was shaken. Countless people woke up from their dreams, and even some tall buildings began to sway left and right. The shaking became more and more intense. Many tall buildings were like roly-poly toys, slowly tilting to the left. Then the people in the buildings, along with their beds and furniture, slid over with a whoosh, and hit the wall with a bang. Then the buildings slowly came back, slowly tilting to the right. Then they slid back like they were on a slide, and hit the wall with a bang. More than 90% of the people were scared out of their wits by this miraculous situation. In addition, looking out from the windows, all the tall buildings were dancing Yanko. That scene was as scary as it could get. After tonight, those who had a little extra money would buy a bungalow. In the next few years, the price of the tall buildings in Phoenix City would be as cheap as cabbages, but no one would be interested in it. Of course, this was a story for another day. The lightning continued to strike for an hour. Wu Zhejiang's big iron hammer was really strong and there was no change at all. If not for the hammer's handle being burned red and melted into a pool of molten iron, leaving only the hammerhead on the ground, people would have doubted the lethality of the lightning. Finally, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, and the lightning stopped striking. That huge eye formed by the clouds was still hanging in the sky, as if it was still looking down. After another 5 or 6 minutes, it finally disappeared. The hurricane blew, and the dark clouds in the sky disappeared completely. There was no cloud in the sky for thousands of miles. After a long time, Wu Taijiang crawled out of the pit. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were already soaked in sweat. Too close. It was just a slight mistake and my life was almost lost here. If I didn't think one more step and was a little more cautious, erasing the soul connection, I'm afraid I would be dead by now. Fucking Zhuchanglu. Wu Taijiang was indignant and he kept cursing. I'm here to work for you and you still want to exploit me. Not only do you exploit me, you even want to take my life. Do I have to send people labor, materials, and even my life? Son of a bitch. This is great. I've used a hammer my whole life, and now I'm only left with the hammer head. Wu Taijiang staggered over and looked at the bottom of the pit. Originally it was pitch black without any luster. Now it had been polished by the lightning into a shining hammer. He was speechless for a long time. This is eternal iron. It's said to be indestructible. Now it's been ground into bright silver? Wiping his cold sweat, he picked up the hammer and sneakily ran away. Wu Taijiang was still in a state of shock when he ran back to the blacksmith shop. He sat on the chair and gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his body. His big eyeballs rolled around in confusion, and a thought came to his mind uncontrollably. Should I run away now? This place is too dangerous. Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the door. Wu Taijiang sighed and opened the door to see Zhu Xiaoyan standing outside. Seeing this, Wu Taijiang instinctively jumped back 3 steps, his face full of vigilance. What's the matter again? Fuck, please don't do it again. I can't take it anymore. Zhu Xiaoyan was startled by his reaction and almost exclaimed. She asked timidly, I want to ask Uncle. My master. Are they okay? They're fine. They're all lying there. Wu Taijiang was a little impatient. There was a sudden change in that place and I don't know if they're alive or not. There's no danger over there, you can go and see for yourself. By the way, tell your father not to bother me if there's nothing important. Bang. The door was closed without a trace of elegance. Outside the door, Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. Suddenly she jumped up like crazy and flew over there. Zhou family. The moment the eye appeared in the sky, Zhou Changlu could no longer maintain his usual elegance and blurted out, "Fuck! How could this happen? Did it damage the foundation?" Mr. Zhou, who was frightened, walked around the room like a headless fly, his face full of anxiety. Please don't let anything happen to Wu Taijiang. If Wu Taijiang died here because of this, it would be the biggest joke in the last 100 years. People from the UMNO alliance would probably die of laughter. Outside the window, lightning kept roaring, lighting up the sky and the earth. As far as the eye could see, all the buildings were swaying like grass in the wind, swaying gracefully. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the various buildings. On the other side, there was actually someone who wasn't afraid of death. Holding a live broadcast stick with a face full of excitement, he said, Brothers, Phoenix City is currently experiencing a special type of earthquake that is rarely seen in thousands of years. Dancing floor. Please double-click. I'm Big Black Pig, I'm risking my life to broadcast. Everyone please follow me. Start Lulu, I want to see your gifts. Oh, you've seen people dancing, but have you seen dancing floor? The lightning kept roaring and it was getting more and more intense. Finally, Zhou Changlu could not sit still anymore. He strode out and said, I have to go and see. I'll go with you. Zhou Xiaoduo jumped out of the window. That night, almost 4 million people in Phoenix City were doomed to be unable to sleep. The lightning stopped when the father and son were halfway down the stairs. Zhou Changlu, who was even more anxious, rushed with Zhou Xiaoduo's help to Zhejiang's blacksmith shop. He knocked on the door and asked, Old Wu, are you back? The door opened with a bang, revealing Wu Zhejiang's extremely aggrieved face. He begged with all his might, Brother Zhou, can you spare me? What else do you want? Zhou Changlu breathed a sigh of relief and said, You're not dead. That's good. That's good. Wu Taijiang leaned against the door frame, his legs were shaking and his face was pale. Brother Zhou, look at my legs and then look at my face. Can't you tell me what you want me to do? If I wasn't careful I'd be dead now. Zhou Changlu coughed a few times, a little embarrassed. He laughed and said, It won't happen again. Don't worry. Next time? There's a next time? Wu Taijiang jumped up. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry. I can't stay here any longer. It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that. My life. Zhou Changlu glared at him. You haven't finished hammering yet? Wu Taijiang slid down the door frame like a noodle slipping into a pot. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother Zhou, please be magnanimous and treat this little brother like a fart. This little brother is timid. Just now I was so scared that I peed. Wu Zhejiang's face was distorted. Honestly, he was not lying at all. I Wu Taijiang am a gay tyrant. How could I go against the heavenly Tao? If you want to get rid of me, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. Okay, it's okay. I won't call you next time, okay? Zhou Changlu hurriedly comforted him. Then he said, Since you're okay, I'll go back. Your sister-in-law. Can you not mention my sister-in-law? Can you not mention my sister-in-law? Can you not mention her for no reason? Wu Taijiang was even more aggrieved. Yes. Xiaoduo, say goodbye to your Uncle Wu. Goodbye, Uncle Wu. Go quickly. Let me have some peace. With a bang, the door closed again. Behind the door, Wu Taijiang wiped his face and murmured, Comparisons are odious. Compared to me, little bear Nan is so happy. I thought I was just a deliver man, but in the end I almost got myself killed. On the way home, Zhou Xiaoduo kept looking at his father. In fact, since Uncle Nan came last time, Zhou Xiaoduo had been wondering if his parents were some kind of powerful people living in seclusion here. How could ordinary people have friends like that? Zhou Xiaoduo expressed his sincere doubts. However, after what happened tonight, Zhou Xiaoduo no longer had any doubts. Tonight's situation had obviously reached a rather serious stage. This was the first time in his life that he had seen his father's anxiety and his mother's panic. However, even under such circumstances, Zhou Zhanglu had been running all the way. He was so tired that his heart was about to stop. Yet he was only displaying the speed and strength of a martial master. This was definitely not a pretense. Zhou Xiaoduo was completely sure of this. If it wasn't for his help in the last part of the journey, he wouldn't have been able to finish it. There are two possibilities. Either my parents are really ordinary people. It's just a coincidence that I made friends with a lot of great experts. Although it's a bit ridiculous, it's not impossible. Zhuo Duo thought to himself. As for the second possibility, that is, the two of them were originally experts but for some reason they were crippled. And lived here in seclusion, living a peaceful life. Personally, I'm more inclined to the second possibility. But if it's the second possibility, it should be a sad thing for my parents. Zhuo Duo had a new goal. I have to find out the truth when I have time. If it's just because they were seriously injured or sealed, I can find another way to solve it. This may be a good thing. If it's possible, I can let my parents go on the road of cultivation again. Then our family can go on the road together and no one will be left behind. But this must be done secretly. My parents are willing to be ordinary and keep it a secret for so many years. There must be a reason. If they are exposed because of me, they will attract a big enemy. It'll be too late for me to kill myself. As the saying goes, you know the enemy when you see one. Based on the level of Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu, my parents' enemy must be very, very scary. It's definitely not something that my sister or I can handle. Chapter 210. On the other side. Zhuo ran all the way and soon came to the center of the thunder and lightning. Looking around, it was a scene of devastation and ruins. Some places were directly turned into small lakes, and water was gurgling out of the ground. The surrounding hundreds of miles were all razed to the ground. Well, it should be a basin. The more Zhuo looked, the more panicked she felt. She didn't know what to do. If it was like this, then what would happen to the people? Master. Master. Are you okay? Master. Forcing himself to calm down, he shouted anxiously as he searched around. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he found a tattered body. He walked over to take a look. Who else could it be but Qin Fangyang, who had fallen into a deep coma? At this moment, Teacher Qin was covered in wounds and was on the verge of death. He only had one last breath left. Zhuo quickly put down a healing elixir and pulled Qin Fangyang's broken body out of the pit like pulling out a radish. She put it aside and then anxiously went to find the others. It took nearly 10 minutes to rescue all the people who were still alive. Mu Yanyan, Sister Lan, 3 brothers, Teacher Chiu who only had half of his body left, and son Baijiang who had 80% of his bones broken. Then there was Han Song who was still intact compared to everyone else. Zhuo persevered and continued his search. In the end, he dug out the dying Jiang Zhangbin from a large pit. Zhuo still didn't give up and continued to search. After searching several times, she confirmed that there were no other discoveries. The reason he came to this conclusion was probably because he had found 3 spatial rings in the largest and centermost pit. Zhuo put them into her space ring. She didn't want to keep them, but she wanted to see what was in them and confirm their identities. Anyway, there must be people on her side. After the search and rescue, Zhuo checked again and confirmed that everyone was still alive. She almost cried with joy. But she couldn't move so many people alone. The first call she made was to Zhuo Duo. Call a car. Zhuo Duo suddenly turned into a robber. This was something that couldn't be helped. After experiencing such an earth-shattering change, the people of Phoenix City were at their lowest point. Who would be willing to send out a carriage? It took a lot of courage to even walk out the door, okay? The drivers would rather die than go out. Zhuo Duo turned into a demon and repeated himself 7 or 8 times. If you don't go, I'll kill your whole family. Then, after smashing 5 or 6 tea tables, they managed to gather 6 cars. They ran all the way and finally arrived at their destination. Then they lifted everyone into the cars one by one. At this time, Sister Lan and Han Song woke up. Han Song's cultivation was the highest among them, but Sister Lan was the one who suffered the lightest injuries, so she was the first to wake up. Once the two of them woke up, it was easy to handle the rest. First, they informed Second Hai and He Yuanyue that they were safe. Then they informed Star Shield to gather medicinal herbs to treat everyone's injuries. The series of events were messy yet orderly, in perfect order. When the people from Star Shield arrived, the few drivers who were coerced by Zhuo Duo took the reward and went home with a stomach full of fear. They all felt that they had been fucked. This is actually a government matter. I thought I met a kidnapper. That's right, it's the first time I've seen a government worker like this. He came to my house and smashed a tea table. Then he twisted my neck and asked me to send out a carriage. If you're a government official, you should have said so earlier. Yeah, I thought I wouldn't be able to go back in this lifetime. How rare. He actually went home safely and there's even a reward. That's right, that kid's face is too young. He looks like a half-grown kid and he's quite good-looking. That's right, that's right. Along the way to Star Shield, almost everyone from Star Shield moved together. All kinds of healing medicine and nutrition cabins went into action together. That it was only at this moment that Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiao Duo were temporarily relieved. Jiang Zhangbin woke up very quickly. However, he would rather wake up a little later. It was better not to wake up at all. This was because Sister Lan and Han Song had woken up earlier than him. As a result, both He Yuanyue and Jiang Wenzhou were waiting for his call back. Also Wan Pingyuan, Monkey Sun, Kof, Director Son of the Martial Arts Bureau, Sun Fengho, were all waiting for his call back. Director Jiang grabbed his phone and thought about the four of them. Then he tilted his head and fainted again. Unfortunately, he didn't faint for long this time. He was slapped awake. Jiang Zhangbin's eyes widened. He looked over and saw Jiang Wenzhou's big bald head. His face was flustered and exasperated. He was panting and his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. What's going on? The director of the Star Shield General Administration had actually come in such a hurry. The horns at the entrance of Star Shield were already blaring. The car from Second High had arrived. Yuanyue had personally rushed to Star Shield. The car from the Martial Arts Bureau had also arrived. Sun Fengho had personally come as well. There was also Wan Pingyuan who rushed in with big strides. His face was full of anxiety. There were also various departments and the military. In short, all the influential people in Phoenix City were gathering here. You, Fatty Jiang, had caused such a big commotion and almost destroyed the entire Phoenix City. Now, you want to pretend to be unconscious? No way. In the end, everyone gathered in the conference room. Jiang Wenzhou pried open Jiang Zhangbin's mouth and stuffed 17 to 18 pills into his stomach. Then he poured down 2 big bowls of water. Jiang Wenzhou directly carried him to the conference room and pressed him down on a chair. Tell me what's going on. Jiang Wenzhou's bald head was smoking. This bastard. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, he poked a hole in the sky. After this battle, of the 2 Dragon Blood Guards that had just been sent over, Han Song and Yang Yu, one was dead and the other was seriously injured. Yang Yu had even died in the form of his soul being destroyed. He could not be more dead. This kind of loss was no small matter. When Jiang Wenzhou heard about this, he smashed his phone on the spot. Then he anxiously looked for a Yunhua expert and flew over. No matter what, this matter was related to his son. Father and son were connected by heart. This was not just a saying. Not to mention that this matter itself had already reached the level of reaching the heavens. Jiang Zhangbin finally became more clear-headed. The medicinal effects of the many pills that he had been forced to drink gradually began to take effect. He wiped his face with a cold towel and looked at the entire conference room filled with people. Finally, he said tiredly, Governor, one of the governor's office, Principal He of the Second High School, Director Son of the Martial Arts Administration, and the leaders from the General Administration, stay. The rest of the unrelated people, leave. Today's matter is classified as top secret. Please forgive us. In the military, the Phoenix City Military Division commander pointed at his own nose. What about me? I also have to leave? Yes. Good, you fatty Jiang. The commander was so angry that his nose was crooked. He stood up and walked out in large strides. You wait. Seeing that the commander had left, the others didn't say any more nonsense and all obediently left. The only person who participated in the battle was Han Song, who had just recovered some strength but still looked lifeless. The doors and windows were closed. The communication equipment was confiscated. The entire space instantly became an absolutely sealed secret room. It wasn't until now that Jiang Zhangbin began to slowly explain the whole matter. From the beginning, when He Yuanyue had discovered the aura, to the beginning of the battle, that Governor Wan's face began to change, turning green, red, and black. Shang Qingyun? Star Master? When these 5 words were put together, Governor Wan's head exploded with all kinds of colors and emotions. In the end, his face became abnormally gray. He said powerlessly, Is this matter accurate? Jiang Zhangbin nodded solemnly. Han Song's face was still as pale as a corpse's, but he was a cloud transformation cultivator after all. He had recovered some strength by now. He said, Shang Qingyun is undoubtedly a member of the Umno Alliance and a Star Master. The constellation life-borrowing technique he used proves this point. What's uncertain now is which star in the Umno Alliance's constellation he belongs to. Hearing Han Song's words, Governor Wan Pingyuan seemed to have aged several years. It was as if all his essence, qi and spirit had been sucked out in an instant. He closed his eyes. What flashed in his mind were the bits and pieces of his acquaintance with Shang Qingyun for so many years. The support they had in life and death situations, the discussions they had encountered, the conversations they had on the table, the contributions Shang Qingyun had made to the residents over the years, the education he had given the children. Finally, 2 teardrops fell. He muttered, "Why are you a member of the Umno Alliance?" Wan Pingyuan, who could become the governor of a city, was naturally not a fool. Governor Wan Pingyuan knew that since Shang Qingyun had been so scheming, sneaking into Phoenix City so early and lying in ambush beside him, he naturally had a major conspiracy. But even though he already knew that the other party had ulterior motives, and even more sinister ones, he still couldn't bring himself to hate him. The only thing he felt was heartache. For this operation, I went to great lengths to gather 2 veteran experts of Phoenix City Star Shield, nascent soul stage experts. But these 2 people have already been killed by Shang Qingyun. Also, second high school's teacher Qin Fangyang and teacher Lan. It was all thanks to old Principal He's help that they were able to come here. This time they have done a great service. Martial Arts Bureau Chief Sun Jiang Zhangbin coughed. His gaze was evasive. Sun Fingho's face was as calm as water. The veins on his forehead were bulging. "I just want to know, how is my brother now?" Cough cough. Jiang Zhangbin avoided Sun Fingho's gaze and said, "He's still alive. Still alive." Bureau Chief Sun jumped up in anger. "Big face Jiang. You motherfucker. You. Fuck your father, what did you tell me you?" Star Shield's director Jiang Wenzhou coughed and knocked on the table. He said solemnly, "This is an important matter. Don't scold people." He secretly glanced at Chief Sunday. This kid's guts are quite big. Requesting for monthly votes. I'm a little disappointed. I thought that the first monthly votes would be in the tens of thousands. But now it seems that it's only 8,600. There's still a little more than a day left. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Everyone do your best. Whatever you can do, thank you. Chapter 211. Cough cough. The following battle. Jiang Zhangbin said, "Teacher Han, I'm not qualified to say anything with my cultivation level. I'm also not one of the participants." As he spoke, he let out a long sigh. His own mistake. If he had remembered the old principal's words and looked at his chi first, perhaps these sacrifices could have been avoided. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhangbin's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. On the other side, before Han Song could speak, he sighed mournfully and said, "This battle could be said to be the most dangerous battle I've ever experienced in my life." Shang Qingyun's strength was already at the high level of the cloud transformation realm, far above us. Furthermore, he could communicate with the heavens and earth, restore starlight, and even borrow the power of the constellations. Speaking of this battle, Director Zhang's strategy was perfect. He caused Shang Qingyun to be poisoned at the beginning of the battle, allowing us to gain the upper hand in the beginning. Unfortunately, the opponent's cultivation level was too high. Furthermore, among the reinforcements of the Kunlun Dao sect, there was actually a Umno Alliance spy, who changed sides at the last minute, causing Brother Yang Yu to be fatally injured, causing us to be completely powerless in this battle. While Yang Yu killed the spy, he was willing to give up his life and used a self-explosion technique to attack Shang Qingyun. Finally he died. Hearing this, Jiang Wenzhou's expression changed greatly, and his eyes became watery. As Han Song recounted the battle in detail, everyone felt that the fact that these people were still alive was simply a great stroke of luck. At the end of his narration, Han Song said, "At the end of this battle, Shang Qingyun's injuries were mostly healed and he had the absolute upper hand. We were already doomed. But I don't know which hidden expert attacked and killed Shang Qingyun with a hammer. Otherwise we would have died without a doubt." The complete annihilation was already a foregone conclusion at that time. However, after Shang Qingyun's death, a tribulation eye appeared in the sky, causing a commotion that shook the entire Phoenix City, causing the incident to escalate further. I can't make any judgments about the situation after that, and can only attribute it to something strange. Han Song recounted the incident and said, "After that all of us fainted. Truly, the power of the heavenly lightning was too great. And our injuries were too severe. After listening to the entire process, everyone's face sank and they were speechless for a long time. Moments later, He Yuanyue was the first to speak up. She glared at Jiang Zhongbin and said, "I told you to look for it. And you didn't look?" Jiang Zhongbin wished he could stuff his head into the crotch of his pants. He was ashamed to the extreme. "I've calculated everything once and considered every detail. Only this. I forgot. You." He Yuanyue almost couldn't catch her breath. "I forgot." "You've forgotten the most important thing right now. What was the use of remembering other things no matter how meticulous they were? As long as they looked for Zhuoxiao Duo, they might be able to avoid the tragic situation of this battle or wait for a more perfect opportunity. The current situation was definitely not something that anyone present wanted to see. If not for that mysterious expert of unknown origin, then Qin Fangyang, Mu Yanyan, Han Song and the others would have been completely annihilated in this battle without a single survivor. If these people were all dead, then the entire Phoenix City would become an empty city. At that time, the Phoenix Pulse spirit. Thinking of this, He Yuanyue felt a chill down her spine. She couldn't help but point at Jiang Zhongbin and scold him. "Bastard! Can't you do something about it? You've been like this since young." The more important things are, the more you forget. Now that your head is bald, you still haven't changed your old habits. Jiang Zhongbin knew that he was in the wrong. He obediently admitted his mistake and didn't dare to talk back. Jiang Wenzhou watched in amazement. What the hell? Such a wretched and lazy person who could even curse his own father was actually so obedient in front of this weak old lady. But you can scold him all you want, but can you not mention the bald thing? The follow-up of this matter needs to be handled properly. Jiang Wenzhou coughed a few times and made the final decision. "Governor Wan, there's a high chance that Shang Qingyun is not the only spy in your governor's office. I hope you can assist in the investigation," Jiang Wenzhou said. "Of course." Wan Pingyuan let out a long sigh. His expression was bleak as he said, "I have committed a serious dereliction of duty in this matter. I will personally submit a letter to ask for forgiveness. As for the follow-up investigation, I will naturally cooperate with all my strength. I have no complaints." Since Jiang Wenzhou had come here, he naturally had full authority to take over this matter. He arranged everything in detail and then began to think. That hammer that suddenly appeared, who did it belong to? Smashing Shang Qingyun to death with one hammer, and then the tribulation eye appeared? What does it mean? The lightning that directly struck a Yun realm expert until he fainted. Why did it cause such a big commotion? After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Zhuoxiaoyan had already returned home. After a busy night, she was also unbearably tired. Especially when Wu Taijiang solemnly warned her, "Don't ever reveal your existence." Zhuoxiaoyan knew the severity of the matter and naturally agreed. As for the spatial ring that she had picked up, she immediately handed it over to Mu Yanyan, who had regained her consciousness. Mu Yanyan also immediately handed it over. "I was worried about Master, so I rushed over to take a look after there was no sound." This reason perfectly explained why she had appeared over there. After all, Zhuoxiaoyan's background was clean and there was nothing to investigate. But since dawn, Phoenix City had directly entered a state of lockdown. Jiang Wenzhou transferred a lot of experts from the headquarters to investigate this matter. Even the Ming family and the Ning family were included in the scope of investigation. 2 people from the governor's mansion were missing, and the entire city was searching for them. It was worth mentioning that regarding the Tribulation Eye, Jiang Wenzhou directly called the leader of the Star Shield Department and received a strict order to keep it a secret. "Stop investigating the Tribulation Eye. This matter is to rot in your stomach. No one is to mention it again. Especially not to spread it out." Jiang Wenzhou was so depressed that he wanted to hang himself. Wasn't it too unlucky for me to take over this matter? That Tribulation Eye, at least a few million people had seen it. It was shining brightly in the sky like the sun. How am I supposed to keep it a secret? Keep a few million free people quiet? Why don't you try to keep it a secret? But how could he say this to his superiors? In the morning, Zhuoxiao Duo went to school as usual. Zhuoxiaoyan went out with him. She was going to visit her master at the Star Shield Department. They went out side by side. When they were about to part at the corner, Zhuoxiaoyan suddenly stopped in a hidden corner. "Damn, there's something I've been wondering about for a long time." Zhuoxiaoyan's face was very serious. "What is it? Why are you so serious?" Zhuo Duo looked puzzled. You think our parents are the kind of hidden experts? Zhuo frowned and said, actually, I've had this feeling for a long time. I had this feeling long before Uncle Nan came. But I couldn't see anything unusual. But that Uncle Nan is clearly a big shot. I once asked Master about it in a roundabout way. He gave me in your cultivation base and there were no side effects at all. Master has never even heard of such a method, let alone done it. Zhuo Duo listened quietly and nodded. And this time, Uncle Wu, who made weapons for us, opened a blacksmith shop next to our shop. Let's not talk about this first. But the person who killed Shang Qingyun with a hammer was most likely Uncle Wu. Otherwise it wouldn't be so coincidental. I had just informed Uncle Wu, and Shang Qingyun was smashed to death with a hammer right after. Zhuo said, to kill Huayun so easily, Uncle Wu's cultivation is beyond my understanding. It's indescribable. What do you think? Which one of these things is normal? Zhuo Duo frowned and walked forward silently. He didn't say a word for a long time. But Zhuo had obviously been waiting for this question for a long time. She talked about it almost endlessly. Think about it. As the saying goes, dragons don't live with snakes, phoenixes don't dance with sparrows. If Dad and Mom are really ordinary people, how could people like Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu? Zhuo said, and they obviously respect Dad and Mom very much. No, it's not respect, it's fear. Isn't this even more abnormal? Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes and said, I don't think there's anything abnormal. You think too much. Zhuo was speechless. She stared at Zhuo Duo for a long time and said angrily, you're so cunning. You must know something that I don't. Zhuo Duo spread his hands and said, what can I find? I only know that Dad and Mom don't have any cultivation at all. It's tiring for them to run a little distance. Zhuo suddenly rushed up and grabbed Zhuo Duo's ears with both hands. She said fiercely, you're exposed. Zhuo Duo? Humph, if there's nothing wrong you won't say, what can I find? Since he couldn't find anything he must be suspicious. Zhuo began to exert force. You're a dog. Are you going to confess or not? Spare me. Zhuo Duo instinctively lowered his head and begged for mercy when his ears were grabbed. But he didn't expect that he would bump into the murderous weapon. Suddenly a strange feeling arose and then he was bounced back. For a moment he only felt a cool breath penetrating his body. It was indescribably comfortable. Zhuo screamed. She let go of her hands and stepped back. Her face was flushed. You're dead. Then she started to chase after him. Zhuo Duo covered his head and fled. He explained repeatedly, I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, I didn't bump into her. I didn't. She's so beautiful. Zhuo became more and more angry. The strange feeling in her chest seemed to remain. She was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She attacked even more ruthlessly. Therefore Zhuo Duo jumped into the air and started to bungee jump. In a moment he jumped 7 or 8 times in a row. Chapter 212. When he caught her again, Zhuo blushed and asked, do you dare to do it again? I won't. Zhuo Duo shook his head repeatedly. But he still felt a touch of gentleness on his face. He couldn't help but lick his upper lip and lower lip. Zhuo was about to explode again. Let's get down to business. Zhuo Duo begged for mercy. I have similar suspicions about my parents' background. But my suspicions are different from yours, Zhuo Duo said seriously. I've personally verified that my parents don't have any cultivation. Right now they are just 2 ordinary people. However, there are too many other abnormalities. Zhuo Duo said, I've investigated. 1,000 fantasy gold, heavenly witch copper, imperishable gold, and so on. Zhuo said impatiently, hurry up and tell me. Are you sure you want to tell me here? Zhuo Duo glanced around. Alright, come with me. In a secret place. The 1,000 fantasy gold is a special metal that can only be formed when the star spirit and the metal intertwine for a long time in the void and fuse together. It can be forged into a weapon that is indestructible and unbreakable. It can also change its color according to the owner's needs. It has the characteristic of being ever-changing. Therefore, it is called the 1,000 fantasy gold. Heavenly witch copper is one of the few high-grade forging materials in the Umno Alliance. It's even rarer in the astral souls. Imperishable gold is obtained by refining a large amount of 1,000 fantasy gold's essence. Moreover, it doesn't mean that you have to refine imperishable gold just because you've obtained a large amount of 1,000 fantasy gold. It also requires exquisite refining skills. In the entire astral souls, there are no more than 10 people who can extract imperishable gold from 1,000 fantasy gold. Zuoxiao Duo said, and this is only one of them. Zuoxiaonian nodded slowly. Zuoxiao Duo said, on the other hand, I agree with you. I even think that Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu are not only respectful to our parents, but also respectful with a hint of fear. Also, I suspect that Uncle Nan's true intention in coming to Phoenix City is actually to deliver cultivation methods and materials to us. Think about it, would such a person carry 2 peerless secret manuals with him when he goes out? Furthermore, it was a one-time transfer? This goal is too obvious and too obvious. Secondly, who would bring 8 tons of illusion gold and heavenly sorcerer copper with them? Zuoxiao Duo said, these great opportunities were arranged by our parents in advance and were specially brought here. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Of course, part of it was the extra extortion from his parents, so it had to be accounted for separately. However, since Uncle Nan had brought so many with him, it meant that he was prepared to be extorted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be necessary. Zuoxiaonian nodded silently. I think so too. Doggy, you're really smart. There's also Uncle Wu. He had never appeared before, but he suddenly appeared when we needed to forge weapons. Our requirements for forging weapons are not low at all, and Uncle Wu had all the materials we needed. He didn't hesitate at all. I'm almost certain that Uncle Wu was specially called over by our father to forge weapons for us. Zuoxiao Duo said, you see, his blacksmith shop, other than forging weapons for us, there's no other business. With his blacksmithing skills, the people who want him to forge weapons first should be fighting to the death and trampling over his doorstep. Zuoxiaonian nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Similarly, those forging materials he prepared. At least most of them should have been prepared in advance. Zuoxiao Duo snorted. It's just a few adults acting in front of us, playing us like children. Zuoxiaonian rolled her eyes. Doggy, what are you thinking? Aren't we children in their eyes? We should be honored that they are willing to play with us. Zuoxiao Duo said, in summary, the opportunities we had these days were actually man-made, but they were all for us. They didn't take a break at all. From this, we can infer another conclusion. Our parents should be big bosses without a doubt. Zuoxiao Duo said with a heavy expression. However, Sister Nian, there's another thing that I have to remind you seriously. Zuoxiao's sudden seriousness startled Zuoxiaonian. Go ahead, I'm listening. What happened last night? It was so urgent. Logically speaking, the first thing a super boss should do was to send a telepathic message or something like that. But Dad asked you to go there. Then, when Dad saw the tribulation eye, he was so shocked and anxious that he went to find Uncle Wu himself. But I really ran all the way there with him. I even supported Dad for the last part of the journey. In other words, Dad's cultivation shouldn't be at the level of a martial master. He's almost the same as an ordinary person. There's no doubt about that. Zuoxiao Duo said, but Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu are such awesome people. They respect Dad so much, but Dad is at most a martial master. That's obviously abnormal. Zuoxiaonian pondered. Zuoxiao Duo said, and, do you remember the space ring that Uncle Nan sent last time? Mom said she couldn't open it and asked Dad to check it. But you and I both know that martial masters don't have congenital divine thoughts. If Dad is only at the level of a martial master, how could he check the space ring? Zuoxiaonian suddenly remembered, yes, that's true, but I didn't care at that time. Dad and Mom have lived here for a long time. That's true. But we've never heard about Grandpa and Grandma. That's also true. Dad and Mom couldn't have fallen from the sky. They don't have any background. That's not normal. But for so many years they never had any relatives. That's also strange. Are they both orphans? Dad and Mom asked Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu to come. That's why they could come. Zuoxiao Duo said seriously, combining all the above, I have a conclusion. What's the conclusion? Zuoxiaonian's voice was so nervous that it changed. Dad and Mom are big shots, but now they can only be said to be big shots in the past. Something must have happened to them and they were forced to live in seclusion in Phoenix City to slowly recover. So no matter if they asked for help or if other people knew that they were here, they would be in danger. Either they had an accident and their cultivation was sealed, or they were seriously injured and could only show their current shallow cultivation. But no matter what, it's not a good thing. It's a hidden danger. Zhuo Duo said seriously. This time, Dad and Mom asked Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu to come for us. This should be a very dangerous thing for them, but they still did it. Why do you think it's for us? Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was a little pale. Now that you mention it, I should feel touched, but why do I suddenly feel so scared? If news about Dad and Mom is leaked, won't they be in danger? Don't forget, when you needed pills for your breakthrough, Dad would rather go bankrupt than ask for help. Zhuo Duo breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Nian Nian, Dad and Mom have done enough for us. In the future, it's our turn to protect them. Even if we don't have the ability, we have to at least let Dad and Mom maintain their current stable and happy life until they recover. And not lead trouble to them and let them have no choice but to expose themselves. If that's really the case, it'll be a disaster. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly. Dog, you're right. Don't say it again in the future. Don't let it slip. Yes, we have to be careful. We have to keep this matter to ourselves and not mention it to anyone. In particular, don't let Dad and Mom ask for help in the future. The hidden danger is too big. If one more person knows that Dad and Mom are here, it'll be more dangerous. Uncle Wu's strength is completely beyond my understanding. It's too scary. Yes. Sister Nian Nian, didn't Dad and Mom always say that my birth was an accident? We always thought that they were pranking me, or that they were flaunting their love and showing off their affection. But now it seems that this saying is actually true. Zhuo Duo said. Then here comes another question. Under what circumstances did I become an accident? Maybe it's because Dad and Mom were seriously injured and didn't want children. After all, having children is more damaging to their vitality. But I was accidentally pregnant and was born. So, my birth was really an accident. At least it was beyond Dad and Mom's expectations. Mom can't check the space ring, but Dad can. Maybe it was because of my birth? It seems that giving birth to me was really an accident. Zhuo Duo felt a little guilty and sighed. Sigh. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded silently and said, that's really possible. But now that you're born and so big, it's impossible to go back. Go back? Zhuo Duo looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan in shock and suddenly felt convinced. Sister Nian Nian, what you said is really powerful. Otherwise you would be my sister. Zhuo Xiaoyan said casually. After she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. However, Zhuo Duo pointed it out and she couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Shut up. After some discussion, the siblings quickly reached a consensus. First, Dad and Mom are big bosses. Second, Dad and Mom are seriously injured. Third, Dad and Mom are big bosses but they are very weak now. Fourth, Dad and Mom are big bosses but they are in danger now. Fifth, Dad and Mom are big bosses. Because they called people over, at least 2 people know that. Sixth, Dad and Mom are big bosses but they are probably seriously injured. Seventh, they have to protect Dad and Mom in the future. They have to find a way to find out the truth and then find a way to recover. Eighth, they have to let Dad and Mom recover. As long as Dad and Mom recover, won't we be able to do whatever we want in the future? Zhuo Xiaoduo's imagination ran wild. When that time comes, won't I be able to bully men and women and be a second-generation rich kid who can do whatever he wants and win without doing anything? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Chapter 213. However, the current situation was that the more people who knew about this, the more danger his parents would be in. Based on the above conclusions, the further conclusion was that he could not call anyone else over no matter what. Then he could not cause any more trouble for his parents. We're done talking. Why aren't you going to school? Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had solved the puzzle in her heart, kicked Zhuo Xiaoduo's butt and said fiercely, "Don't play truant." Zhuo Xiaoduo covered his butt and walked away. He was speechless. How much more are you going to bully me? When I grow up and my cultivation surpasses yours, I'll play with cats every day. He rubbed her once, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again while lying down. As he thought about it, perhaps the Flaming Sun Sutra in his body was automatically activated, causing some reactions. This sutra is really powerful. Zhuo Xiaoduo went to school valiantly and energetically. At this moment, a large number of cars were gathered at the entrance of number 2 high school. Everyone was craning their necks and waiting, looking into the distance. Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled. What's going on? When the crowd saw Zhuo Xiaoduo appear, someone shouted, "That's Master Zhuo." Instantly, over 100 people rushed over with a loud roar. Master Zhuo? Are they all here for me to read their fortune? Zhuo's brain worked very quickly. From the words, Master Zhua, it wasn't difficult to deduce that the people in front of him weren't here to cause trouble for him, but to have their fortune told by him. The hundreds of people in front of him, as well as the luxury cars parked around them, were definitely rich people. At this thought, this money grubber's eyes turned into light bulbs. This is all money. This is all luck points. This. I'm going to be rich. As expected, gold will always shine, and pearls will always shine in front of people. I'm going to be rich. Don't worry. Zhuo raised his arms and shouted, one by one. Everyone will have a share, everyone will have a share. Don't worry, I won't run away. At first glance he saw Li Chenglong carrying a large piece of iron on his back, running over like a snail. Li Chenglong. Zhuo, what's going on? Li Chenglong was carrying 3,000 jin of iron on his back, and he was also carrying weights. At this moment his whole body was covered in sweat. Apparently he had realized the gap between him and Zhuo. This had driven Swollen completely crazy. He was cultivating as if his life depended on it. No matter what, he would not fall behind. And this big iron block was the product of Li Chenglong's sudden inspiration. I carry 200 kilograms of weight on my body every day, and it's all on my joints or key parts. It doesn't affect my overall body at all. If he were to carry another 3,000 pounds, that was how this happened, and it wasn't just him. Go bring me a table. Zhuo laughed heartily. I, Master Zhuo, want to perform the Tao on the spot. Li Chenglong was speechless. Okay, you perform the Tao. I'll go to the gravity room to cultivate. I'll catch up with you while I'm here. Not long after, Li Chenglong brought out a table and a chair. While Li Chenglong was moving the chair, Wan Lixiu also came to school with a large metal block like a snail-moving house. Not long after, Li Changming, Long Yuxing, and Yu Moyan also came one after another. Everyone's appearance was very strange, and there were many different styles. But overall, it was still to increase their endurance to the greatest extent. After roughly understanding the situation, each of them bid farewell to Zhuo and entered the school to cultivate. Zhuo was now in a state of suppression. He had suppressed his breakthrough many times in a row. It was fine for him to postpone his cultivation, but they had just reached the stage of suppression. They couldn't relax at all. This was the time when they might not be able to catch up even if they tried their best to catch up, let alone slacking off. Zhuo sat on the chair. A sage-like aura came from the 7 emotions. He laughed and said, Bosses, I wonder why you're looking for me? Haha, there must be a lot of things you don't understand in this world. There are so many things you don't understand in this long world. There are so many things you don't understand. The one at the front of the line was a stout middle-aged man. He flattered, I've long heard that Master Zhuo is well-versed in ancient and modern times. You've heard about the 3 realms. You're a man of integrity. There's nothing you don't know about in your past life and future life. I've long wanted to meet you. Master Zhuo laughed and accepted all the compliments. Then he said, it's fate that we meet. Just get straight to the point. Master. Here's the thing. The fat man smiled apologetically. My surname is Lu. My name is Lu Jianxi. Ahem. My occupation is a contractor in the construction industry. Recently, I've been feeling that things are not going well for me. The money I earn has been decreasing for some reason. And my marriage is not going well. Zhuo frowned. Can you just tell me what you want to see? The fat man was dumbfounded. He scratched his ears and cheeks and hesitated. Obviously he wanted to see everything. Zhuo sighed and rubbed his fingers. Then he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and spread it on the table. He said, the most taboo in fortune-telling is to make empty promises. I don't count the undestined method. I don't count the unprofitable method. Let's talk about this first. On the paper, Zhuo's bank account and bank were neatly written. The content was very detailed. Lu Jinshi was very straightforward. Master, just give me a price. I won't bargain. It's fair to pay for fortune-telling. Zhuo frowned. The more money you have, the more important things you can do. How can I give you a price? In this line of work, the most important thing is to follow fate. Do you understand? Lu Jinju's eyes widened. What? Idiot. Someone reminded him. It means you can spend as much as you want. Master Zhuo doesn't have a fixed price. Do you understand? 1 yuan is fine. 1 million is fine. It depends on your own heart. The more money you have, the more important things you can do. Do you understand? Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at this understanding person with admiration and said, "You can't say it like that. Money is only a way. We provide guidance to others, but we are not doing it for profit. Fate, the most important thing is fate. Everyone coming to my place is already fate itself." The man smiled apologetically and nodded. "Master, you're right. Fate is fate. We're fated people." Lu Jianxi understood more and more. I understand. Then he immediately took out his phone and began to transfer money. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't even look at his movements. He really allowed him to transfer as much as he wanted. Lu Jianzhu wanted to transfer 10,000 yuan at first, but he was reluctant after thinking about it. So he transferred 1,000 yuan and said, "Master, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't mind." The tall, thin man behind him glanced at the transfer number and couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. He only transferred so little and he wanted to see everything. How stingy! Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care. He casually glanced at his face and said, "You don't have to see it. You're in a lot of trouble now. It's just one of the reasons." "Master, please enlighten me." Lu Jianxi was overjoyed. "Go to the side of the road. Do you see that willow tree over there?" Zhou Xiaoduo asked. "Yes, I see it." "Go break a willow branch." The fat man quickly went and then happily came back with a green willow branch. "Master Zhou, you're back. The willow branch is here too. Look, is it green?" At this moment, there were already people beside him who laughed in understanding. Lu Jianxi's face suddenly changed. He hesitated and said, "Master. This. Put it on your head and look at it again. Everything will be clear." Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly. Lu Jianxi's face turned into the color of a pig's liver. Many people beside him also smiled. They were almost all experienced. This kind of thing didn't need to be explained clearly. The willow branch you broke was intentional. There are many forks on it. Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly, "Your money, your people, your efforts all have been divided by the forks. Go back." Lu Jianxi's face was pale. "Master, how should I solve this?" Zhou Xiaoduo didn't say anything. He looked at his phone and saw that the bank transfer message had arrived. He said lightly, "This is a family matter. I can't say much. I can't do anything more. Think about it yourself." The thin man at the back of the line was already impatient. Go, go, go. You're not leaving after seeing it. It's just a thank you gift of 1,000 yuan. Do you want to solve everything at Master's place? Master has a good temper. If it were me, I would have chased you away. I'd even give beggars more than this." Lu Jianzhu's face was red. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. He squeezed out of the crowd with his tail between his legs. After he left the crowd, his face immediately turned fierce. "I've long suspected that there's something wrong with you." Sure enough. Then he took out his phone. Private Detective Agency. The thin man sat in front of Zhou Xiaoduo with a smile and a respectful attitude. "Master Zhou, I'm Qiao Zhongshan. Nice to meet you." Qiao Zhongshan. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at his face and said, "You want to ask about money?" Qiao Zhongshan said, "Yes. I have a business deal recently. I can't make up my mind. Should I do it or not?" Zhou Xiaoduo said, "No need to say more. I'll give you 4 words. Please give me your instructions, master." Zhou Xiaoduo closed his eyes and half reclined on the chair. He said lightly, "Make a prompt decision." The thin man understood. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, master." He took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan without hesitation. "After the deal is done, I'll definitely thank you again." Zhou Xiaoduo finally opened his eyes and praised, "Your Excellency is very considerate. I see that your fortune, a small stream flows for a long time, an endless stream. A person with a good character will most likely have good fortune." The thin man was elated. "Thank you, master." Then he transferred another 100,000 yuan and left happily. Next, he received 200,000 yuan just by looking at his fortune. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt that the road in front of him was splendid. A golden path was slowly spreading out. Chapter 214. Master Zhua. An old woman sat down. She looked sad. Her clothes were clean but they were obviously worn out. An old man with wrinkles on his face stood beside her. They looked like a couple. "I have no other choice. That's why I came to you, master." The old woman's weather-beaten face was full of helplessness and despair. My old man and I used to be cultivators. But after we were plotted against, our lives changed completely. Originally it would have been fine. That's how life is. Since we've embarked on this path, we've long been on guard against such situations and have no regrets. However, the other party took away our child. My only daughter was only 3 years old that year. Tears appeared in the old woman's dry eyes. 30 years have passed. We've been looking for her. But we couldn't find any clues. Master, please take a look. Can you still find my daughter? The old man beside him was silent. He took out an old wallet from his chest and took out all the money in the wallet. There were only a few $100s in total. Some were small, some were even, but it was obvious that he had emptied his wallet and took out everything he had. Swishaoduo was silent for a moment. He took $1 from the pile of money and pushed the rest of the money back. He said softly, "If fate allows us to meet, then 1 gold coin will be enough for us to meet. If we are sincere, then 1 gold coin will be enough. Please take back the rest." He looked at the old woman's face and said in a low voice, "Auntie, I can tell you with certainty. Your daughter is still alive. And soon you will be able to reunite as a family." The old woman's eyes widened. "Really? Really?" Swishaoduo asked softly, "At that time, where did you lose your child?" "It's a long story. Back then we went to the Roaring Tiger Forest, which was adjacent to the Sun Moon Pass. However, we got lost there. We lived there for 10 years. And that was when I got together with him." The old lady sighed softly. "My darling has been living in the Roaring Tiger Forest since she was born. She has never seen the outside world. We tried so hard and finally found a way out. We walked out of the Roaring Tiger Forest, but we encountered an enemy. The 2 of us were severely injured and our daughter was taken away." "I see." Swishaoduo counted with his fingers and said, "You should find a place to settle down temporarily. Don't go out and run around during this period of time. If I'm not wrong, your daughter is on the way to find her parents." "Thank you for your guidance, Master." The couple wept tears of joy. In this lifetime, to be able to see Nan Nan again. "Even if I die immediately, I will be content." The husband and wife supported each other as they walked away. Everyone else present was waiting with a heavy heart. It was all because of the tragic experience of this couple. Swishaoduo looked at the backs of the couple with a heavy expression. Next, Swishaoduo looked at more than 10 people. Not only did the crowd in front of him not decrease, but it also increased. "Master Zwar is awesome." "That's right. I heard that when he showed it to the Long family, he said that he was about to be unlucky. Guess what? Is there a need to guess? The news has spread throughout the city. Is the Long family going to be in trouble soon?" Wrong. Not only is the Long family unlucky, they are unlucky twice. The night before, the Long family manor was completely destroyed and turned into ruins. Isn't that bad enough? But the next night, even the ruins were gone. It turned into a lake. It's all thanks to Master Zwa. If it weren't for Master Zwa's judgment, the whole Long family would have been turned into fish and shrimp. That's right, that's right. It's because it's so magical that I have to come and take a look. I've been feeling that things haven't been going well recently. Swishaoduo was never tired of reading people's faces. The more the better. In the past, he only complained that no one came to see him. Now that there were people coming, naturally he was very happy to greet them. There was no income in the Providence points for now, but in just 1 hour, the income had reached a terrifying amount of 400,000. These people are so honest and kind. I really like them. Swishaoduo was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. After all, this amount of income was already very, very scary for Swishaoduo. Just when he was busy and happy, Hu Ruoyun came. Swishaoduo. Hu Ruoyun looked at the school entrance that looked like a wet market and said angrily, "Do you still want to go to class or not? Are you setting up a stall here? It's so slow to earn money like this. Why don't you go rent a house and do some fortune telling?" In the whole school, no, in the whole Phoenix City or even the whole continent of astral souls, among the people that Swishaoduo was most afraid of, Hu Ruoyun was one of the top 3, second only to his mother and sister. In this regard, Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue were ranked behind. When Hu Ruoyun stood up, Swishaoduo stood at attention and smiled apologetically. "Teacher Hu, he. Class, I'll go to class right away." Then he said, let's go. If you need anything you can come at noon. I have an hour of rest at noon. And an hour of rest in the afternoon. Don't worry, things will be solved." Under everyone's regretful gazes, Swishaoduo quickly packed up, grabbed his bank card and the promotional note and ran into the school. There was no one left in the class. Those who needed to train went to train, and those who had contribution points in hand used them to exchange for cultivation resources. Qin Fangyang was currently lying in shield. With his injuries, he definitely wouldn't be able to return in a short period of time. Zuo naturally had to report to the gravity room. Zuo, someone called from behind. Zuo turned around and saw Bai Bingbing standing there. What's the matter? Bai Bingbing looked a little restrained. She was quite different from the cheerful person she was a few days ago. She even looked a little haggard. She said, "Have you had breakfast? I brought you your favorite big buns. There are 20 of them." As she spoke, she took out a big bag of meat buns. Bai Bingbing had been bringing breakfast for Zuo for several days in a row. Zuo would refuse every time, but Bai Bingbing obviously didn't give up. She reluctantly continued to bring him breakfast the next day. Bai Bingbing. Zuo said seriously, "I'll say it again seriously. I really can't like you because I already have a wife." "You already have a wife?" Bai Bingbing looked at Zuo's young face. Even though her heart was heavy, she couldn't help but want to laugh. "Eat, I just brought you a few buns. I don't want to be your wife." "Is that so?" Zuo turned around and rushed into the gravity room. "I know, don't bring them in the future. If my wife sees it, I'll be finished." Bai Bingbing's hand stopped in midair. Looking at Zuo's back, her expression gradually became complicated. She held the bag of buns in her hand tightly and didn't move for a long time. After a while, she sighed softly and walked back. Halfway through, she threw the bag of buns into the trash can by the roadside and left with a heavy heart. After a long time, Hu Ruoyun appeared beside the trash can. She reached in and took out the buns. Then she took the buns and left. "Go and check these buns." Hu Ruoyun handed the buns to Li Changjiang. Li Changjiang was a little puzzled. "Still checking? You've been checking for 3 or 4 days. I just feel that something is wrong." Hu Ruoyun frowned. "I hope I'm just overthinking." "Okay." Li Changjiang said, "I'll go now. Also, give me the test reports from the past few days." "Okay." Noon. "The test reports are out." Li Changjiang said, "There's nothing wrong with these buns. There's just an extra Xiang root." Well, the Xiang root's main effect is to replenish the vitality of the astral souls. If it's eaten frequently, it will have a certain effect on strengthening the astral souls. Xiang root. Hu Ruoyun held a thick stack of test reports. "Is everything here?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll take them." Li Changjiang looked at his wife's figure and was a little puzzled. "Ruoyun, in my opinion, this is just a young man's pursuit of the opposite sex because he has a good impression of the opposite sex. Don't you think you're making a mountain out of a molehill by being so paranoid?" Hu Ruoyun said softly, "I don't want to think of my student this way, but I keep feeling that this Bai Bingbing is different from before. She used to like to get close to Zuo, but she used to be very bright and generous when she smiled. But since a few days ago, her smile has changed. She's still trying to get close to him, but she's not like before, walking over whenever she has time. Instead, she spends most of her time in a daze. She often seems to have a lot on her mind. Also, she's never sent food to Zuo before, but these few days she's been acting strangely. She's been sending food every morning. She's been rejected today, but she continues the next day." Li Changjiang wondered, "Isn't this normal? It's not strange for a girl who's in love to do anything." Hu Ruoyun said faintly, "You're not a woman. You don't understand women." Li Changjiang said, "I think the problem is that Zuo hasn't eaten even once, which made the girl feel frustrated. That's why she keeps sending food to him, hoping that he'll be moved once?" "Then why doesn't Zuo eat?" Hu Ruoyun said, "Or maybe Zuo saw something." Li Changjiang felt that his wife was simply unreasonable. She was twisting words and forcing logic. "Li Changjiang, you have to know one thing. If a girl really likes someone, even if she knows that there's no hope, her heart will still be filled with love. Under this kind of love, she will cry, she will be in a daze, she will look forward to it, she will daydream, and she will even laugh. However, he would never show a dull and somewhat stiff attitude. Do you understand?" Hu Ruoyun took the test report and left. "The reason why I felt that something was wrong and only asked you to do the test, but I didn't say anything to the public, is that I'm not sure. This is just my intuition. And a woman's intuition has never been reasonable. I hope that my intuition is wrong this time." Hu Ruoyun took the test report and went up to the top floor. Old principal. Monthly votes please. Chapter 215. Oh, it's Ruoyun. Hiyuanyue's body was weak, and she was having a meeting at Shield in the early hours of the morning. Furthermore, Sister Lan was not around to look after her. She was lying on the wheelchair, dozing off, with only a thin blanket covering her body. What's the matter? There's a small matter. Ruoyun felt a little regretful. She should have let Hiyuanyue rest for a while. Her body wasn't well to begin with. She had been worried the whole night and stayed up all night. Now she had to disturb her with something that she didn't even know existed. Say it. Hiyuanyue was completely awake now. She lifted the blanket on her body and said, "You're not an ignorant person. Since you're here, it must be something important. There's something that I can't make up my mind about. I really don't know much about this field." Say it. There are a few edible herbs, including purple sun root, dream lingji grass, 9 complete vine juice and honey grass flower. Just these, together with ordinary dishes and meat, will it produce any special effects? Will it have the same effect as mixed poison? Hiyuanyue laughed. How come you're researching mixed poison now? She pondered for a moment and said, the herbs you mentioned all have the same characteristics. It strengthens the vitality, nourishes the astral souls and replenishes the vitality. And these herbs, if eaten alone, will not do any harm. They will only be beneficial. Hiyuanyue said slowly, but. Hearing the word, but, Ruoyun's heart skipped a beat. These 4 herbs, if you eat the honey grass flower on the first day and let the medicinal effect spread into the meridians, then eat the 9 complete vine juice, then eat the dream lingji grass on the 3rd day, and eat the purple sun root on the 4th day. Hiyuanyue's face was serious. If you eat the honey grass flower on the 5th day, the medicinal effect of the 4 days will accumulate, and it will become an incurable poison. Ruoyun's delicate body trembled. An incurable poison? Yes, once the incurable poison is formed, the astral souls of the user will immediately shatter, and their 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will disappear. However, very few people know about this method. Furthermore, there are clear regulations of the country that forbid the sale of these medicinal herbs together. Especially the dream lingji grass, which is the hardest to find. It's an extremely rare spiritual material, but it doesn't have much of a beneficial effect. Therefore, not many people know about this method of harming people. Hiyuanyue asked, why? Did you find anything? Ruoyun gulped and said, I did find something. I suspect that someone is using this method to deal with Zuoxiao Duo. Hiyuanyue could not help but widen her eyes. Zuoxiao Duo? Yes. Ruoyun took out the test report and said, recently a girl has been pursuing Zuoxiao Duo. I feel that her behavior is strange because at first, it was pure affection. I can see and feel it, but recently her behavior has changed. Every morning she brings food to Zuoxiao Duo. Zuoxiao Duo does not eat, and Zuoxiao Duo does not eat, so it's fine if she takes it back. However, that girl always throws away the food she brings and brings it back the next day. I feel strange about this. Even if he doesn't eat it, she shouldn't throw it away, right? If she gives up, she won't bring it back the next day, so I took it for testing. Ruoyun explained her analysis in detail, including the analysis of the girl's thoughts. This is the test report from the first day. It found the ingredients of the honey grass flower. On the 2nd day there was 9 whole vine juice. On the 3rd day there was dream lingji grass. On the 4th day there was purple sun root. Looking at the 4 test reports, Hiyuanyue's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. Zuoxiao Duo did not eat it? You didn't eat it even once? Not even once. Ruoyun said with certainty. That's not right. If he didn't eat it on the 1st day, even if he ate it on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days, it would be useless. Hiyuanyue pondered and said, if he didn't eat it on the 1st day, she should continue to send him the food with the honey grass flower. She shouldn't have changed to the food with the 9 whole vine juice. Ruoyun frowned and did not say anything. Do you know why Zuoxiao Duo didn't eat it? Hiyuanyue asked. I'm investigating this matter secretly. I haven't asked Zuoxiao Duo yet, and I'm also afraid that this is a misunderstanding. Since Zuoxiao Duo didn't eat it and there's no danger now, then why don't we observe this matter first before we do anything else? Hiyuanyue reminded her, Ruoyun, this matter is very likely to be more dangerous than you can imagine. So, you must pay attention to your own safety. If possible, try to delay it as much as possible. The strongest fighters in our school are all not here. If something happens, we won't be able to fight back at all. He Yuanyue said, just gives Wuxiao Duo a subtle reminder. That kid knows what's important and he's very sensitive to his own misfortune. Understood. Watching Hu Ruoyun go out, He Yuanyue's eyes became deep. She looked at the tea in the teacup. The tea leaves that Hu Ruoyun just made for her were bobbing up and down. She did not move for a long time. Meng Tianyue. The Meng family can't wait to kill Wuxiao Duo? If that's the case, why don't they just send a master to assassinate him directly? Why do they always play these little tricks? Do they want to quietly solve the problem? If I didn't know your intention before and couldn't see your faces clearly, maybe I would be fooled by you. But now. As soon as this matter came out, He Yuanyue immediately locked on to the suspect. The Meng family. Lan. She habitually wanted to call Sister Lan, but then she remembered that Sister Lan was now seriously injured and was recuperating at Star Shield. She shut her mouth. No matter what, this matter can't be revealed now. Once it is revealed, it will only intensify the conflict and puts Wuxiao Duo in more danger. The water in Phoenix City is getting muddier and muddier. How did the Bai family and the Meng family hook up again? The Bai family has always been a family of poets and scholars. Could it be that they are being coerced? Wuxiao Duo was sweating profusely in the gravity room. His heart was filled with bewilderment. He didn't know what was going on. It was probably because he had absorbed a lot of spirit energy since he came to school this morning, but he didn't feel like breaking through even once. If it was yesterday, he should have at least 5 or 6 times of agitation. He couldn't figure it out. Why was this? If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. Anyway, it's not a bad thing. It can help me become stronger and accumulate more foundation. Wuxiao Duo took out the medium-grade jade of astral souls again and absorbed its energy. It's fine if I can't reach the breakthrough point for now. Although I don't know the specific reason, it's certain that I haven't accumulated enough. So, I'll continue to accumulate. The true Yuan in his body was quietly transforming into the scorching power of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Noon, 12 o'clock. Wuxiao Duo climbed out of the gravity room on time with the weights. After a short rest, he went to the cafeteria to eat. Wuxiao Duo ate quickly. It only took him 5 minutes to finish 3 or 4 bowls of rice. He wiped his mouth and walked out. When he reached a corner, he saw Wan Lixio hiding in a corner and eating alone. Wan Lixio's appetite was terrifying. As a girl, almost all girls would think about how to lose weight and diet to maintain their figure. But Wan Lixio ate at least 60 to 70 steamed buns for a meal. So much so that every time they had lunch in the cafeteria, Miss Wan would feel extremely conflicted and ashamed. But if she didn't eat, she would starve. She didn't have the strength to maintain her cultivation. So she could only hide in a corner and eat steamed buns. Long Yuxing sat behind her and tried his best to make his body as big as possible to block Wan Lixio's line of sight. This made Wan Lixio feel a little better. Yes, others can't see me. They can't see me. Wuxiao Duo walked over valiantly. He laughed loudly and said, Wan Lixio, have you finished 70 steamed buns? Wan Lixio's eyes bulged. She looked at him with a dumbfounded expression with a steamed bun in her mouth. She knew that this guy was despicable, but she didn't expect him to be despicable to this extent. His voice wasn't soft at all, so many people in the cafeteria turned to look in the direction of the voice. Wuxiao Duo looked over and laughed. Oh, there are still 7 or 8 steamed buns. You can continue to eat. If you don't have enough money in your meal card, you can swipe. Swipe Long Yuxing's meal card. Before his voice died away, Wuxiao Duo, who had finished his despicable act, disappeared with a whoosh. Wan Lixio, who was still in the corner, blushed. She almost stuffed her head into the wall. Long Yuxing's angry eyes showed that he wanted to kill someone. Despicable. What a despicable person. Long Yuxing muttered to himself. Wan Lixio swallowed the remaining 7 or 8 steamed buns as if they were Wuxiao Duo. Her face was red. I must kill him this afternoon. No one is allowed to stop me, I must beat him to death. Ah! Long Yuxing was shocked. Xiao, don't be impulsive. Wan Lixio roared crazily. She suddenly stood up and walked out valiantly to get food. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a beautiful girl? Wan Lixio was no longer shy when facing the scrutinizing eyes around her. She stared back valiantly. There was a sense of desperation. Everyone turned their heads to look at her valiantly. Wan Lixio was completely relaxed when Wuxiao Duo shouted. She directly put the bowl through the window. Give me another 20 steamed buns, 2 plates of mutton, 2 ox trotters and half a kilogram of chili sauce. Thank you. She stomped her feet as if venting her anger. I didn't eat enough for the past few days because of my face. I must eat more today. 30 steamed buns make it 100. Li Chengming, Li Chenglong and Yu Moyan, who were engrossed in eating, gave her a thumbs up. Xiao. Awesome. Wan Lixia walked back with the food. She held her head high and said, What are you looking at? Can you afford to feed me with my appetite? Long Yuxing shouted from behind, I can afford to feed you. There was another burst of laughter. All kinds of whistles rose to the sky. Chapter 216. After Zhou Xiaoduo was done with his daily routine, he ran out of the school to set up a stall to earn money. In less than an hour he had seen 17 or 18 advertisements. His net income was 600,000. Adding it up with the one he had seen in the morning, it was 1 million. He had to admit that the effect of the advertisement was too good. In this world there were too many people who were dissatisfied with their current situation, unwilling to accept their fate, or those who had nowhere to spend their money and wanted to buy a peace of mind. There's still an hour before school ends. Let's continue if we're fated. Zhou Xiaoduo returned to the gravity room, but he was stopped by Hu Ruoyun at the door. Zhou Xiaoduo, I want to ask you something. Hu Ruoyun brought Zhou Xiaoduo to her office without any explanation. Tell me the truth. Why didn't you eat the food that Bai Bingbing brought for you? Hu Ruoyun went straight to the point. She believed that Zhou Xiaoduo would not lie to her. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. Teacher Hu, I'm a loyal man. I already have a wife. My love for my wife can only be expressed by the heavens. How can I eat the food that another woman brought for me? Hu Ruoyun frowned. Stop talking nonsense with a cheeky face. I want to hear the truth. This is the truth. If you don't want to say it, you can leave. Hu Ruoyun said sadly, Xiaoduo, you can cultivate now. You can skip grades. You're already at the peak of martial master. Zhou Xiaoduo panicked. Teacher Hu. You can leave. I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you the truth. No, I'm not interested in listening anymore. Zhou Xiaoduo rushed over and hugged Hu Ruoyun's arm, acting like a spoiled child. Teacher Hu, I was just casually saying. Hu Ruoyun gave him a sidelong glance. I'll confess. I'll confess everything. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head embarrassedly. Then his expression turned serious. At first I thought that Bai Bingbing was a good person. She had a good personality and dared to love and hate. However, ever since she began to bring me breakfast, I suddenly felt a sense of crisis. So I did a facial examination for her. A physiognomy? Hu Ruoyun's expression turned serious. She paused for a moment before asking, Then what did you see? I can see a lot of things. Recently, Bai Bingbing's family has been troubled. She's been affected by an uncontrollable force. She's been shrouded in bad luck, and she's been surrounded by evil spirits. Most importantly, she's suddenly filled with malice towards me or her actions. Zhou Xiaoduo's face twisted as he said, Based on this reason, how would I dare to eat the food she gave me? Intuition. It's not intuition. Zhou Xiaoduo said, I really know that the food she gave me has something bad in it. Why should I eat it? Was he looking for trouble for himself? To take care of the feelings of someone who has malice towards me? Wouldn't that be stupid? Hu Ruoyun sighed softly. I understand. But why don't you tell me more? Hu Ruoyun was a little tired. There have been too many things happening recently. It's better to avoid trouble. Also, I'm pretty sure that Bai Bingbing didn't mean to harm me. Zhou Xiaoduo paused for a moment before saying solemnly, She was probably forced. Forced? Yes, I was behind her and I could see a thick darkness. If I insist on pursuing the truth of this matter, the truth will most likely be buried. Her whole family will be annihilated. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, Teacher Hu, I don't know how you noticed this. Maybe I'm a little soft-hearted. But I feel that I'm not hurt anyway. There's no need to kill her whole family. That's a little too much. Of course. My other purpose is to see if they can lure out the big fish behind the scenes when their plan fails and they change to another strategy. I want to see who it is. Is there a third reason? Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo said, The third reason is. I'm afraid that if I expose the big fish behind the scenes, I won't be able to handle it. If everything is exposed, I won't be able to handle it. If Teacher Qin wasn't injured, I would have discussed this matter with him. But now, our second high school is full of injured soldiers and all the important generals are gone. If I act rashly now, I'll be courting death. Hu Ruoyun completely understood. I understand. Then you can go. Hu Ruoyun said, since you know everything in your heart, I won't waste my breath to remind you. Zhou Xiaoduo said gratefully, thank you Teacher Hu. Thank you for your concern. Hu Ruoyun was stunned for a moment. She smiled and said, you child. Zhou Xiaoduo said softly, your kindness is really worth remembering for the rest of my life. He took a step forward and gently hugged Hu Ruoyun. He said wholeheartedly, thank you. Letting go of Hu Ruoyun, Zhou Xiaoduo turned around and left. She watched the office door close gently. Hu Ruoyun's eyes were slightly red. She smiled with tears in her eyes. It was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Although Hu Ruoyun didn't want Zhou Xiaoduo to know too much and only wanted to silently pay attention to this child, it was obvious that Zhou Xiaoduo understood everything. He knew everything clearly and understood it all in his heart. If she didn't pay close attention to him for a long time, if she didn't pay close attention to every little thing, how could she discover such a thing? 5 years of repeating a grade, long-term attention, and this unbreakable teacher-student relationship had made Zhou Xiaoduo a child in Hu Ruoyun's heart. She was always concerned about him. She was like a loving mother, silently caring and paying attention to everything about her child. Just as Zhou Xiaoduo said himself, Zhou Xiaoduo will remember for the rest of his life. In the afternoon in the gravity room, Zhou Xiaoduo trained even harder and even risked his life. But even if it was so hard, his heart was always warm. In this world there were so many beautiful, warm things that were worth remembering, worth protecting, and worth cherishing. Even if he risked his life, he had to protect those things. I'm very happy. I'm so happy that I want to be cheap. It wasn't until the afternoon, when it was close to 5 o'clock, that the feeling of being on the verge of a breakthrough surged like a tide again. And this time, it was a feeling that couldn't be controlled at all, a feeling that couldn't be suppressed. At least in Zhou Xiaoduo's mind, his dantian couldn't hold it anymore. Although Zhou Xiaoduo was still trying to gather all of his true qi as much as possible, wave after wave of true qi kept surging over. Or to put it another way, if one drank too much to the point where he couldn't control himself and wanted to vomit, even if the person was still sober and knew that he didn't want to vomit, he would force himself to swallow it back. But the next wave of even more intense feeling would come and continue to surge out. Cough cough, anyone who was drunk before would know that. Those who weren't drunk should try their best not to try it. That feeling was really uncomfortable that it took Zhou Xiaoduo 40 minutes just to suppress this breakthrough. But that restless feeling was still there. It seemed that if he used a little bit of his true qi, it would set off a tsunami again. At this moment, the true qi in his body filled his entire dantian and spread all the way from the dantian to the breakthrough, leaving only a small part before the breakthrough. Or it should be said that his dantian was full to the extreme. This power was destined to not return because there was no place for it. The main reason why he was sure of this was that Zhou Xiaoduo used the cooling power of the form of heaven and man. Although he suppressed it, he also understood his current situation. But I haven't surpassed Nian Nian Cat's record. Could it be that there's something wrong with my talent? Zhou Xiaoduo's mind was almost in a daze, but he kept remembering this matter. I think I've only suppressed 19 times. This situation lasted until he returned home. And when he returned home, the investigation by Star Shield finally came to a conclusion. Director General, the 2 men who have been following Shang Qingyun since she was in the governor's mansion have confessed under torture. The 2 people had already been caught in the morning under the crazy search of all the experts in Star Shield. What did they confess? Is there any important information? Shang Qingyun is very likely to be the left minister of the Big Dipper. He's the Star Master below the Star Monarch. Star Monarch? Star Master? Is this confirmed? I'm 90% sure. Jiang Wenzhou's eyebrows were completely furrowed. Generally speaking, there's only one Star Master below the Star Monarch, who assists the Star Monarch in handling matters related to the GL. So why is the left minister of the stars in Phoenix City? And he hasn't moved for decades? He hasn't moved for so many years. What is he waiting for? The left minister of the stars. This is the existence of cooperation. So, who is Shang Qingyun cooperating with? Logically speaking, there must be more important things that require the left minister of the stars' assistance. That's why he's here. So who is he assisting? Jiang Wenzhou only felt that this case was getting bigger and more complicated as he investigated. The more he investigated, the more his head hurt. Especially after confirming Shang Qingyun's identity, he was shocked to find that the secret hidden in this might be a shocking puzzle that even he couldn't completely understand. And the moment Shang Qingyun's identity was confirmed, that was when the people in Star Shield reported, Shang Qingyun should be the left minister of the Big Dipper. He's the Star Master below the Star Monarch. Zhuo Duo, who had just returned home and was still trying to suppress himself, suddenly felt a flood of good fortune falling from the sky. Well, actually, it was 2 drops of coolness that fell from the sky and went straight into his brain. This was really a windfall from the sky. Of the 2 drops of coolness, half went into his reserves, and the other half turned into coolness that merged into all the meridians in Zhuo body. In an instant, all the meridians in his body were nourished and widened again. Their flexibility also increased out of nowhere and almost doubled. What was even more surprising was that his energy center, which had swollen to the limit, actually widened again. It's time for the second watch today. I'll rest for a few days before erupting again. Chapter 217. With just a thought, Zhuo true origin, which had been blocked in his meridians and was about to break through at any time, all returned to his dantian. That obedient force was like an extension of his arm. What's more, Zhuo Duo felt that his dantian still had plenty of true origin left. That was to say, he could accumulate even more resources and strengthen his foundation even more. Fuck. Zhuo Duo groaned. Suddenly he felt so good that he could go to heaven. It turned out that he had used too little cooling power previously, which was why it was difficult to achieve results. But now he had used a whole drop at once. The effect was indeed extraordinary and the effect was immediate. However, Zhuo Duo was completely dumbfounded as to where these 2 drops came from. Where did they come from? Recently, I haven't seen any big fortune. What's going on? Well, the surprises did not stop there. They continued to come. Just after these 2 drops of cooling power arrived, only 10 minutes later, another drop suddenly entered his account. Once again Zhuo Duo felt refreshed, and his whole body trembled. Strange, this is really strange. The only thing Zhuo Duo could think of was, last night when he saw Zhuo Xiaoyan and his fortune, the people closest to him were in a life-and-death situation, and this life-and-death situation was obviously resolved. That was why these providence points came. But why were there 3 drops? And why did they come separately? Which drop came from which side? He had no clue at all. But it didn't matter which side it came from, as long as he could force the true origin back. Well, not bad, not bad. Now, the number of providence points that he could use had climbed to a new peak. He had a total of 7 drops in reserve. Plus the 3 drops that he used. It seemed that the reserve was full. Then, was this fortune-telling technique going to be upgraded? However, Zhuo Duo waited for a long time, but there was no movement. It's better to focus on cultivation. When it's time it will naturally come. With 3 extra drops he could at least suppress it a few more times. How delightful. It had to be said that Zhuo Duo was very easily satisfied now. I don't need to compare myself to anyone. I only need to improve faster than my classmates. I only need them to be no match for me when I'm being mean to them every day. That's all. I just need to be more steadfast than Yen Mao. I just need to be stronger than I was yesterday. I just need to be able to earn 1 million every day. I just need to reach Uncle Nan's level. I just need to surpass Yen Mao as soon as possible. Zhuo Duo sighed, feeling wronged. As long as I can achieve these goals, I will be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu rolled their eyes in unison. After eating, Zhuo Duo didn't hide in his room as usual. Instead, he walked around the living room and tried to find something to talk about. Mom, Nian didn't come back for dinner and you didn't even call me. This can't go on. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes as she washed the dishes. Actually, girls have to follow the rules and be reserved when they grow up. Not returning home at night was unacceptable. Mom, don't you think so? Zhuo Duo continued to walk around. Wu Yuding continued to roll her eyes. Mom, now that I can cultivate and I'm a genius, I'm not completely unworthy of Yen Mao, right? Zhuo Duo muttered to himself. His wild ambition was obvious. This time, Zhuo Changlu, who was sitting on the sofa and reading the newspaper, couldn't help but look up at him and roll his eyes. Do you think Nian Kitten will feel inferior if I continue to be so outstanding? Plus she's 3 years older than me. Nian Kitten must be suffering. Zhuo Duo shook his head. But she shouldn't feel inferior. This girl is very thick-skinned. She's already decided to stay in our house. Sigh poor me. I've been targeted since I was young. It's a sin to be handsome. Dad, you told me not to think about it that day. Nian Mao and I are from two different worlds. I think you're wrong. Zhuo saw that no one was paying attention to him after he talked to himself for so long. He simply sat in front of Zhuo and started to talk about old scores. He felt that he needed to change his father's feudal thinking. It wouldn't do to always be a busybody. Zhuo looked at the newspaper and didn't say anything. He pretended that someone didn't exist. Look at me now. I'm handsome and hardworking. I'm smart and honest. I'm a genius. I can even make money by reading people's faces. Dad, I know you were just talking about it that day. In fact, you still voted for us to get closer to Nian Cat. Zhuo sighed and put the newspaper down. There was no other reason. He couldn't bear to watch or listen to this anymore. I know what you're worried about. Right now, Nian Mao's realm is only 1 or 2 levels higher than mine. But for your son, this distance is nothing. Zhuo stuck out his tongue and tried to brainwash his father. He opened his mouth and said, I'm not worried about not being able to find a wife. But Nian Mao pesters me every day. It's so annoying. I don't know how many young ladies like me. However, the fear in his heart that his wife would grow wings and fly away was still exposed. Zhuo leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep. Dad just nodded. Actually, it's one thing to let nature take its course. But feelings, love, if there's a parent's blessing, it's quite good. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your acquiescence. You can take back what you said the other day. Thank you, Dad. Zhuo, who had directed and acted himself, drew and painted himself, bowed deeply to him. In the kitchen, Wu Yuding held her stomach and laughed silently until tears came out. Zhuo finally stopped pretending to be asleep. He stood up with a speechless face and strolled into the study. But it's so annoying. In the future, no one will be able to wake up a person who's pretending to be asleep. A voice that's as annoying as a fly is the biggest nemesis of a person who's pretending to be asleep. Just as he was about to close the door, he was surprised to see Zhuo walking in behind him. He looked at him innocently and said, Dad, I'm going to take a look in your study. What do you want to see? Zhuo finally spoke. There's something important. Something good. Zhuo winked and looked behind him like an underground worker. Zhuo glared at him. Ignoring him, he walked to the desk and sat down. Zhuo closed the door sneakily, then sneaked in front of Zhuo and lowered his voice. Dad, your son is going to give you a surprise today. A big surprise. Zhuo raised his eyelids helplessly. What do you think this is? Zhuo showed his bank card and smiled evilly. Dad, I know that you've been under my mother's care all these years. Your son would like to express his deep sympathy and condolences. Zhuo's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Zhuo said in a low voice, Dad, there's 1 million in this card. I've already transferred it to you. 900,000. How about that? Your son is filial enough, right? Zhuo frowned and looked at Zhuo. Son of a bitch, just tell me what you want. I really don't want to do anything. I just want to be filial to you. Zhuo said seriously, I just want to make life easier for you and Mom. Zhuo's eyes were deep. Zhuo had already put away his sloppy appearance and said softly, Dad, ever since I kept repeating grades, I knew that our family wasn't rich. I saved up for so many years. I couldn't bear to spend money. It wasn't because I was stingy. I just thought that if I saved up more, I would tell you that your son has grown up. I've been thinking about this for the past few days too. Zhuo grabbed Zhuo's hand and begged, Dad, Sister Nian and I are already grown up. In fact, we can solve many things on our own. Whether it's resources or weapons, we have all settled down. You don't call Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu over anymore. Okay. Zhuo's eyes were deep and bottomless. He said in a low voice, Why? I know. You and Mom have a lot of difficulties to live in seclusion here in Phoenix City. But since you've been living in seclusion for so many years, I don't want you to be in danger anymore. I don't want others to know about your existence, including old friends like Uncle Nan. Only the secrets that you know are the real secrets. I just want you and Mom to be safe. Zhuo said seriously, now that I've grown up, I can make money. I know that I have the ability to take care of this family. You and Mom can rest in peace. Okay. Recuperate? Jianghu frowned, keenly grasping these two words. Whether it's to rest in peace or to live in seclusion, Sister Nian Nian and I hope. You've been living in seclusion for so many years, don't let outsiders know. Uncle Wu and Uncle Nan have already come. We can't do anything about it. But in the future we don't want you to take any more risks. Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, almost pleadingly. Zhou Changlu didn't speak for a long time. With his age and experience, he naturally understood his son's intentions. Although Zhou Xiaoduo's guess was very far from the truth, Zhou Changlu's heart was still fiercely touched by his son at this moment. At this moment, there was only one feeling, and that was, this son was worth having. Gently patting Zhou Xiaoduo's hand, Zhou Changlu smiled gently and said, "Okay, Dad will listen to you." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and finally stood up. "Why don't you give the money to your mom? Why do you want to give it to me?" Zhou Changlu asked curiously. "What I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. It's really not easy for you. Besides, once the money is in my mom's hands, our family will be as poor as before. My mom wouldn't be willing to spend it. It's better to give it to you." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled. "Besides, I'm a boy and I always feel embarrassed talking to Mom. As for Mom, there's naturally Sister Nian Nian to win her over." Chapter 218. Ha ha ha. Zhou Changlu let out what was probably the most carefree, most comfortable laugh he had ever let out in his entire life. "You brat. You have quite a lot of ideas. Not bad, not bad." Hee hee. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed embarrassedly. Zhou Changlu only felt that the mark of the great path in his body suddenly began to accelerate. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. So, this is life. He raised his head and looked at the opposite side of the desk. There was a calligraphy painting hanging there. At a glance, it seemed to be a landscape of clouds and mist, but it was flowing slowly. In the end it would form a word. Tao. Zhou Changlu looked at the painting and said softly, "Tao. This is the Tao of life." In his voice there was happiness, relief, and slight doubt. It seemed to be saying, "Your so-called Tao before is wrong." That night, Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding went to bed very late. The two of them chatted softly. Zhou Changlu said to Wu Yuding in a very satisfied, very comfortable and very happy tone, "My Tao has loosened." Wu Yuding was stunned. "Is that true? This time it's really loosened. I even feel like it's cracking. This level is no longer difficult. As long as I casually rush it, I can pass it." Zhou Changlu seemed to be very satisfied. "Why is that?" Wu Yuding asked. "You might not believe it, but at night in the study, Xiao Duo came to me." Zhou Changlu slowly told her what Zhou Xiaoduo said to him, not missing a single word. As Wu Yuding listened, she suddenly burst into laughter. "This brat's guess is not bad. It's just that his direction is off. It's worlds apart from the truth." Zhou Changlu said in a deep voice, "In fact, from the 2 times I asked Xiao Nan and old Wu to come over, we should have been mentally prepared. Xiao Nian and Xiao Duo are both smart children. It would be strange if they didn't suspect anything. And Xiao Duo's direction of thinking is really not wrong. As a child, what he was most worried about was the integrity of his family as well as peace and happiness. Connecting the dots with the past, little Nan and old Wu, especially their attitudes, his first suspicion was that they were hiding from their enemies due to serious injuries and the loss of their cultivation base. This was originally the most reasonable judgment. After all, he wasn't as profound as us, so he didn't have the experience and knowledge in this area. As for being heavily injured or having his cultivation sealed, that's the most logical guess we're making right now. Wu Yuding agreed. "That's right. But it was the conversation between father and son yesterday that touched my Taoist heart." Zhou Changlu stretched his limbs and lay on the bed contentedly. He said, "This is not the excitement of a breakthrough, but the happiness of a sensible child." "Then is their guess okay?" "It's okay." Zhou Changlu said, "Just let them go in the direction of their guess. The road that should be paved has been paved. In the future, let's see how far these two can go by themselves." Wu Yuding snuggled in Zhou Changlu's arms. She only felt that she was so happy. Her son and daughter were so sensible and talented, and her husband was so gentle and considerate. Suddenly she felt that she had reached the peak of her life. What else could she ask for? She couldn't help murmuring, "It's so good. The long road, I suddenly feel that it's really good to live like this for the rest of my life." Zhou Changlu smiled and held her arm a little tighter. He sighed and said, "Isn't it good? Perhaps these few decades will be the time when the two of us will truly enjoy life. Enjoy life. Enjoy life." Zhou Xiaoyan had been back and forth these days. She was so busy that she had to go to Star Shield to take care of her master. She also had to deal with the Meng siblings. She came back late at night. She was exhausted. This time Mu Yanyan was seriously injured. The physical injury was not a big deal. The most important thing was the heartache. The second senior brother, whom she had a good relationship with and took care of, turned out to be a spy of the UMNO alliance. This hit her directly to the heart. Her other three senior brothers also became silent and worried. Meng Chenyu and Zhou Xiaoyan kept visiting, which made Mu Yanyan feel even more complicated. On one hand, she felt comforted when she saw Zhou Xiaoyan. On the other hand, she felt disappointed and disgusted when she saw Meng Chenyu. Every time she saw Meng Chenyu, Mu Yanyan couldn't help but think of her second senior brother. They were the same. The disguise was good. Mu Yanyan, who really didn't want to see Meng Chenyu, simply ordered Meng Chenyu to go back and cultivate. She shouldn't visit if there was nothing important. This matter swept the whole Phoenix City in an instant. Including the Meng family and the Ning family, they had to be carefully investigated by Star Shield. Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to visit Qin Fangyang, but he was sternly refused by Qin Fangyang. "I won't die. The only thing you need to do now is to practice hard. Suppress the accumulation. When you come back, if I don't see great progress, I will break your legs." When Zhou Xiaoyan went home and reported Qin Fangyang's words, she didn't hide her gloating. "Dog, you need to be careful of your dog's legs. If you don't make great progress, Teacher Qin will break your legs." Zhou Xiaoduo was stubborn. "TSK, I've made great progress, okay? You don't even know how much progress I've made. A mere great progress is nothing." In fact, he had begun to panic. He hadn't had the feeling of a breakthrough for 2 days. Could it be that the 3 drops of cooling power were really that effective? That change. It was like expanding a lake into a sea. No matter how hard he tried to absorb spiritual energy, he couldn't fill it up. This situation was completely different from before. Now I have only accumulated 25 times. I'm still a dozen times away from surpassing Yan Yan Mao. This kind of progress really can't be considered great. Zhou Xiaoduo was worried. What should he do? That afternoon, Zhou Xiaoduo absorbed more than 40 mid-grade Astral Souls Jade, but the capacity of his Dantian was still not used up. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In Zhou Xiaoduo's record. A record quietly changed to 27 days to go before Yan Yan Mao's breakthrough. In the past few days, Zhou Xiaoduo's fortune-telling business had become more and more popular. Especially after a few people came back to thank him a few days ago, Master Zhuo's reputation had taken another step forward. He was like the sun in the sky. It was too accurate. After 7 days, Zhou Xiaoduo's fortune-telling income had reached a terrifying 5 million. This time, Master Zhuo was completely arrogant. When he got home, he actually started to pay his family, the kind that was blatant. "Dad, this is your salary for the past few days. 2 million. Mom, this is your salary for the past few days. 2 million. Zhou Xiaoduo was extremely rich. "Yan Yan Mao, come and get your salary." Hee hee. Zhou Xiaoyan pinned Zhou Xiaoduo on the sofa with a backhand move. She twisted his hands and kneed him in the back. Then she slowly took Zhou Xiaoduo's entire card. "What's the password?" Zhou Xiaoyan asked. "Don't even think about it." Zhou Xiaoduo would rather die than surrender. "Just give me the password and I'll take care of it for you. Don't even think about it. Are you going to give it to me or not?" No. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo showed a never-before-seen stubbornness. Regardless of Zhou Xiaoyan's torture, threats, and promises, he was still unyielding. "You want my life? Easy. You want my money? Impossible." When it came to the sovereignty of one's life, Zhou Xiaoduo would not give in. "Zhou Xiaoyan, Zhou Xiaonua," cried out. Wu Yuding sighed. She felt that her daughter was really stupid. She wanted a man to hand over the password, but she actually beat him up? She was too inexperienced in life. Her EQ had been dragged down to the bottom. "Nian Yan, since Xiaoduo doesn't want to give it to you, then forget it. What you're doing is wrong." Wu Yuding hinted with a double meaning. Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and let go of Zhou Xiaoduo. She asked in a low voice, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give it to me or not?" No. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. He stomped his feet. His tone was firm and resolute. There was no room for discussion. "Forget it if you don't want to give it to me. Zhou Xiaoyan said in a lonely voice. She said lightly, "It's not like I don't have money. Why do I need you to give me a salary?" After that she turned around and went back to eat. Zhou Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief and went back to eat as well. Zhou Xiaoyan had only eaten 2 mouthfuls when her eyes suddenly turned red. Tears fell from her eyes. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked when he saw this. His heart suddenly thumped. All that was left in him was heartache. Zhou Xiaoyan ate 2 more mouthfuls. Her eyes turned even redder and her tears fell directly. Zhou Xiaoduo could not sit still. He hurriedly leaned over and whispered, "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Xiaoyan ignored him completely. She twisted her waist and turned her head. Suddenly, she covered her face and started sobbing. "What? Are you crying?" Zhou Xiaoduo was anxious. "What's going on?" Zhou Xiaoyan just ignored him. She cried harder and harder. More and more tears fell. Zhou Xiaoduo said tentatively, "It's not like I can't give you my password. If you really want it." He thought to himself, "If you want my password, I'll definitely not give it to you." Zhou Xiaoyan just cried and completely ignored him. She did not even talk about the password. In the end, she just put down her chopsticks and stopped eating. After a long time, she stood up and quietly walked to her room. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. "You're not eating?" Zhou Xiaoyan acted as if she did not hear him. She walked into her room and slammed the door. Zhou Xiaoduo was restless. He was only half full, but he felt like he could not eat anymore. He said anxiously, "Dad, Mom, look. What's wrong?" Zhou Changlu rolled his eyes and did not say anything. Wu Yuding sighed and said, "You brat, what you did today was too out of line. Your sister Nian Yan's background is pitiful. You gave us money so openly and said it was salary. You must have reminded her of something sad." Sigh, poor child. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart suddenly ached. Yes, Nian Yan was so pitiful. Chapter 219. Zhou Xiaoduo sat at the dining table, unable to eat. He thought for a while and said, "No, I have to go take a look." He walked to Zhou Xiaoyan's door and knocked gently. Sister Nian Yan opened the door. Wu Yuding and Zhou Changlu looked at each other. Zhou Changlu looked helpless. Zhou Xiaoyan didn't open the door. Zhou Xiaoduo begged, but Zhou Xiaoyan insisted. Zhou Xiaoduo tried to force the door open, but Zhou Xiaoyan resisted and cried, "I won't let you in." Zhou Xiaoduo was already sweating profusely. "If you let me in, I'll tell you the password." "Who cares about your password?" Zhou Xiaoyan said angrily, "I can earn my own money. Do you think I can earn less than you? You've been eating my food for so many years. Do you think I care about your money?" After saying that, she cried even more bitterly and fiercely. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt extremely guilty. His guilt was bursting through the roof. Yes, hadn't Yin Yin been secretly giving him money to spend all these years? Sigh. "Even if you don't want it, I'll give it to you," Zhou Xiaoduo shouted. "I don't want it. I'm begging you. Just take my password." Zhou Xiaoduo begged a dozen times. The door opened quietly. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at him with red eyes. Her lips were swollen from crying. Zhou Xiaoduo quickly handed over his bank card. "Sister Nian Yan, don't cry. Here. Even though you don't have it. You still have Dad, Mom, and me. The password is 00902. It's your birthday. I don't want it. No. I don't want it. I'm begging you, please take it." "I still don't want it." "Woof woof. Sister Nian Yan, take it, woof woof woof. Woof woof." Zhou Xiaoduo moved closer and said with a drooling face, "Woof woof? Woof woof woof." Zhou Xiaoyan smiled through her tears. "What a shame. It's better if you take the card." Zhou Xiaoyan bit her lips and said, "I don't really want you. I just need to know the password." All right. Can you come back and eat some more?" "Oh." Zhou Xiaoduo pulled Zhou Xiaoyan over to the dining table with great care. He picked up the chopsticks and wiped them clean before handing them over. He then scooped a bowl of soup and placed it beside her. Following that, he picked up more food and served her attentively as if there was no one else around. "Sister Nian Yan, eat this. Eat this." Zhou Xiaoyan lowered her head as if she was still feeling a little down. However, she still picked up the chopsticks and ate in small bites. Zhou Xiaoduo heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt a sense of hunger in his heart again. He started to eat and drink as much as he could. His appetite was even better than usual. When Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't paying attention, Zhou Xiaoyan gently made a victory sign to Wu Yuding with her right hand. Pfft. Wu Yuding choked and immediately started coughing. Zhou Changlu, who was beside her, looked as if he couldn't bear to look back. Looking at his son who was begging her to accept his bank password and still had a sense of accomplishment and relief, he deeply felt that this world was indeed not a world dominated by men. Or perhaps, men dominated the world, and women indirectly dominated the world through dominating men. After Zhou Xiaoduo finished his meal, he coaxed Zhou Xiaoyan for a while before he was relieved. He was extremely gentle and caring towards her. After that, he begged Zhou Xiaoyan to accompany him to practice martial arts and hidden weapons. Zhou Xiaoyan coldly agreed. Zhou Xiaoduo was actually very happy that they practiced until 1:30 in the morning. That the 3 small gourds flew 200 meters and landed on a large tree that required 2 people to wrap their arms around. The landing point was right in the center of the 3 by dots that Zhou Xiaoyan had drawn with chalk. It was a perfect hit. Zhou Xiaoyan turned around and looked behind the tree. She nodded in satisfaction and confirmed that the gourds didn't break through. She then cut the tree and found the 3 small gourds at a third of the tree. Your control is not enough. Zhou Xiaoyan said with a cold face. My request is for you to break through half of the gourds and then deviate the trajectory to destroy the target's meridians as much as possible. You've broken through 2/3 of the tree and deviated the trajectory a little, so you can't achieve the damage you want. Whether it's the target's injury or your own judgment of the target's injury, there's a considerable amount of deviation. If it's an actual battle, the target seems to have been hit but actually has the ability to fight back. You may be in danger because of your misjudgment. Zhou Xiaoduo came over to take a look and nodded. Zhou Xiaoyan's words were not nitpicking, but penetrating insight. Fine of 500 yuan. 10 more times. Zhou Xiaoyan said. Okay. A few minutes later. Hit a third of the way through. Shoot all 3 at once. The one on the left will go straight through, the one in the middle will deviate to the left by 10 centimeters, and the one on the right will deviate to the right by 5 centimeters before changing to the front by 5 centimeters. One more time. Punch through 2/3 of the one on the left, 10 centimeters to the right. Punch through 1/3 of the one in the middle, 10 centimeters to the right. Punch through 4/5 of the one on the right, 3 centimeters to the left. Zhou Xiaoyan made all kinds of strange requests, and Zhou Xiaoduo did them one by one. The punishment was simple. If he failed the first time, he would transfer 100 yuan to Zhou Xiaoyan. The second time he would transfer 500 yuan to Zhou Xiaoyan. The third time 1,000 yuan. The fourth time 1,500 yuan. The fifth time 2,000 yuan. The sixth time 3,000 yuan. The seventh time 5,000 yuan. The eighth time 10,000 yuan. The ninth time 15,000 yuan. The 10th time 20,000 yuan. This punishment was proposed by Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had just made Zhou Xiaoyan cry, didn't dare to say no. He made the decision on the spot. They trained for the whole night until 2 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Xiaoyan took out her phone and entered Zhou Xiaoduo's bank password to check the current balance. The balance is 736 yuan. That's all for tonight. We'll continue tomorrow? Zhou Xiaoyan was very happy. Let's go, doggy. Let's go home. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was grief-stricken. He still couldn't understand. How did the rhythm of things suddenly change to this point? Ever since the situation at the dinner table changed, he had been on the decline. He was on the verge of collapse and things couldn't be stopped. He had been defeated all the way until now. Damn, why did I agree to this kind of training method? Even if I get a crown prince to be my training partner, it won't cost 5 million yuan for a night. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that there was something wrong with his brain. I spent 5 million yuan for a night? Damn. My father isn't the richest man in the world and my family doesn't have a mine. How did I spend 5 million yuan for a night? This reality made Mr. Zhou, who had always been stingy and greedy for money, almost pass out. He didn't feel it when he was training, but now that he saw the money flowing in, he couldn't help but be shocked. How did he spend so much? Hiss. Zhou Xiaoduo sucked in cold air along the way. His heart ached indescribably. When Zhou Xiaoduo, went home this afternoon, I had a huge sum of 5,500,000 on my card. After a meal I still had 5 million yuan on my card. After a night of training I still had 736 yuan on my card. This money was really spent quickly. And the most amazing thing was that I didn't spend it at all. I didn't even buy a piece of candy. Doggy. Zhou Xiaoyan's mood had completely turned for the better. She said, actually, you don't have to look so sad. I'll give you a chance to earn it back. Earn it back? How do I earn it back? Zhou Xiaoduo was heartbroken. In the future when you train, I'll set a goal for you. If you meet my requirements on the first try, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. If you meet the second and third time accurately, I'll give you 500,000 yuan. We have a lot of training methods. If you can meet the first 3 times accurately, you can earn more than 1 billion yuan. Zhou Xiaoyan said. More than 1 billion yuan. Zhou Xiaoduo's breathing became a little rapid. Really? Of course. But do you have that much money? Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly thought of another important point. His face was full of doubts. That's none of your business. Zhou Xiaoyan said, as long as you can do it, I won't go back on my word. It's a deal? Promise is a promise. Okay. Just wait and see. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt that his whole body was full of fighting spirit. If that's the case, the small amount of money I gave you today is just a temporary deposit. When I master the hidden weapon, I'll even win your dowry. Wahahaha. Then you have to work hard. The training will continue tomorrow night. But if you don't have money, I won't play with you anymore. In short, if you have money, we'll continue. If you don't have money, then don't talk about it. Zhou Xiaoyan pouted. No problem. Zhou Xiaoduo was full of confidence. He had a lot of customers coming to his door. He was always rich. Do you think I'm short of money? What a joke. In these 7 days, Zhou Xiaoduo was working hard to improve his cultivation. Phoenix City was turned upside down several times. Not a single person with a cultivation base was left out. All of them were checked thoroughly. Don't go? If you don't go, you're a spy. You'll be wanted. With such a strong force, many of the UMNO Alliance's spies were caught. Even the Ning family and the Meng family had many suspects arrested. Jiang Wenzhou was in charge here. The experts of the Star Shield General Administration of the Central Plains came in large numbers. Their combat power was unprecedented. No one dared to act rashly. The director of the Star Shield General Administration of the Phoenix City, Jiang Zhangbin, was suspended. The Yang family of the Central Plains came from afar to bury Jianghu. All 98 members of the Star Shield General Administration of the Dragon Blood team came to see their brother off. Their white robes fluttered in the sky above Phoenix City. The funerals of the 2 soul transformation experts were also held at the same time. It was also at this moment that Phoenix City finally became the focus of the entire Central Plains. After the funerals, 2 members of the Dragon Blood team stayed. One was Han Song and the other was an expert of the Yang family. Obviously, they planned to continue to monitor the movements in Phoenix City. Since the left assistant Star Master appeared here, there must be someone he wants to help. There must be a reason why Shapa and Lang are gathered in Phoenix City. We have to put an end to the whole thing. We have to avenge Jianghu. An unprecedented pressure descended upon Phoenix City like dark clouds covering the sky. All the martial arts schools in the city, without exception, were inspected once again. Chapter 220. The entire Phoenix City was trembling with fear, and no one dared to make a move. In a real sense, the city had never experienced peace for many years. Everyone, regardless of whether they were martial artists or ordinary people, was living with their tails between their legs. They were afraid that they would be caught by the Star Shield General Administration if they were not careful. Now, because of the death of the Dragon Blood team, the Star Shield General Administration was like a hungry wolf, looking at everyone with evil intentions. At this time, no one wanted to look for trouble. Something went wrong, it was their own bad luck. On the 6th day, Qin Fangyang returned to the second high school with Sister Lan. Although the 2 of them were still a little weak, their injuries had recovered 80 to 90%. There was no major problem. After all, they were nascent soul powerhouses. After receiving the best treatment, they could recover quickly. Mu Yinyin and her 3 fellow apprentices, who had also recovered from their injuries, still felt ashamed. There was a traitor on their side who directly led to the death of Jianghu. If they did not give a proper explanation, it would be inexcusable. For this reason, Mu Yinyin and her fellow apprentices reported this matter to the higher-ups of the Kunlun Taoist sect. The sect was also collectively shocked. For this reason, they paid a considerable amount of compensation. After all, Duan Tianyu's betrayal caused such a serious problem. The Kunlun Taoist sect could not absolve themselves from the blame. Zuoxiao Duo found that his current situation seemed to be a little tragic. Ever since he started reading fortunes at the entrance of the school, it was probably on the third day that the refreshing feeling came one after another. Although the points given for reading a person were not many, at most half a drop, 1/3 of a drop, 1/10 of a drop, it was still extraordinary. But there were so many people and the base number was amazing. At least 1 point of cooling power could be earned in a day. With the continuous arrival of the cooling power, his dantian naturally continued to expand, and so did his meridians. For a time, no matter how hard he cultivated and absorbed a lot of Astral Soul's jade, he did not have the restless feeling of breaking through the suppression for a long time. Although his luck points had increased and money kept coming in, the feeling of his cultivation never being able to fill it up made Zuoxiao Duo anxious. No, it was only a few days before Nian Cat's breakthrough. What if he could not break through the current barrier before then? The first thing Qin Fangyang did when he returned to school was to ask Zuoxiao Duo, "How's the situation these few days?" Zuoxiao's head drooped. "No progress for now." "How many times?" "It was fine in the first few days, but in the last 4 or 5 days, it hasn't happened even once." "Not even once?" Qin Fangyang nodded, his face showing a hint of anger. With a bang, Zuoxiao Duo turned into a rolling gourd. "Not even once? What have you been doing these days? Don't you know that the path of cultivation is like sailing against the current? If you don't advance, you'll fall behind?" What Mr. Qin said was the truth. Cultivators were most afraid of slacking off. Once they slacked off, they would not be able to adjust and consolidate their current state. Stagnation and even regression were common cases. A week before his accident, Zuoxiao Duo had worked so hard to suppress it. Now that a week had passed, he didn't feel anything. Of course he wasn't working hard. What other explanation could there be? Qin Fangyang didn't care about Zuoxiao Duo's explanation. He put down the north and south beating things and beat him up. "I'm telling you, if you're overtaken by Wanli Xiu and Long Yuxing, I'll wait for the day you call them Brother Long and Sister Xiu." Qin Fangyang said fiercely, "From tomorrow onwards your basic weight will be doubled. Every day, you'll have to carry 2,500 kilograms to and from class. When you're reading fortunes, you'll have to carry 2,500 kilograms on your back. Your left leg in the morning, your right leg in the afternoon, and your shoes in the afternoon." Zuoxiao Duo lowered his head submissively and agreed one by one like a bullied little wife. His cultivation progress wasn't fast and his words weren't firm either. Well, there was one more important thing that had come to an end. Zuoxiaonian and Zuoxiao Duo's swords were all finished. Especially Zuoxiaonian. Not only the sword but the scabbard was also completed. Zuoxiaonian loved the Sword of Hope so much that she couldn't put it down. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. The sword was pure white and crystal clear. At first glance, it didn't look like a murder weapon at all. Instead, it looked more like a work of art. The scabbard was grayish-white and looked extremely inconspicuous. However, as long as one held it in their hands, they could feel a cold spiritual energy flowing into their hands, constantly nourishing their cultivation and soul. The design of the scabbard was a phoenix spreading its wings. The wings on both sides were connected to form a sword guard. The phoenix wings weren't very eye-catching, but on one side, there was a cute puppy hugging the phoenix wings with its 2 little paws. It raised its head and stuck out its little tongue, looking charmingly naive. Actually, my favorite part of this sword are these 2 puppies. They're so cute, I like them so much. Ah. Zuoxiaonian loved the sword so much that she couldn't put it down. Zuoxiao Duo, on the other hand, rolled his eyes wildly and didn't care about it at all. Moreover, Zuoxiao Duo's sword could only be described in one word: thin. Then it was light. The whole sword was no different from a piece of paper. Even the scabbard was twice as thin as an ordinary scabbard. The main material of this sword is true gold above clouds. It's 3 feet long and weighs 434 grams. In terms of sharpness, it can be called the best sword in the world. This was Wu Chejiang's evaluation of the sword. The best sword in the world. When Zuochanglu brought the 2 swords home, Zuoxiaonian and Zuoxiao Duo almost went crazy when they saw them. "These are the swords for both of you. Give each of them a name you like," Zuochanglu said with a smile. "Okay. Does it sound bad to call my sword Doggy Sword?" Zuoxiaonian frowned and couldn't quite make up her mind. Zuoxiao Duo sighed. "It definitely doesn't sound good, right? A girl's sword is called Doggy Sword? What are you thinking? There's something wrong with your brain." Zhui Xiaoyan racked her brains. Doggy's sword? Doggy's sword? Doggy's sword? Doggy's sword? No. Wu Yuding said from the side, how about Spirit Snatcher's sword? It has the homonym of Xiao Duo's name and the spirit of the goddess of spiritual thoughts. I think it's pretty good. Spirit Snatcher's spirit, and the names of the two are combined. Spirit Snatcher's sword? Spirit Snatcher's sword? Zhui Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as she read. Good name, good name. Thank you, Mom. Thus, the name of the sword was decided. Spirit Snatcher's sword. At the moment of naming the sword, Zhui Xiaoyan gently cut her wrist with the sword edge. Blood immediately gushed out and slowly poured into the sword. A ray of blood flowed on the sword for a moment. Suddenly, smoke rose and disappeared. On the sword there were two more words faintly. Spirit Snatcher. The divine sword recognized its master. After recognizing its master, the dazzling light overflowing from the sword began to slowly disappear. In the end it disappeared completely. Then what should I call my sword? Zhui Xiaoduo said, this sword is light and thin, exquisite, sharp and beautiful. It's very uncomfortable to be hit by it. It's either bleeding or losing your life. It's very dangerous. It's dangerous and elegant. Just like an elegant cat. Zhui Xiaoduo said, why don't I call my sword the cat's sword? Zhui Xiaoduo said proudly, the spirit of the goddess of spiritual thoughts and the cat of the cat. How nice. Zhui Xiaoyan was furious. Zhui Xiaoduo. But it was too late. The moment Zhui Xiaoduo finished speaking, he immediately cut his wrist. Blood gushed out. Then two small words appeared on the sword, cat's sword. Zhui Xiaoyan was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Let's go. I'll bring you out to practice. Zhui Xiaoyan dragged Zhui Xiaoduo out. For the entire night, Zhui Xiaoduo was almost beaten into a sack by Zhui Xiaoyan. However, the name Spirit Cat Sword was an unchangeable fact. Regarding this, Zhui Xiaoduo expressed that he was willing to be drilled. During this period of time, the number of meetings at Meng's headquarters increased. Too many things have happened in the past 8 days. Meng Qintian's face was extremely gloomy. His previous handsome and elegant demeanor was almost gone. On the second day, the warehouse in the Jing City branch caught on fire. All the goods were destroyed. On the same night, the 40 carts of goods that the Kaizhou branch was transporting to this city were attacked by star beasts. None of the elites that accompanied them survived. On the third day, the general manager of the Yuzhou branch had a stroke and died. The finance manager and a few accountants ran away with the money. They were ambushed on the way and died. However, they could not recover the money that they lost. On the fourth day, 7 branches were attacked at the same time. They were either killed, caught on fire, or met with thieves. One of the branches was sealed by the government. They were not allowed to open their doors. All the goods inside were confiscated. On the 5th day, 2 film companies under the Meng's umbrella were attacked. They were involved in tax evasion. They were shut down and their accounts were frozen. The most infuriating thing was that one of the directors of the film company was arrested and killed a tax official. This caused a huge uproar. Their artists were exposed to gambling. All their film projects were stopped and all the dramas that had been released were banned. On the 6th day. On the 7th day. Just today, just now. We received news that the 400,000 tons of snowflake cotton stored in the Tianzhou branch had spontaneously combusted. It caused a huge fire in half of the surrounding city. Meng Qintian looked at the report and said softly, in the past 8 days just the monetary loss alone is more than 50 billion. And that's not even taking into account the consequences. These things happen one after another. There must be something fishy going on. Meng Tianyue frowned and said, any one of these incidents is something that has never happened in the history of the Meng's organization. Now that everything has happened in the past 8 days, it is not something that can be described as fishy. There must be a huge reason behind it. As they were talking, the phone on the table rang. Chapter 221. Meng Tianyue was stunned. For the past few days, she had been receiving calls from him and nothing good had happened. This had caused her to develop a phobia towards the phone. Pick it up. I don't think it's anything good. Meng Qintian sighed. Meng Tianyue picked it up. Boss Meng, just now, the 17th young master had a heart attack. The voice from the other side of the phone made Meng Tianyue's heart twitch. Before the other side could finish, she said, I know, you guys deal with it. Putting down the phone, Meng Tianyue's expression was strange. The 17th young master died of a heart attack in Azhou. Meng Qintian's eyes were gloomy, and the elegance he once had was gone. The deceased mentioned on the phone was Meng Tianyue's 17th son. Although his cultivation talent was not good, he was quite talented in business. He was in charge of the business for the Meng Corporation and could be called a capable person, an elite in the business world. Now he was gone just like that. On the other side, Ning Suifeng, who had been standing in front of the window and looking out in a trance, said with a bleak expression, "If I say that your family is stronger than mine, will you and your father think that I'm gloating?" As of today, 13 people of the Ning bloodline have died. The reasons are different, but there were no signs of it. There's also a village that was affected in the battle between Jiang Zhangbin and Shang Qingyun. All of them died and no one survived. Ning Suifeng sighed deeply. In just these few days, the Ning clan has received news of deaths one after another. The clan's business has been robbed, intercepted, set on fire and escaped. There is no lack of either. Just this morning, 2 pregnant women in the family had miscarriages. Ning Suifeng said, "I think there must be a huge problem with the feng shui of the ancestral house. Previously, there must be some insidious means involved in the incident of Wuxia West. It's just that we can't see it." Meng Qintian and Meng Tianyue nodded at the same time. "Yes, we think so too. Now we have to discuss a solution. We can't continue like this. If it continues, our 2 families will be finished." Ning Suifeng's expression was solemn. "Find another Qi watcher and investigate carefully," Meng Qintian said. "If it really doesn't work, we'll flatten both the east and west mountains." Ning Suifeng's face was gloomy. "Even if we have to destroy Phoenix City's thousands of years of history, our 2 families can't just wait for death. As long as the feng shui layout on the outside is broken, the schemes inside will naturally vanish." Meng Qintian flatly said, "No. You can't?" Ning Suifeng said angrily, "Now both our clans are at the point of life and death. If we don't advance, we'll die. What else can't we do?" Meng Qintian said gloomily, "Who dares to break the feng shui of heaven and earth that has lasted for tens of thousands of years? Who dares to act recklessly?" "I dare," Ning Suifeng said. "If you dare, then you are courting death." Meng Qintian's eyes were cold. "Whoever breaks it will die." His tone became heavier as he said word by word, "Right now, whoever dares to touch Phoenix City's feng shui will be doomed eternally, much less completely. I've already warned you beforehand. If anything happens, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand." Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng both frowned. "Qintian, now is a matter of life and death for both our clans. The entire Meng group, the entire Ning family." Ning Suifeng said gloomily, "Are they not as important as Zhao's phoenix vein?" "Zhao's phoenix vein?" Meng Qintian sneered. "What do you mean by Zhao's phoenix vein? This is a big move that has been gestating for tens of thousands of years. Compared to the phoenix vein, 1 or 2 of your clans are the ones who are insignificant and extremely shallow. 1 or 2 clans were insignificant compared to the phoenix vein." Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were speechless for a long time. The 2 clans were related to the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. How was it extremely shallow? Was it really insignificant? Meng Tianyue's face was gloomy as she muttered, "Speaking of breaking this feng shui layout, there are ways to go about it. The other party changed the flow of the water because they want to protect the spiritual thought goddess and let the phoenix pulse succeed. In other words, as long as the spiritual thought goddess is killed, this layout will be broken." Meng Tianyue said coldly, "With the strength of our 2 clans, killing the spiritual thought goddess is not a big deal." Meng Qintian immediately objected. "No. No." The 2 clan leaders turned their heads at the same time and blurted out in surprise. They could not move the feng shui layout, but they could not kill the spiritual thought goddess? How could they do that? Of course not. The spiritual thought goddess is the key figure in this Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing. She can't die. She must die, but she must die on the day of the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing. We can only kill her when the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing happens. If we act in advance, the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing will go into hibernation with the death of the spiritual thought goddess. We can't take this risk no matter what." Meng Qintian said sternly, "We've been planning for decades just for this day. Who dares to kill the spiritual thought goddess before the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing happens?" Ning Suifeng said coldly, "But I don't care about these decades of planning. The current crisis of the Ning clan is the most important thing. It's something I have to face." Clan leader Ning wants to try? Meng Qintian stood up slowly and looked at Ning Suifeng like a viper. Ning Suifeng's face showed anger, and he glared at Meng Qintian. Meng Tianyue hurriedly interrupted and said, "The two clans are facing a crisis together. We should work together and help each other. Why do we have to fight against each other? Let's think of other ways to deal with the crisis. Isn't there a rumor recently that Zhuo Duo has been telling fortunes at the gate of second middle school every day, and the response is extremely enthusiastic? This kid was just an ordinary person before. How did he suddenly become so proficient in this field? Could it be that he was the one who set up this layout? Other than him, I can't think of anyone else. If he Yuanyue wanted to destroy it, she could have done it decades ago. There's no need to wait until today." Meng Qintian said gloomily, "Maybe we have always underestimated this little guy. I didn't expect this little guy to be the biggest troublemaker in this game." Ning Suifeng grinned and said, "We can't kill the spiritual thought goddess, but can't we kill Zhuo Duo?" Meng Qintian sneered and said, "Kill Zhuo Duo? Now everything is almost clear. The defeat of our two clans is most likely set up by Zhuo Duo. And other than him, no one else will know more about this game. If you kill him, who will be the one to break this trap?" Ning Suifeng was furious. "We can't kill the spiritual thought goddess, Zhuo Duo and Feng Shui can't be broken. Are we just going to wait for death?" "Tomorrow morning," Meng Qintian said lightly, "I'll go and find Zhuo Duo to test it out. And that little girl from the Bai clan, ask her to give up. Even if her clan gets the benefits for free, we can't do anything for the time being. Previously we wanted to kill Zhuo Duo so we could do it. But now Zhuo Duo can't die for the time being. Give up. Immediately." His sharp eyes flashed past Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng. "I've already explained the pros and cons. The two of you, please don't act rashly. Otherwise the consequences will be worse. I've already said this." Meng Tianyue's face darkened, but she didn't say anything. Ning Suifeng grunted coldly before flicking his sleeve and leaving. Meng Qintian's eyes were extremely gloomy as he looked at Ning Suifeng's back. The hostility in his eyes could no longer be controlled. "Qintian," Meng Tianyue said softly, "can you think of a way to protect the Meng clan?" Meng Qintian nodded slowly and said, "Protecting the Meng clan is a must. But you must remember, no matter what, you can't do anything to the spiritual thought goddess." "I know." Zhuo opened the door as usual in the early morning. Not long after, Blind Hong came. "Old Zhuo, is the child here?" Blind Hong's voice sounded unusually panicked. Zhuo looked back and couldn't help but be shocked. "Old Hong, what happened to you?" Blind Hong's whole body was in a shriveled state. More than half of the hair on his head had fallen off. Even the exposed part of his scalp was covered with lifeless age spots. He looked as if he was going to close his eyes and die in the next moment. Zhuo was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What the fuck, did I give him a life-prolonging pill or poison to take his life? He had clearly eaten a priceless life-continuing pill not long ago. Although the effects of the pill had been greatly reduced and he had even lost a portion of it, it was still not a problem for him to live for a few more decades. But now, why did he look so much older than when he had not taken the pill? What the fuck? Don't mention it, this is fate. Blind Hong's face was haggard. He looked very depressed and said, "Heaven's way of reincarnation, my retribution has come." "Retribution?" Zhuo was a little puzzled. "When I first came to Phoenix City, I was already being watched. Then he offered me a huge sum of money to let me see the trend of Phoenix City's earth veins. He said that I must find something. Because he felt that there was a big secret hidden in Phoenix City. Back then, on one hand, I was forced by the other party's force. On the other hand, because of the 3 words big secret, my curiosity was aroused. After looking around, I found that there was actually a hidden phoenix vein in this place. And it was a phoenix vein that was about to be born. At that time, after I confirmed this result, I was quite frightened. This was the arrangement of heaven's way, and it was related to the fate of this world. I was just a chi diviner. Wouldn't I be offending heaven's power if I took a peek? But I had already received a huge sum of money from the other party and formed karma. Moreover, there was a threat to my life. How could I not say it? How could I not say it? So I said it. At that time, I was still thinking that with the heavenly fate vitality replenishing technique that I cultivated, even if I lost some of my lifespan this time, I would be able to recover it. Chapter 222. But in the end, I underestimated the backlash of angering the heavenly might. When I told the whole story, the backlash of the heavenly way descended. Not only did it extract half of my lifespan, but it also directly crippled my heavenly fate energy supplement technique. Even 70 to 80% of my Taoist foundation was destroyed. Blind Hong sighed with melancholy. From then on, I already knew that I had revealed too much of the heavenly way this time. I had greatly angered the heavenly way. And more than 20 years ago, I looked at the feng shui for the Meng family and the Ning family. The original intention of these two families was to welcome the birth of the phoenix soul. However, the moment the phoenix soul appeared in the world was the moment I was completely punished for participating in the scheme against the phoenix soul. Naturally, I didn't want to see it. But when I thought of the fury of the heavenly way and the power of the backlash of the heavenly way, it still made me feel lingering fear. However, it also aroused my rebellious heart. Since I was destined to rebel, I thought that if I did the opposite, I might be able to have a happy ending. But I didn't expect that after I saw it, both my eyes were blinded. But under my guidance, the feng shui of the Ning family and the Meng family had already taken shape and embarked on the path of leading the phoenix to extinguish the wind. But recently, I don't know who not only saw through my layout, but also used the foundation of the feng shui that I had set up to take advantage of the situation. He went against death and came back to life. He completely reversed the foundation of the array. Blind Hong pursed his lips and sighed. The person who reversed the layout has a clever mind. The size of the layout, the viciousness of his thinking, the secrecy of the layout, and the ruthlessness of his actions. I have never seen anything like this in my life. We are all people who set up the layout. My layout was broken by him, and what he broke was a layout that went against the heavenly way. As the person who set up the layout, I naturally bear the brunt of the backlash. Blind Hong sighed. This is all fate. Oldswa. This is probably the so-called, the will of the heavenly way cannot be defied. It's true. You changed the things that the heavenly way had set up. It said that man can conquer the heavenly way. But no matter how much time has passed, he can still twist it back to its original path. And the time, the experience, the fate that was reversed will all turn into a backlash. Blind Hong's expression was bleak. In these short 7 to 8 days, I can feel that my life is rapidly being sucked away. Tears appeared in Blind's eyes. I don't even dare to sleep now. Oldswa. Can you imagine? When I wake up from my sleep, I'll lose at least 10 years of my life. Zhuochanglu's mouth twitched. A few days ago, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had been talking about changing their fates at home. They had asked Mu Yanyan and the others to help them. Although Zhuochanglu only knew the general idea, he knew the reason behind it. He had painstakingly begged for the life-continuing pill and gave it to the blind man, hoping that it would increase his lifespan by 100 years. In the end, his son only used 7 or 8 days to suck away all of the lifespan that the blind man had painstakingly increased and even more. For a moment, Zhuochanglu couldn't help but recall what Blind Hong had said earlier. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Could it be that heaven's will really cannot be defied? No matter how hard one tried, there would always be other accidents that would disrupt one's well-planned plans, erase all of one's efforts and return everything to its original path? Yo, how are you now? Zhuochanglu felt that he didn't know how to speak anymore. Now. Blind Hong laughed bitterly and said, my lifespan is really running out this time. And the backlash this time is so severe that I have never seen it before. In this lifetime, I have become a Qi diviner and come to Phoenix City to observe the feng shui. This is definitely the biggest mistake I have ever made in my life. And the most unlucky thing of all. Heavens will reincarnate. Today it's my turn. It's not that I don't want to take revenge, it's just that it's not the time yet. This Phoenix City's feng shui was originally following the will of the heavens, but I forcefully changed it to defy the will of the heavens. Later on, it was reversed by someone else. The cause and effect of this is something that I cannot bear alone. Too much for me to bear? What does that mean? It means that this karma will fall upon my reincarnation. Blind Hong stomped his feet and sighed. I will have to bear this backlash for the rest of my life, and I don't know when it will end. At the very least, I will have to bear it. Until a long time after the heavenly Tao is formed. Upon hearing this, Zhuochanglu's eyes lit up. This. What do you mean? I don't know the specifics. The only thing I can be sure of is that this time, the backlash from the primordial soul and the true spirit linking karma is destined to happen, and it can't be avoided. Blind Hong wanted to cry but had no tears. Although I don't know what my next life will be, I can tell you now, In my next life I will have to repay the debt of this life. Until I have done so. What do you think this is? Zhuchanglu didn't understand. Then why did you come to see my son? Blind Hong grabbed Zhuchanglu's hand and said softly, Brother Zhua, you've helped me a lot in this life. You've taken care of me a lot. If it weren't for the beneficial spiritual tea you gave me that day and replenished my lifespan, I would have died a long time ago. However, I, Blind Hong, haven't given you anything in return. How can I be so thick-skinned as to say that you're my brother? The only thing I can do is to look into the future for your descendant. With my spirit as a guide, I can look into his future. This is also the last thing I can do for you in this life. I die with so much debt, I, Blind Hong, will not die in peace. Zhuchanglu sighed softly. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he made up his mind and made an important decision. Blind, how much longer do you have? Not much longer. Blind Hong said sadly, I, Blind Hong, am all alone in this life. I intend to deceive the heavens and steal from the world. It is only natural that I will be punished by the heavens. I have no complaints and I have nothing to worry about. The only thing I care about is your brother Old Zhua. All alone in this life. All alone in this life. Zhuchanglu murmured. Then he said, have a sip of tea here and rest your mind. I will call that little guy to come. He will let Brother Hong fulfill your last wish and pass away in peace. He grabbed Blind Hong's hand. Brother, you and I have been friends all our lives. You don't owe me anything and I don't owe you anything. You must remember. I am only here because your surname is Hong. You are Blind Hong. And you are here because my surname is Zhua. We are like-minded. There is nothing else. Like-minded? Blind Hong choked with sobs. Thank you. Zhuchanglu took out his phone and called Zhuxiaoduo. Zhuxiaoduo was about to enter the gravity room when he received the call. It was common for Mother Zhua and Zhuxiaonian to call him. However, it was extremely rare for Father Zhua to call him. He did not know what had happened, so he rushed over in a hurry. It did not take him more than a few minutes to step into Zhuchanglu's astral soul stone shop. Father, why did you call me over in such a hurry? Zhuxiaoduo thought it was something big, but when he came over to take a look, he saw Zhuchanglu sitting leisurely with Blind Hong and drinking tea. He couldn't help but feel surprised. What was going on? This is your Uncle Hong. You have met him before. However, we were in a hurry last time and did not have the time to formally introduce you. This time I will make up for it. Zhuchanglu said solemnly, your Uncle Hong is the #1 Qi Watcher in Phoenix City. At the same time, he is also the #1 Qi Watcher in the Central Plains. He called you here because he wants to read your fate. Zhuxiaoduo did not know what was going on. He hurriedly bowed. Hello, Uncle Hong. Good. Blind Hong smiled kindly. You are Zhuxiaoduo? Good child. Child, come here. Sit here and don't move. Blind Hong placed a small stool 3 feet in front of him. Okay. At this moment, Blind Hong completely closed his 2 blind eyes. His entire body was like a piece of rotten wood. There was no sign of life in him at all. However, just when Zhuxiaoduo could not sit still anymore, a green light suddenly flashed from Blind Hong's forehead on his wrinkled face. After a while, the green light formed an illusory object that looked like an eye on his forehead. As far as the eye could see, it was more like an eye formed by a cloud of fog. Blind Hong's voice sounded faintly. Old Zhua, this is the last step of my true spirit aura observation technique. It has never been activated or used before. True Spirit Aura Observation Technique. All Qi Watchers who cultivate the True Spirit Aura Observation Technique only have one chance to use it in their lives. From now on, you must remember every word that I say. Zhuchanglu's expression became serious. The hazy eye formed by the fog suddenly opened and looked at Zhuxiaoduo's face. The moment he looked at it, Blind Hong's face was full of shock and astonishment. In his illusory eye, he clearly saw a cloud of green qi and a cloud of purple qi intertwining with each other and rushing straight toward the 9 heavens imperial court. Dragons hide and phoenixes soar in a corner, wind and clouds soar together in one night. With a flip of my hand, I picked up the tears of 1,000 souls and stepped out of the white bone peak. Seeking Tao, the mortal world has no master, but once the phoenix cries, the central plains will turn red, torrential waves of blood connect the land, and ghosts will shock heaven and earth for thousands of miles. Heterodox demons walk the path of wind and clouds, and drink green blood toward the sky. Sweeping away all the obstacles in front and hammering the central plains and eastern pass, Fangyang's purple soul soars into the sky, and his eyes are filled with murderous intent. At the intersection of firmness and softness, true emotions and true nature, not believing in the yin and yang of the human world, he coldly looks at the mortal world and breaks through the northern underworld. A thought always stays in his heart, and two feelings depend on each other in the 9 heavens. Never. Believing that the heavens have a master, he hammered the sun and moon towards the east. Monstrous waves of blood rise with one hand and bones are everywhere. One foot is empty, this life is endless. Blind Hong's expression became more and more serious, surprised and shocked. However, every word that came out of his mouth was still clear and calm. However, just as he said the words "this life is endless," he suddenly gurgled in his throat and his eyes bulged out in anger. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for subscriptions. Begging for recommendation votes. Brothers, help heterodox. Chapter 223. Blind Hong's old face flushed red. Then, the eyes formed by the smoke suddenly disappeared without a trace. With a puff, Blind Hong spat out a big mouthful of blood. His entire body fell from the sky. He was still unconscious. His whole body was twitching non-stop. Gurgling sounds came from his throat. He couldn't catch his breath and was about to die. Jianghu reacted quickly and supported Blind Hong's body. Then he threw an elixir into Blind Hong's mouth. After that, he brought over the 3,000-year-old ginseng tea that he had brewed earlier. Then he poured the tea directly into Blind Hong's mouth. Then he started to push Blind Hong's blood. Come and help me too. Jianghu was obviously afraid that he wouldn't be able to activate the blood vessels with his own strength. He hurriedly called out to Duo. Oh okay. Duo was also anxious. This old blind man, he just read my fortune. Why is he going to die? Does that mean I'm the one who caused his death? What the hell, that this was simply a black pot that fell from the sky. The father and son were busy for a full 15 minutes before Blind Hong finally woke up. However, he was already on the verge of death. He looked like he was on the verge of death. He smacked his lips and laughed bitterly. Old Zwa, you've wasted good things for me again. It's useless. Today is the day I die. Jianghu let out a long sigh. Old Hong, hang in there. I can't hang in there anymore. Blind Hong smiled weakly and said, under the effect of the true soul aura examination technique, I don't know anything. You just have to remember everything I said just now. Do you remember everything? Got it, got it. Jianghu nodded deeply. Blind Hong nodded and smiled comfortingly. Then he said helplessly, Old Zwa, it seems that I still have to trouble you for my funeral. But there's no need to go through so much trouble. I don't have any children, nor do I have any ancestral graves. You can just wrap my stinky skin up and find a coffin to bury me. I've already thought of a grave. It's at. Jianghu held Blind Hong's hand and said, Brother Hong, you have no children. It's your business that you don't have an ancestral grave. We're brothers. I, Jianghu, can't let you go on your last journey in a miserable state. Blind Hong smiled bitterly. This is heaven's will. Jianghu thought for a while and said, Blind man, since you are willing to risk your life to see the fate of my son, then this brat owes you a life. He thought carefully. He paced a few steps and looked up at the sky. Complicated emotions flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, I'll let Duo send you off and open the gate of Yin Yang for you. Blind Hong's body suddenly shook. His face showed extreme surprise and surprise. Then he shook his head slowly. Old Zwo, why do you have to do this? Why do you have to let the child have another karma? Jianghu said firmly, this is what I should do. Then he said, Duo, kneel down. Kowtow to your godfather. Duo was stunned when he heard this order. I have a godfather now? A godfather who is about to die? But he didn't dare to disobey his father. He knelt down obediently and kowtowed a few times. He called, Godfather. Blind Hong was emotional. Hot tears gushed out of his dry eyes. Good boy. Good boy. It's just that you've been wronged. It's just that. He said with a trembling voice, Old Zwa. I didn't give the child a greeting gift. I feel guilty. Jianghu said, Rest well. There's no need to talk about a greeting gift. Blind Hong smiled contentedly and said weakly, I, Blind Hong, have been lonely all my life. I have no one to rely on. I have no children. I didn't expect that before I die, I would have a godson with a bright future. Old Zwa, I'm grateful to you. He coughed a few times and said, the books I stored with you before and my natal ring. I'll give them to Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo. I don't have much ability, and I don't have any legacy to leave you. You also know about Qi observation. But don't learn my real spiritual Qi observation technique. My natal ring. Ever since the foundation of my cultivation was destroyed and my divine sense was crippled, I couldn't even open it myself. There are some small things in there. There are many cultivation techniques, sword techniques, blade techniques, hammer techniques. It's just a pity that I'm too useless. Ever since my cultivation was crippled, I couldn't practice anything. When he said this, his eyes suddenly popped out, and he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. While he was struggling, Blind Hong suddenly straightened up. He pointed at the sky and said sternly, in my next life I'll go against your heaven. After he said this, he fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. Mouthfuls of blood kept spurting out. However, he was no longer breathing. Blind Hong died just like that. Looking at Blind Hong's corpse, Zhuo Changlu's eyes were deep. He sighed softly. After a very, very long time, he stretched out his hand and gently closed Blind Hong's eyelids. He muttered, Brother Hong, you and I have known each other for a long time. In the heavens and on the earth, in this life and in the next. Now that I am leaving, I will be extremely lonely. He turned his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. He said, I'll contact the morning hall for everything. Tomorrow we'll send your godfather off. Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled. He said, Dad, this is your godfather. Zhuo Changlu's eyes narrowed. He said softly, Son, you must remember your godfather. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded his head in confusion. He didn't understand the meaning behind Zhuo Changlu's words at all. That's Zhuo Changlu covered Blind Hong's corpse with a piece of white cloth. At this moment, a dark ring on Blind Hong's finger suddenly lit up. Then it became somewhat illusory. It seemed that this ring was going to disappear along with Blind Hong's life. However, this illusory state only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Then it slowly floated down from Blind Hong's finger and stopped in midair. It flickered on and off again. It seemed that it could disappear at any time. Zhuo Changlu reached out his hand to grab it, but he grabbed nothing. It seemed that the ring didn't exist. Zhuo Changlu looked extremely surprised. He paused for a moment before saying, Xiaoduo, I can't touch this ring. It's probably the ring that your godfather left for you. Try to take it and put it on your finger. Zhuo Xiaoduo reached out his hand and grabbed the ring. Somehow, the ring that Zhuo Changlu couldn't grab with his hand solidified as soon as Zhuo Xiaoduo reached out his hand. It fell into Zhuo Xiaoduo's palm. It was cold to the touch. Which finger should I wear? Zhuo Xiaoduo held the ring in one hand and looked at his finger. I can't wear the index finger, right? The ring finger isn't used for this. The pinky? Zhuo Xiaoduo murmured. Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. It's up to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo casually put the ring on his pinky. The moment the ring was put on Zhuo Xiaoduo's pinky, the ring suddenly began to tighten slowly and firmly around Zhuo Xiaoduo's pinky. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a pain in his finger. It was as if there were a few thorns sticking out of the ring and piercing deep into the flesh of Zhuo Xiaoduo's pinky. He trembled in pain. Blood instantly seeped out and flowed into the ring, dyeing the entire ring red. After a while, the color of the ring that had turned completely red slowly faded and turned into an ordinary grayish-white ring. Then even the grayish-white ring disappeared. The father and son looked at each other. Zhuo Xiaoduo's pinky was empty. It's gone. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Don't be surprised. Try to think about that ring. Zhuo Changlu's face returned to calmness, but there was a hint of surprise in his tone. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and kept muttering, Ring, ring. The grayish-white ring appeared and quietly appeared on his finger. Wow, that's amazing. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo was completely shocked. In the future, if you want to use the things inside, you don't need to make the ring appear. Just communicate with your mind. Zhuo Changlu was very happy. He couldn't help but sigh. I never thought. This ring is actually a life ring. Life? What does a life ring mean? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Well, when you have more experience in the future, you will naturally know. Zhuo Changlu obviously didn't want to explain more. Instead, he patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder excitedly. You just need to know that you have made a fortune this time. Made a fortune? Zhuo Xiaoduo was suspicious. Just this ring? What do you know? You don't know, you don't know. Zhuchanglu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know if he should say that fortune favors fools. Anyway, he never thought that Blind Hong would leave this ring to Zhuo Duo. It was no wonder that before Blind Hong died, he had emphasized, natal. Zhuo Duo was thinking about opening the ring to see what was inside and how he had made a fortune. However, he realized that he couldn't open this inconspicuous ring. Dad, I can't open this ring either. You haven't even condensed your mind and you want to open this ring? What kind of dream are you having? Zhuchanglu said, this is a spiritual ring, you can't open it in such a short time. Oh. Zhuo Duo didn't quite understand. At this moment, the door curtain was lifted. Wu Taijiang walked in and saw Blind Hong's corpse covered with a white cloth. His burly body trembled. Brother Zhuo. Isn't this Hong? It's him. Zhuchanglu sighed sadly. He's gone. Hearing the bad news, Wu Taijiang felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. His eyes were filled with stars as he gasped for air. Finally, he couldn't help but curse. How could this old bastard die so early? Zhuchanglu's eyes were unprecedentedly stern as he stared at blacksmith Wu. Wu Taijiang sat down, his face full of confusion. I saw him just now. Moreover, how could he die just like that? And he died here? Wu Taijiang simply couldn't understand. He pulled his hair and said, damn. This is too sudden, isn't it? I saw a dead man the moment I came in and it was him. This is really fucking. Chapter 224. Zhuanglu couldn't express his bitterness. He couldn't possibly say that they had already succeeded in prolonging Blind Hong's life, but he met his son, who set up a trap and broke Blind Hong's trap, causing Blind Hong to suffer a backlash and leave in advance that he couldn't say that, okay? The implications were even greater. However, the process of this matter was so complicated that it was extremely strange. Especially when it came so suddenly, they were completely unprepared and were completely caught off guard. You go to school first. Zhuchanglu said to Zhuo Duo, don't forget to come and send your godfather off tomorrow. Okay, I know. Zhuo Duo left. Hearing this, Wu Zhejiang's entire body stiffened. Even after Zhuo Duo had left, he was still standing there stiffly. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were dull. His eyeballs were hanging out of their sockets. What's wrong? Zhuchanglu frowned. Who are you trying to impress by showing such an idiotic behavior? Godfather. Godfather? Wu Zhejiang's expression was as if he had eaten feces. Godfather, what's going on? Don't call me Godfather. Zhuchanglu rolled his eyes. You mean you let Xiao Duo become Blind Hong's godfather? Wu Zhejiang's tone was full of disbelief. Why, do you have a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that. After all, this is your business. But this, I feel weird. Wu Taijiang said, I can't be sure if I don't ask more. Zhuchanglu said indifferently, I naturally have my own considerations. He said meaningfully, the most important thing right now is to bury this lord in peace. That's how it should be. Wu Taijiang stepped forward and bowed. He muttered, speaking of this Blind Hong, he's still worthy of my bow. However, your schemes are too deep. I know I can't understand it and I don't want to know. In the future, don't let me hear or see you. I'm just a blacksmith, okay? Zhuchanglu snorted. Do you think I want you to hear that? Want you to see? Wasn't it because you were so curious that you came in directly? Who let you in? Is it me? Is it Xiao Duo? Wu Taijiang scratched his head. You may leave. Zhuchanglu said bleakly, I still want to talk to the blind man. Wu Taijiang looked at Zhuchanglu's bleak face and said worriedly, Brothers, it's not my place to say this, but you're both rivals. Everything that's happening now is just a coincidence. Don't get yourself involved and let your heart be clouded. Zhuanglu sighed softly, waved his hand and said in disappointment, For a lifetime, for a lifetime. Wu Taijiang sighed and left obediently. Wait. Suddenly he was stopped by Zhuchanglu. What's the matter? This guy. If I remember correctly, his natal weapon was a hammer technique? Zhuchanglu's eyes were shining. He was also shocked. Yes, he used 2 hammers to smash the sky red. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was the nightmare of almost the entire astral souls. Have you forgotten? Wu Taijiang looked at Zhuchanglu in surprise. Suddenly he came back to his senses and jumped up with a bang sound. He let out a strange cry, "Hammer technique?" Zhuchanglu's mouth twitched. Wu Chejiang's mouth also twitched. They looked at each other and saw the strange expression on each other's face. Is this God's will? Zhuchanglu remembered that Zhou Xiaoduo had been aiming for the hammer from the beginning. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Wu Taijiang felt his lips and throat dry. He licked his lips and said dryly, He left the hammer technique? Zhuchanglu nodded slowly. I think so. Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded. He thought of the two hammers that were destined to be earth-shattering in the future. Then he thought of Zhou Xiaoduo becoming Blind Hong's godfather. Then he thought of the hammer technique. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Zhuanglu seemed to be in a bit of a daze as he asked, Did you experience his hammer back then? Brother Zhu, you really think highly of me. Wu Taijiang pursed his lips and said, If I had experienced his hammers before, would I still be here forging for you? Taijiang, Zhuanglu said thoughtfully, you really have to do it again. Fuck. What for? Wu Chejiang's face turned green. Why did he have to do it again? Hammer technique. Zhuanglu frowned and said, I'm not good at using hammers. I hate it. Therefore, I don't have the hammer technique. However, Xiaoduo can't practice without it. Isn't the hammer technique ready-made? Wu Taijiang pointed at Blind Hong's corpse. That's recognized as the best hammer technique in the world. Use your poor brain and think about it. Can this hammer technique be exposed? Zhuanglu said angrily, once it's exposed, Xiaoduo's enemy will be the whole world. In the entire astral souls, which family's ancestors haven't been smashed to death by this bastard. Ah. Wu Taijiang came to a realization. That's a problem. Therefore, Xiaoduo's hammer technique can't be limited to only this family. Moreover, his hammer technique is too vicious. Since ancient times, those who fought with him were all smashed into ashes. His sin of killing is too great. Zhuanglu pondered and said, Pick out some hammer techniques that I like. 7 or 8 will do. 7 or 8. Wu Chejiang's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Even his voice changed. 7 or 8 that you like. Just kill me. In the whole world, there are no more than 6 hammer techniques that you like, including the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. You want 7 or 8? Do as you deem fit. Zhuanglu played it down. Just send them to me when you receive them. If you don't contact me for the time being, use your hammer technique to practice first. Wu Taijiang jumped high. This is the storm hammer of 8 directions. Not a hammer. You dare to jump high in front of me? Zhuanglu squinted his eyes. Wu Taijiang immediately bowed and smiled apologetically. Brother Zhui, you're so cool. Alright, you can leave now. Zhuanglu reminded him, only the heavens and the earth will know about this. Only you and I know. I understand, Brother Zhui. Wu Taijiang nodded repeatedly. Scram. I want to talk to Old Hong. Okay. Wu Taijiang left. Zhuanglu stood in front of Blind Hong's corpse with his hands clasped behind his back. He said softly, Blind Old Hong, others might feel weird when they see me talking, but I know you won't. You can hear me. Actually, in this life I'm just Zhuanglu and you're just Blind Hong. Maybe I know more than you and have some calculative heart. But after so many years of friendship, I believe you also know and can feel it. Our friendship isn't an illusion. I wanted to stop you and let you live for a few more years. Of course, it was partly due to my calculations, but more of it was because I hoped that my friend in this life could live for a few more days. But man proposes, God disposes. In the end, you passed away too early. Do you know that your passing has made me feel even more lonely? Now, even if I want to find someone to talk to, there's no one. If I want to find an opponent, there's no one left. Even if I want to scheme against someone, there's no one left. Blind Hong, you left too early, too soon. My original intention was to stop you, but I didn't succeed. Instead, you kept me here, unable to move. Old Hong, you should be proud. As for the final step, I'll let little Duo acknowledge you as his godfather. You can say that I've schemed against you once, or that I'm fulfilling your last wish, adding such a layer of karma to you. Old Hong, perhaps you'll be the one thanking me in the future. Brother, rest in peace. We'll be enemies in the next life. Zhuanglu poured a glass of wine and gently poured it on the ground. His gaze was focused. In the next life, we'll be enemies again. After pouring a glass of wine, he picked it up and finished it in one gulp. When Meng Qintian arrived at second high, Zhou Xiaoduo had stopped his fortune-telling and had entered the gravity room to make up for today's progress. After thinking for a while, Meng Qintian no longer hesitated. He immediately turned and drove in a new direction. I don't know if Blind Hong can come out of the mountain again. However, when he reached Blind Hong's house, it was General Tai who guarded the door. A rotten and decaying aura came from the room. Meng Qintian's heart sank. For a moment he was at a loss. He simply sat at the door and waited. After a long time, a handsome middle-aged man slowly appeared at the entrance of the alley and walked over. Seeing Meng Qintian at the door, he did not hesitate and continued to walk over. When he reached the door, he said in a gentle voice, "Please make way, I'm going to get something." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the key and opened the door to Blind Hong's room. "Who are you?" Meng Qintian was surprised. He had trained himself for many years before he had the self-cultivation and demeanor he had today. But this person didn't look very old. Yet, he had such a graceful demeanor. Everything about him was natural and unrestrained. Such a natural and unrestrained style, he could not compare to him in any aspect. "My surname is Zhou, I'm Blind Hong's best friend." Zhou Changlu looked at him indifferently and said, "You're looking for Blind Hong?" Yes, there is something." For some reason, Meng Qintian felt that he was stuttering in front of this middle-aged man. It was a little unnatural. He even felt a little uneasy, as if he could not let go of anything. It was extremely awkward. "Well, you're late. Blind Hong is dead." Zhou Changlu pushed the door. With a creak, the door opened. He said indifferently, "There's no one here who can help you." "I'm here to find some of Blind Hong's belongings and bury them with him." Dead. At this moment, Meng Qintian felt that life was like a dream. The only person who could bypass Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan to solve this problem was dead? How could he be so unlucky? The moment he thought of Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, Meng Qintian suddenly quivered. He raised his head and said, "Your surname is Zhou Xiaoduo?" Zhou Changlu nodded indifferently. "Then, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan?" Meng Qintian asked hesitantly. Zhou Changlu said indifferently, "They are my son and daughter." "Why, do you have something to say?" Meng Qintian said, No. He did not know why, but when he faced Zhou Changlu, the only feeling he had was uneasiness. "Yes." Zhou Changlu's voice was indifferent to a certain extent. "Come on, since you're here, come in and do some work. Help me carry these things. These things are too heavy." 2 chapters for today, please vote. Chapter 225. Hearing Zhou Changlu's greeting, Meng Qintian walked over involuntarily. He helped Zhou Changlu carry things and pack things up. He was so busy that he was covered in sweat. After packing everything up, he brought it to Zhou Changlu and waited for him to choose. Zhou Changlu looked at them one by one. Finally he picked a dozen or so items, all of which were small odds and ends. He wrapped them in a bundle and said, "You look like a good kid. Help me move these things to the street corner." Hearing this praise, Meng Qintian, who had always prided himself on being calm, suddenly felt unusually excited. He quickly agreed, "Okay." There was a kind of excitement that said, "I can't believe I can be of use to you." It was a very glorious feeling. But as for the specific glory, there was nothing to say. He was speechless. He carried them all the way to the street corner and loaded them into the car. Zhou Changlu got in the car and said, "You can go back." "Well, if there's nothing else, it's better to go back early. The person you're looking for is not here." "Yes, I understand." Meng Qintian repeatedly agreed. He respectfully watched the car leave. After a long time, he suddenly came to his senses and slapped himself in the face. "Are you crazy?" Meng Qintian asked himself. With a gloomy face, he looked in the directions Zhou Changlu left and muttered, "It's not easy to have the opportunity to see Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan's father alone. Not only did I not slap him to death, but I also worked for him for the whole afternoon. There was something strange about this matter." Meng Qintian himself could not figure it out. "I almost didn't think of Zhou Xiaoyan just now. It can't be because I'm afraid of her, but because I want to leave a good impression on her father. Could it be that I was bewitched just now? But how could I be bewitched? This is really fucking." Meng Qintian flew up and chased after him at high speed. At this moment, The ferocious flames in his heart surged to the heavens. He wholeheartedly wanted to slap this handsome middle-aged man with an outstanding bearing to death, and everything would be fine. Jianghu was driving at a traffic light intersection. Meng Qintian landed in front of the car and strode to the driver's side, shouting, "Get out." Jianghu rolled down the window and frowned. "Kid, did you forget something?" When he saw Meng Qintian holding a compass in his hand, he patted his forehead and smiled. "So you forgot the compass. How thoughtful of you." Oh. Meng Qintian obediently handed over the compass with an expression of waiting for praise. "Thank you for your hard work." Jianghu said faintly, "It's getting late. Let's go back earlier." He stepped on the accelerator and drove away slowly. It was still so natural and casual, like it was at his fingertips. Meng Qintian held his head and walked to the side of the road. He felt confused and absent-minded. After a while, he woke up and murmured, "What's going on?" He slapped himself hard twice, but still did not understand why things turned out like this. When did Meng Qintian, become so stupid? This should not be. What the hell was this? At this moment, Father Zhou had been gone for a long time. Meng Qintian was still frowning and standing at the side of the street. He was puzzled and lost in thought. After a long time he was still confused. He scratched his head subconsciously and murmured, "Why am I standing at the corner of the street? What am I doing here?" He was puzzled and tried to recall for a long time. Finally he remembered. "Oh, I'm not here to ask Blind Hong for help." Oh. With a clear mind, he rushed all the way back to Blind Hong's house. He looked at the open door and then at the mess inside. He could not help but wonder, what's going on here? Why is it like this? The only memory he had of what happened was that someone seemed to ask him to go back early. But who said that? Why couldn't he remember? Go back early. Since Blind Hong was not here, he should go back early. There were still many things waiting for him at the company. Meng Qintian got into the car and drove back to the Meng Corporation with full concentration. He got out, locked the car and went upstairs. "You're back? Did you find Zhuo? Zhuo? Meng Qintian was stunned and said, "No." "Then did you find Blind Hong?" "Blind Hong?" Meng Qintian was stunned again and said, "No." He paused and said, "I'll look for Blind Hong tomorrow." Meng Tianyue was stunned. She sat up straight and stared at Meng Qintian. She asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you?" Meng Qintian held his head and said tiredly, "Nothing. I just feel very tired and sleepy. I want to sleep." After saying that, he held his head and sat down on the sofa. He lay down and then he had really fallen into a deep sleep. Meng Tianyue's eyes widened. What was going on? What was going on? Did he see a ghost? On the other side, Ning Suifeng was sitting in his study. He frowned and was very annoyed. "Dad." A girl pushed open the door and walked in. "Have you seen the video on the internet?" "Video? What video is this?" "Dad, take a look." This video was accidentally taken at night. The person who took the video happened to pass by that road and saw the white fog rising. It felt like a ghost. Ning Qingqing's face was solemn. So this person took a picture of that scene and posted it on the internet. But when he realized that it was actually a picture of our Ning family's ancestral grave and wanted to delete it, it was already too late. It's all over the internet now. Everyone says that our ancestral grave has good feng shui. Other places don't have fog except our ancestral grave. It's so thick that you can't even see your own fingers. Ning Suifeng's face became serious. "There's such a thing? Take a look." Ning Qingqing said, "I feel that something has been happening in our family these few days. Could it be that there's something wrong with the feng shui of our ancestral grave?" Ning Suifeng took the phone, opened the video and watched it. Sure enough, the image in the video was of a car. The car's headlights were shining forward. On the right side of the road there was a curtain of night. There was nothing unusual. However, on the left side of the road, there was a thick white fog. It was extremely eye-catching. Compared to the right side, it was very eye-catching. It was impossible not to pay attention to it. The road was still a road, but there was fog on one side and no fog on the other. It was as if this road was the boundary separating yin and yang. It was clear at a glance. Looking at the rising white fog, there seemed to be countless demons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the white fog. It was very creepy. The atmosphere was even more strange and shocking. The driver was obviously scared too. He was very nervous. As he drove, he said to himself, "Why is this place so strange? When I took this road before, it was always quiet. Why is there so much white fog today? This fog is too thick, isn't it? Could it be some kind of ghost? Cough cough. Jinx jinx. Is there some kind of god? Ancestors bless me. I've only passed through this once. It's too late to turn back now. I'll never come here again. It's too scary." The car moved forward slowly at the speed of a turtle. It became clearer that the white fog on the left side rose more than 100 feet high, swaying and rolling. About 20 minutes later, the car finally rushed out of the thick fog. The driver was clearly relieved. He mustered up his courage and looked back, only to see half of a tombstone sticking out of the fog. Ning family? Here. Yes, this is the ancestral grave of the Ning family. The video stopped abruptly. Ning Suifeng's face was gloomy. Tonight, I'll go to the ancestral grave to take a look. Zhuoxiaoduo was sweating profusely the entire afternoon as he worked hard to cultivate. He had already switched to the 10x gravity room. After a good round of tossing and turning, he was once again as tired as a dead dog. Finally, Qin Fangyang frowned and dragged him out of the gravity room with a gloomy face and threw him on the ground. Qin Fangyang's mood was extremely bad these days. In the previous battle, he was seriously injured. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul transformation stage, he was unconscious for 17 hours before waking up. Because he was seriously injured before, his internal organs were damaged, his body was covered with bruises, and 50 to 60% of his bones were broken. If he didn't have special care, he would be paralyzed for life. But what kind of place was the Star Shield General Administration? What kind of good medicine did they not have? All kinds of good medicine were fed to him. Then Qin Fangyang, who had been suppressing the peak of the nascent soul transformation stage, broke through in his coma. At the moment when Qin Fangyang broke through, he was still in a coma. However, the sword qi that flowed around his body was like a cloud of mist. The sword qi rose and raged, instantly slicing the entire house into pieces. Then a white cloud rushed to the sky, leaping thousands of feet high. The body turned into a white cloud and rushed to the sky. From now on, there is one more person in the clouds. This was the so-called cloud transformation stage. The cloud transformation stage, as the name implied, was above the earth and below the heavens. Those who had this achievement could move freely. Teacher Qin's breakthrough could be said to be a blessing in disguise. When Qin Fangyang woke up, he was completely dumbfounded. Broke through to the cloud transformation stage. I broke through just like that. What the fuck? Then how am I going to die? Breaking through to the cloud transformation stage, and after suppressing it for so long, Qin Fangyang's current level of strength was above many cloud transformation stage cultivators. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that once one broke through to the cloud transformation stage, one's lifespan would increase greatly. It wasn't something that could be killed just because one wanted to. Teacher Qin, who understood this point, was extremely depressed. So much so that when he saw Zhuoxiaoduo like a dead dog, he couldn't help but feel even angrier. I could break through in my sleep even when I was heavily injured, but you actually didn't put in any effort. You clearly had the feeling of breaking through a few days ago, but now you don't even have the feeling of breaking through. You definitely deserve a beating. Get up. Qin Fangyang said sternly. I can't get up. Zhuoxiaoduo also felt that he was very pitiful. These few days he had continuously received luck points, and his meridians were becoming more flexible. His dantian was also becoming bigger and bigger. He really couldn't find the feeling of breaking through like before. Even if he trained himself to death, it would be useless. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.